Thought that I melted, I fell right through the cracks. Now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my bestest, and nothing's gonna stop me but divine intervention. I reckon it's again my turn to win some or learn some, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find love, 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 and love. Listen to the music of the moment, people dance and sing. We're just one big family, and it's our God-forsaken right to be loved. Love, 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 love. So I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm sure there's no need to complicate. Our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. But do you want to come on? Scooch on over closer, dear, and I will nibble your ear. So da ba ba boom ba boom. I've been spending way too long checking my tongue in the mirror and bending over backwards just to try to see it clearer, but my breath fogged up the glass, and so I drew a new face and I laughed. I guess what I'll be saying is there ain't no better reason to rid yourself of vanities and just go with the seasons. It's what we aim to do. Our name is our virtue, but I won't hesitate no more, no more. It cannot wait. I'm yours. Well, open up your mind and see like me. Open up your plans and damn, you're free. I look into your heart and you'll find that the sky is yours. So please don't, please don't, please don't. There's no need here to complicate, 'cause our time is short. This is our fate. I'm yours. I'm yours. I'm yours. Baby, you believe I'm yours. You best believe I'm yours.
Say, baby, what you doing? Where you at? Oh, you got plans. Don't say that. Shut your trap. I'm sipping wine. In a robe. I look too good to be alone. My house clean. My pool warm. Just shake. Smooth like a newborn. We should be dancing, romancing in the east wing and the west wing of this mansion. What's happening? I ain't playing no games. Every word that I say is coming straight from the heart. So if you're trying to lay in these arms, I'ma leave the door open. I'ma leave the door open, girl. Let you feel the way I feel, and you want me like I want you tonight, baby. Tell me that you're coming through. so sweet, so tight, so tight. I won't bite unless you like. If you smoke, what you smoke? I got the haze. And if you're hungry, girl, I got the lace. Ooh, baby, don't keep me waiting. There's so much love we could be making. I'm talking kissing, cuddling, rose petals in the bathtub. Girl, it's jumping, it's bubbling. I ain't playing no games. Every word that I say is coming straight from the heart. So if you're trying to lay in these arms, I'ma leave the door open. I'ma leave the door open, girl. That you feel the way I feel, and you want me like I want you tonight, baby. Tell me that you're coming through. La 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 la, I need you, baby. La la la, la la la, I got to see you, baby. La la la, la 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 la, girl, I'm trying to give you this. I'ma leave my door open. I'ma leave the door open, baby. I'ma leave my door open, girl. And I'm hoping that you feel the way I feel, and you want me like I want you tonight, baby. Tell me that you're coming through. Tell me that you're coming through. La 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 la. Tell me that you're coming through. I'm here just waiting for you. I'm the door. I'm waiting for you. I'm here just waiting for you. Her eyes make the stars look like they're not shining. Her hair falls perfectly without her trying. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Yeah, I know, when I compliment her, she won't believe me. And it's so sad to think that she don't see what I see. But every time she asks me, do I look okay? I say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you are. And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. 'Cause girl, you're amazing, just the way you are. Yeah. Her lips, I could kiss them all day if she'd let me. Her laugh, she hates but I think it's so sexy. She's so beautiful, and I tell her every day. Oh, you know I never ask you to change. If perfect's what you're searching for, then just stay the same. So don't even bother asking if you look okay. You know I'll say, when I see your face, there's not a thing that I would change. 'Cause you're amazing, just the way you
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you, baby.
Yeah.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. I know you feel where I'm coming from, regardless of the things in my past that I've done. Most of it really was for the hell of the fun. On a carousel, so around I spun. With no direction, just trying to get some. Trying to chase skirts, living in the summer sun. And so I lost more than I had ever won. And honestly, I ended up with none. There's so much nonsense that's on my conscience. I'm thinking maybe I should get it out. And I don't want to sound redundant, but I was wondering if there was something that you want to know. But never mind that, we should let it go. 'Cause we don't want to be a TV episode. And all the bad thoughts, just let it go. Go.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Hands down, there will never be another one. I've been around and I never seen another one. Because your style ain't really got nothing on. And you out when you ain't got nothing on. Baby, you the whole package. Plus you pay your taxes. And you keep it real while the mothers stay plastic. You're my Wonder Woman, call me Mr. Fantastic. Stop. Now think about it. I've been to London, I've been to Paris, even way out there in Tokyo. Back home down in Georgia, to New Orleans, but you always did the show. And just like that, girl, you got it froze. Like a Nintendo 64. If you never knew, well, now you know. No.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Everywhere I go, I'm always hearing your name. And no matter where I'm at, girl, you make me wanna sing. Whether a bus or a plane, or a car or a train, no other girls on my brain, and you the one to blame.
Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you.
Nothing on you.
Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Yeah. And that's just how we do it. And I'm gonna let this ride. B.O.B. and Bruno Mars.
Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. Kiss you, my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance. 'Cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. See you standing there in your Hulk outerwear. And all I can think is, where is the ring? 'cause I know you wanna ask. Scared the moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes. Just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. But I want it to be out of the blue. So make sure I have no clue when you ask. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Now we're having dinner, and baby, you're my winner. I see the way you smile. You're thinking about the aisle. You reach in your pocket, emotions unlocking. And before you could ask, I answer too fast. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. So now I can't stop thinking about you. I figured out all the clues, so now I ask. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand, I want you to be my husband, 'cause you're my Iron Man, and I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance, 'cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie, baby. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. And I love you 3000.
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me when you close your eyes? Tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. Oh, let's spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. Do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me, what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Oh, want the good and the bad, everything in between. Oh, gotta cure my curiosity. Oh yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours yours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweet heart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Yeah. And I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you.
I just had a little bit too much of Hennessy. Just gonna tell you how I feel. Look.
You so fucking precious when you smile. Yeah. Hit it from the back and drive you wild. Yeah. Girl, I lose myself up in those eyes. I just had to let you know you're mine. Hands on your body, I don't wanna waste no time. Feels like forever, even if forever's tonight. Just lay with me, waste this night away with me. You're mine. I can look away, I just gotta say, I'm so fucking happy you're alive. Yeah. Swear to God I'm down. If you down, all you gotta say. I remember the day, even wrote down the day that I fell for you. And now it's crossed down in red, but I still can't forget if I wanted to. And it drives me insane, think I'm hearing your name everywhere I go. But just all in my head, it's just all in my head. But you won't see me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you a bouquet saying it's a mistake. Drink my troubles away, one more glass of champagne, and you know I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But now I know a perfect way to let you go. Get my last hello, hope it's worth it. Here's your perfect. The best was just fine, how I tried to be great for you. I'm flawed by design, and you love to remind, no matter what I do. But you won't see me break, call you up in 3 days, or send you a bouquet saying it's a mistake. Drink my troubles away, one more glass of champagne, and you know
I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But now I know a perfect way to let you go. Get my last hello, hope it's worth it. I'm the first to say that I'm not perfect, and you're the first to say you want the best thing. But now I know a perfect way to let you go. Get my last hello, hope it's worth it. Here's your perfect, here's your perfect, here's your perfect. Here's your perfect.
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so but she's right though, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. She'll make you curse, is she a blessing? She'll rip your shirt within a second. You'll be coming back for seconds with your plate. You just can't help it. No, no, no. You'll play along, let her lead you on. No, no, no. Then saying yes, 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 'cause she's messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so but she's right though, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Grab a car gun, got her crazy, she's poison but tasty. Yeah, people say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. See, someone said, don't drink her potion, she'll kiss your neck with no emotions. When she's mean, you know you love it, she tastes so sweet, don't sugarcoat it. No, no, no. You'll play along, let her lead you on. You'll be saying no, no, no. Then saying yes, 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 'cause she's messing with your head. Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so but she's right though, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Grab a car gun, got her crazy, she's poison but tasty. Yeah, people say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. You're just like me, you're out your mind. I know it's strange, we're both the crazy kind. You're telling me that I'm insane. Boy, don't pretend that you don't love the pain. No. She's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Oh, she's hot but a psycho, so but she's right though, and now she's screaming, mama, mama. Grab a cop gun, kinda crazy, she's poison but tasty. People say run, don't walk away, 'cause she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho, and now she's screaming, mama, mama, mama.
If I had to live my life without you near me, the days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now, I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can't be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. Though I may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love will lead the way for us.
Good morning po everyone. Hintayin lang po natin yung iba. Marami pa pong wala. Salamat po. Ayan, good morning po everyone. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Ayan, paki-on na po yung mga camera natin.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning po.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning po. To start po our welcome po sa ating basic occupational safety and health day 2. And po before po tayo tumungo sa inyong next module po, mag-check po muna ako ng attendance. Ayan po, Sir Jordan Apagna, nandiyan ka na po ba, sir?
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning po. Next po, Sir Nelson Banasan.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning po. Next po, Sir Errol Barrett.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Ayan, ang alam ko, kompleto na tayo ngayon. Yung mga may exams kahapon, present na. Good morning po. Next po, Sir Drexel Beliega.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Sir, paon na lang po ng camera. Salamat. Next po, Sir Reggie Carulya. Sir Reggie Carulya. Parang nakita ko na siya kanina. Ayan. Balikan kita, sir. Next po, Sir Rembel Castañeda.
Ma'am, present, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Okay po, Sir Reggie.
Morning po, ma'am.
Okay po, good morning. Paki-on na lang yung camera, sir. Salamat.
Yes po, ma'am.
Sir Rembel, nandiyan ka na ba, Sir Rembel Castañeda?
Andito na po, ma'am. Andito na.
Ay, hello, sir.
Hello po, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning po. Sir Chester Capuyo.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning po. Next po, Sir Johan Cruz.
Hello po.
Good
Morning
morning.
po.
Ganda ng background ni sir. Thank you, sir. Sir Irvin Isaac Enriquez.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Next po, Sir John Ray Flora.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Next po, Sir Daniel Fortaleza.
Morning po.
Good morning po. Ma'am Morin Denise Galapon. Ma'am Morin, nandyan ka na po ba, ma'am? Wala pa. Next po, Ma'am Grazel Joanne Lagman.
Ma'am, present po.
Morning po.
Morning po.
Si Sir Kyleb Lagman. Sir Kyleb, nandyan na ba siya, ma'am?
Meron na po, ma'am.
Ay, okay po. Sige po, sir. Nakita ko na po yung chat niyo. Salamat. Sir Jerry Robert Lozano.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po. Next po, Sir Junil Malig.
Present, ma'am.
Good morning po. Next po, Sir Paul Gerard Mararak.
Good morning po.
Good morning po. Ma'am Chanel Oldico.
Good morning po.
Good morning po. Next po, Sir Mark Christian Ruiz.
Present po.
Good morning po. Ayan yung mga nag-exam kahapon. Nandito na sila. Good morning po. Next po, Ma'am Nicole Allison Sagun.
Present po, ma'am.
Good morning po. Ma'am Zien Alzia Tayaw.
Morning po.
Good morning po. Sir Glenn Ziganay.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Good morning po. Paon na lang ng camera, sir. Salamat.
Yes, ma'am. Sineset up lang po.
Okay po. Salamat, sir. Next po, Sir George Francisco.
Yes po, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Next po, Sir Michael Manabat.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po. Ma'am Charmy Simpal. Ma'am Charmy. Wala pa po. Next po, Sir Jonoris Guillemer. Sir Jonoris.
Hello po, magandang umaga po.
Good morning, sir. Next po, Ma'am Hazel Ann Magallanes. Ma'am Hazel Ann. Nandyan ka na po ba, Ma'am Hazel Ann? Wala pa?
Bakit may ganito to?
Yung alin po, Ma'am, morning. Next po, Ma'am Rosana Galano, sorry. Ma'am Rosana.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning po.
Opo.
Next po, yun po, reminder po, sa screen name nyo po, pakilagay na lang po yung full name and yung company po ninyo. Salamat po. Next po, Sir Junel Maturan.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Next po, Ma'am Melo Jane Mission. Ma'am Melo Jane.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning po. Ma'am, pa-rename na lang po.
Okay, sige, ma'am.
Thank you. And Sir Ronnie Del Rosario.
Kahapon nakarinig ko. Ngayon, wala. Meeting
Sir
setting.
Ronnie Del Rosario.
Naka-speaker ka pa.
Wala pa po. Ayan po. And to start po our training, ayan po. Miss Grisel,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly lead us our prayer po.
Ay, sige po. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this day that you have given us. We thank you, Lord God, Apo, for the new life. And Lord, we thank you for this second day. I pray that you will give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. May you give us the diligence and perseverance to be able, Lord God, to understand what our instructor is teaching. We thank you for this opportunity and we give you all the praises and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And thank you po, ma'am. And yun po, next activity po natin, bigyan ko po ulit kayo ng 10 minutes for our retest for day 2. Send ko po sa ating chat box, pakiclick na lang din po yung thank you.
Wala akong participant. Ay, saan dun sa ano?
Ayan po. Na-send ko na po sa ating chat box. So, time check tayo, 8:10. So, by 8:20, tapos na po tayo for the free test. Thank you.
Meron ba chinat ko? 10 minutes. Ano? Chinat. Chat box. Ako ba ito?
Hello po, ma'am. May tatanong po ako.
Yes po, sir. Good morning po. Yes po.
Ma'am, meron po ba tayo bukas?
Meron po, sir. So, bale, ang schedule po kasi natin, sir, is May 27 to 31, sir. Meron pong schedule bukas, day 3 po.
Paano po yun, ma'am? Baka po wala ako bukas. Meron po ba tayong makeup class?
Meron po, sir. Ano ka na lang po, message na lang po kita, sir, for completion.
Ay, sige po.
Okay po.
Salamat
Thank you,
po.
sir. Okay po, last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes po. Thank you. Ayan, roll call ko lang po. Nandyan na po ba si Ma'am Charmy Jean Simpal? Ma'am Charmy? Ayun, present na si Ma'am. Sir Ronnie Del Rosario? Sir Ronnie, nandyan ka na po ba? Wala pa rin.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am,
Opo,
pwede
yes,
ano,
ma'am.
kasi nawala yung signal namin, nawala rin yung link po nung exam. Pwede, paano kaya
Sige,
yun,
ma'am.
ma'am?
I-resend ko na lang po ulit sa chat box, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Welcome po. Then, ma'am, nasend ko na po ulit.
Ma'am, thank you.
Welcome po. Okay po, last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes. Okay po, finalize your answers. Then, yun po, make sure na nasubmit po ninyo yung inyong pre-test exam. Ayan. So, Engineer Flora, ayan po. Pwedeng paki-share po kung ano yung mga na-discuss natin kahapon.
So, yung na-discuss po kahapon is yung sa introduction to occupational safety and health. Para yung parang first step natin is to identify the situation, ano yung common diseases sa workplace, ano yung common injuries sa workplace, tapos yung role of this safety officer in which he or she is engaged in the prevention of accidents and events that could potentially harm the workers, the property, or the environment. Tapos, meron din yung sa accident, mas lalo yung sa approaches in order to prevent accidents, which is reactive approach and proactive approach. Sa hazards naman, merong 5 general hazard areas na sa materials, equipment, environment, people, and system. Then there are 2 general classifications of hazards, which are safety hazard and health hazard. Tapos na-tackle din yung sa types of risk, which is speculative risk and pure risk. Sa risk assessment, it is the process of identifying, assessing, and eliminating or controlling the risk. Tapos meron din yung hierarchy of controls on the control of hazards, which is elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative controls, and the use of personal protective equipment. Sa housekeeping safety, na-tackle yung hazards on poor housekeeping. Tapos tinakal din ang benefits of good housekeeping. Sa fire safety, tinakal yung what is fire, the fire triangle, the stages of fire, and the classes of fire, and the modes or types of heat transfer. Sa electrical safety, na-tackle yung sa electrical materials, sa hazards na involving electricity, sa materials handling and storage, na-tackle dun yung risk on manual and machine handling. Sa machine safety, na-tackle yung hazards and its preventions. And then sa loob ng workplace health hazards, merong 4 types, which is physical, chemical, and biological, and ergonomics.
Ayan, thank you very much po, sir. Ang daming na-notes ni sir. Maraming salamat po. Ayan po, so reminder po, ayan, bago ko po ibigay yung floor kay Ma'am Marivic, our second day speaker. Yun po, reminder po, paki-on po lagi yung camera natin. Ayan, monitored po tayo ng DOLE through OSHC po. And yun po, kapag ang yung mic po, paki-mute na lang po kapag hindi po ginagamit. Okay po. Maraming salamat po. Ma'am Marivic, bigay ko na po yung floor sa inyo. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you, Miss Joy.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes,
Good
okay
morning
naman po
po.
ba ang audio natin?
Morning.
Yes, ma'am. Okay
Yes,
po.
Okay. So again, good morning everyone. Let me share my screen. Okay, so magandang umaga sa ating lahat. I am Engineer Marivic Empizo, a registered chemical engineer by profession, proud Louisian. Karamihan yata sa mga participants natin ngayon from SLU, tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so nice to see you all virtually, and to all our other participants also from the National Capital Region. Salamat sa inyong pag-join sa ating BOSH this morning, and welcome. I am a DOLE accredited occupational safety and health practitioner in the field of before it was environmental safety, now it is in the public sector. I am a formerly DNR accredited pollution control officer. I am a licensed teacher. Formerly, I was the environmental health and safety chief of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority here in the Baguio City Economic Zone. And currently, I am the assistant department head of the Baguio City Environment and Parks Management Office. Yan po ang so far I've been in the field of occupational safety and health and environmental safety for the past 15 years. Yan. So for our house rules for this morning session and all throughout the training. So number one is to keep an open mind that is ready to learn and understand. Yan. So, kahit nasa mga bahay natin tayo or nasa mga office, let us try our best to focus kasi sayang naman yung ating 5 days training kung hindi natin mapag-aralan or makafocus ng maigi sa ating learning sessions. And we always keep an open mind. At least this is a learning opportunity for me and for you as well. And we learn from the other participants. So at least we are ready to listen and learn. Number two is for us to actively participate in discussion, sharing knowledge and experiences. So yung session natin for this morning will be a workshop for the discussions yesterday. Yan. So i-apply natin. Do we have a grouping, Ma'am Joy?
Yes, ma'am. I-assign ko na lang po.
Ay, okay. So we will have a grouping later on para makapag interact po kayo sa isa't isa. So maganda ito na kahit virtual ay meron tayong workshops para you can meet other participants also. You can share your ideas, you can work with them. So parang nag-physical trainings na rin tayo through our group workshops. So ako po mahilig din akong magtawag para sa recitation, yan, and knowledge sharing para hindi po kayo antukin. So just be ready, nagtatawag po tayo ng mga sharers and for the class recitation. So number three, syempre, that is we give respect for anyone who is speaking or sharing. If you want to add anything or we want to ask questions, we raise our hand or we put it in the chat box. Mga yan po. And please be conscious with your audio that we mute if not assigned to speak or share. And please put on your camera because the sessions are being monitored by the Department of Labor and Employment. If we really are utilizing and maximizing our training hours for this basic occupational safety and health training. And most important is for us to enjoy and have fun learning. So we are glad that the academe is aggressive in its program of promoting occupational safety and health even to their students, yan, to their students, to their graduates. I understand those in the field, in the companies, maybe you were inspected by the Department of Labor and Employment and you were required to attend this BOSH training. So yan po yung maganda yung mix ng ating participants this morning because we have from the academe, yung mga graduates and students, and we also have professionals. I believe we have safety professionals, managers, and company owners in our participants in our audience right now. So let us share our knowledge and experience so that we can learn from each other. Yan. So enjoy and have fun learning. So for our first workshop, so this will be our workshop hazard identification. Yan po. Yan. So kung may problema sa audio, please call my attention or write it in the chat box. Yan. So let me share screen on the hazard identification. Yan. So this will be an application of what you learned yesterday po. Workshop 1, slideshow. Yan. So this will be safety and health hazards identification. Kung face-to-face po sana yung training natin, so we will conduct sana a physical inspection. Pero since this is virtual, so pati ang ating inspection would be virtual na din. So right now we have a strong visual imaginations na because we are exposed to virtual tours, pati kami sa government. Instead na we benchmark in other countries or other local government units. Ngayon ay napakarami naming mga virtual tour. Yan. So I'm sure pati kayo din po. The world has really became small because of this virtual setup na napakadali na lang nating mag-meetings. Kahit na nasa ibang bansa yung mga kausap natin ay we are given the opportunity to interface with one another, to learn, mga yan. So, meron na tayong tinatawag na YouTube University, mga yan. So, if we want to learn skills at the tip of our hand, we can learn and benchmark as much as possible. So, we always take papaayos lang kamko, okay? Yan, we always maximize our learning kasi at least right now, we are opening our physical and face-to-face classes. So pag lumabas tayo, at least parang hindi naman tayo naninibago pa rin. Mabilis pa rin tayong mag-adjust kahit na nasanay na tayo sa online classes or online meetings. Yan. At kapag nag-interface tayo ay nandun pa rin yung ating enthusiasm at alertness sa mga learning practices natin. Yan. Okay, so for our workshop 1, I would just give you a brief intro before Ma'am Joy will break you out into sessions. Yan. Okay, so kindly screenshot or take a pic of our instructions. For the workshop, number 1 is for groups to assign a documenter and a reporter. So kapag nag-group po kayo mamaya, please assign a documenter and a reporter. It would be better kung meron tayong prepared na laptop, mga yan kung meron. Kung wala, pwede namang isulat, yan, magsulat. Pero yung sa reporting, we encourage that this will be virtual and online presentation. Kung meron kayong ibibigay ni Ma'am Joy yung form through Microsoft Word, pwede nyong i-screen share later on or kung gusto nyong i-PowerPoint, mga yan. So para makita ng ating participants. Participants should identify the safety and health hazards. So narinig ko si Engineer Flora kanina. I remember him parang nag-attend ka na later on, before, no? Nagko-completion ba si John Ray?
Ma'am, hindi po. Bale, SO1 po siya last time.
Ay, okay. So, estudyante natin noon, ano?
Yes po, ma'am.
Ngayon, ano na siya, mechanical engineer na?
Yes po, ma'am. Engineer na po.
Congratulations. Congratulations, John Ray. And to the other graduates who already passed the board exam. Sa mga students, this is a chance for you to be inspired, be motivated. Makikita nyo yung mga nakapasa na ng board exam, tapos yung mga nasa field na. So let this be a learning inspiration and motivation for you to try harder in your different fields of endeavor. So meron din tayong medtech, yan. So from the medical field, yan. So this will be a learning opportunity for all of us. So yung na-share ni Engineer John Ray kanina, we will apply this through this morning workshop, which is to identify the safety and health hazards on the following photos of the process, the operations, the activities using the prescribed format of hierarch form. Ano na ulit yung hierarch, Mr. or Engineer John Ray? Ano na ulit tayo for hierarch? Hazard, identification, risk assessment, and control. Yan. So yan yung hierarch. Yan yung pinaka-hard ng ating BOSH or occupational safety and health would be the hazard identification, risk assessment, and control. So we are able to develop our skills on identifying the different hazards, whether it be safety and health hazards. And then we are able to measure through risk assessment. Yan. So later in the trainings, you will be trained on the risk assessment. Yan. So yung ating hierarch basic work form po ay nai-send na sa inyong group chat. So yun ang gagamitin natin. On the portion of the hazards identification, the participants should identify the task, hazard, safety, and health effects. So dun sa form, nakalagay po doon yung hazard identification, yung risk assessment, tapos yung control. So please take note that your session for this morning, you will only be asked to accomplish the hazard identification part together with the health effects, mga yan. So, huwag muna kayong pupunta sa risk assessment kasi tuturuan pa kayo this afternoon or on the day 3 session. So again, you will only have to accomplish the hazard identification part and health effects. So after your discussion, you will be asked to discuss the findings of safety inspection to the class. Yan. So this will be the hazard identification, risk assessment control form. So we will start after our instructions and then until 8:30 to maybe 9:30. Yan, 8:30 to 9:30. So you will work with your group for this form. Afterwards, we will discuss, you will report until 10:30. Afterwards, you will have the next module. Yeah. So, this is the hierarch form. So, gaya ng nasabi ko kanina, you will just be requested to work on the hazard identification part. So, the work activity. So ito, you will identify what work activity you would choose. Meron tayong example later on. And then you determine the type of hazard, whether it be a safety, a health hazard, and then you determine the possible effects. So itong risk analysis and risk evaluation and risk control, you will fill this out in your next workshops. So keep the soft copy of your work and you will use this in the next sessions. So, clear all drawings. Yan. Yan. So, as a review, the safety hazards are those precautions which, if not considered, can cause immediate or violent accidents. Yan. So, yan yung na-discuss kahapon on the safety hazards. So, ang sinasabi nito, ito yung mga hazards na if not considered or corrected immediately, they can cause immediate or violent accidents. So parang yung na-discuss kahapon yung fire hazard. So kung hindi siya na-correct immediately, like overloading, so it can lead to fire. Or faulty electrical wiring, mga yan, or mechanical hazards, mga yan. Poor housekeeping, so halimbawa there's a slippery floor, yan. So kung hindi siya na-correct immediately, it can cause slipping, mga yan. Halimbawa may nadulas o kaya may nalaglag or may nag-collapse or may nasunog, may namatay, mga yan. So those are immediate hazards which are considered the safety hazards. So meron din tayong na-discuss on the health hazards. Yan. So nabanggit din kanina na yung mga health hazards are yung physical, chemical, biological, and ergonomic hazards. So yung ibang lecturers or resource persons, dinadagdag na din yung social, yan. Although this is not yet established kasi it would, or the social hazard they say would differ from people to people. So yung mga established ngayon are the physical, chemical, biological, ergonomic hazards. So do not forget these basic concepts because you will use this in the succeeding sessions as well. So sinabi nating physical, so nandyan yung for illumination, yung vibration, temperature, pressure, what else? Noise, radiation, mga yun po. So napakadaming types of hazard, whether we are working at home, working in the office, working in outdoors, construction, mining, manufacturing, office, restaurant, lahat po, there are different types of hazards. So aside from physical hazard, yung sinasabi natin chemical hazard. So yung chemical hazards in the form of dust, gases, ano pa yung mga types of chemical hazards natin, particulate matter, and other fumes, mga yan po are the chemical hazards. And then yung biological hazards in the form of microorganisms like COVID-19 is a type of a biological hazard in the form of virus, bacteria, fungi, and all other types of diseases which are biological in nature. Ergonomic hazard, examples of this are poor carrying procedure, poor lifting, poor posture, poor equipment design, poor working environment, mga yan po yung ating ergonomic hazard. And yun nga, yung dinadagdag is yung social hazard. So this would relate to our social skills, our social interactions with regards to relationship with other people, mga yan po, with ourselves, mga yan, our mental health. This can pose hazards and this can affect our working relationships and working environment. Yan. So, yan, na-define ko na yung safety hazard and the health hazards. So, this is an example of our output later on. So, halimbawa, ganito po yung expected output natin, like work activity, for example, mining operation. The hazards are, nandyan yung poor illumination, poor ventilation. So these are physical hazards. Presence of toxic gases, this is a chemical hazard. So what are the possible effects? So injury, so if poor illumination yan, so halimbawa nadulas siya or nalaglag siya or natumba siya kasi hindi niya nakikita yung daanan niya, hindi niya nakikita yung tinatrabaho niya, na nasugatan siya or namatay, mga yan. So those are examples of possible health effects. So with regards to toxic gases, inhalation, so halimbawa na suffocate, lung disease, mga yan. So these are examples of health effects. Another work activity, like example, construction. So the workers are exposed to high temperature kapag during daytime. Yan, so they are exposed to extreme temperatures of high or low. Minsan may nagtatrabaho ng gabi or minsan umuulan. They have to do their work. They have to finish. They have to complete their task. They are exposed to low temperature, mga yan. Minsan may nagtatrabaho ng gabi, mga yan po. So they are exposed to hazards of temperature. So health effects can be heat stress, mga yan po, heat stroke, mga yan, cold stress, mga yan po. Or the chemical hazards of dust. So, halimbawa, yung galing, for example, sa mga sand, sa mga aggregates, sa cement, mga yan po, sa mga paints, chipping, mga yan. So, they can be exposed to silicosis from silica, coming from the raw materials, and then tuberculosis, lung disease, mga yan. So, dun sa mga next na examples natin, so you can be more specific, like the work activity of welding, mga yan. Work activity of transporting the goods, mga yan. Sige, so may I turn over the floor to Miss Joy for the grouping po? Or if you have any questions sa ating workshop. Ma'am Joy, pwede po natin silang i-group?
Yes po. Yes, ma'am. Bale, yung groupings po, sa group 1 po, Sir Drexel Belliega, Sir Errol Steve, Sir George, Sir Jordan Apagna, Sir Michael Manabat, and Sir Nelson Banasan. Sa group 2 naman po, Ma'am Charmy Jean, Sir Chester Joseph, Sir Cruz Johan, Sir Jonoris Cesar, Sir Rembel Dominic, and Sir Reggie Carulla. Next po, sa group 3, Sir Daniel Fortaleza, Ma'am Hazel Ann, Sir Erwin Isaac, Sir John Ray Flora, Ma'am Maureen Denise, and Ma'am Rosana Galliano. Sa group 4 naman po, Ma'am Grazel Joanne, Sir Junel, Sir Junil Ivan Malig, Sir Caleb, Ma'am Melo Jane, and Sir Paul Gerard Mararak. Sa group 5 po, Sir Glenn Ziganay, Sir Mark Christian, Ma'am Nicole Allison, Sir Ronnie Del Rosario, Ma'am Chanel, and Ma'am Zien Alzia. Yun po yung groupings natin. Ma'am, start ko na po bang i-breakout? Or
ipakita ko lang yung mga pictures. Clear ba? Or may tanong po, you can raise your hand kung hindi nyo nakuha yung yan. So may chat. Nakuha nyo po ba yung grouping nyo? Ma'am, paulit po ng group 2. Sige, so paulit.
Ay, okay po. Wait, so sa group 2 po, Ma'am Charmy Jean, Sir Chester Joseph, Sir Johan Cruz, Sir Cesar Junoris, Sir Rembel Dominic, and Sir Reggie Carulla.
Okay, so alam niyo na po yung grouping ninyo. Please take a photo or screenshot of your group picture assignment. Yan. So, for group 1, ang assignment niyo po is a virtual inspection of the admin office. Yan. So, itong mga po natin, yung mga locations, ma'am, wala pong Lozano.
Yun po, sir, group 4 po, group 4. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Miss Joy. So, ito pong mga work locations natin, usually, ito yung mga offices composing a certain company, a certain institution. So, halimbawa, kayo po ay nasa group 1, so kayo po ay na-assign sa admin office. Yan, so this will be the picture that you will use as reference in determining, listing down the hazards identification. Yan. Paki-screenshot ng group 1 or paki-picture. Yan. So sa isang manufacturing company or other types of companies, meron ding warehouse area. Yan. So pwedeng office, isang office company siya pero meron siyang materials and equipment. Yan. So meron din siyang warehouse area. So ito po yung assignment ng group 2 to identify the safety and health hazards in a warehouse area. So, yan yung ating illustration. I hope na screenshot ng group 2. For group 3 naman, you will be assigned in the production area. So, yung company natin ay isang food manufacturing company. So yung group 1 nasa admin office na sila, yung group 2 nasa warehouse area sila, yung group 3 nandito na po tayo sa production area. So kayo po ay assigned to inspect the safety and health hazards in the production area of a food manufacturing company. And then, yung group 4, tayo po ay maa-assign sa operations area. So, food manufacturing siya, pero meron din siyang operations area. Ito naman yung illustration ng kanyang operations. Yan, so screenshot or picture ng group 4 kasi kayo po ay naka-assign dito sa operations area. At yung last group natin ay ma-assign sa events area. Yan. So, ito naman yung mga interaction nyo with the clients, with the customers. So, ito yung inyong events area. So, kayo po ay ma-assign to determine the safety and health hazards in the events area. So, may questions po ba? Okay, kung wala na, Ma'am Joy will assign you in your different groupings. So please be active. Don't be shy. This will be an opportunity for you to build connections, di ba? Later on, pag kailangan nyo ng papasukan, halimbawa na on-the-job training, baka mabigyan kayo ni Sir Junel Maturan sa JFCC, di ba? Mga ganyang opportunity po. O nung iba po na companies dito, baka later on may job hiring sila, at least nandyan, meron kayong connections with each other, or may kailangan kayo, halimbawa, nasa company kayo, may kailangan kayo sa isang company like lending, gas, meron tayong mga ganong company. So, you will build connections kasi napaka-importante po, mas mapapadali ng connections ang mga buhay natin kapag may mga kakilala tayo, mga kaibigan tayo. So, we'll just have to ask at may solusyon na sa mga problema natin, di ba? Sa mga trabaho natin. So, ganyan ka-exciting, kadali ng mga buhay kung meron tayong mga kaibigan, meron tayong mga kakilala, mga yan. So, mas madali ang trabaho natin. So, don't be shy with your groupings. Be alive, alert, awake. And then, at 9:30, kung hindi nyo matapos, we can extend until 9:45 and we will do the group presentation. So, wala na po bang tanong? Kung wala pong tanong, i-break out na po kayo ni Ma'am Joy. And then I can visit you in your different groups and I will observe po on how you will do your workshop. Thank you very much po.
Okay po. So, open ko na po yung ating breakout rooms. Pakihintay na lang po. Paki-accept na lang po yung invitation sa inyo. Thank you. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Joy. Mga last 10 minutes.
Ay, okay po, ma'am. Sige po. Then, break na ba sila, ma'am? Or continue sa reporting na po?
Mag-working break na lang tayo, ano? Ay, ano bang oras ang break sana? 10:15?
10:15, ma'am.
Ay, sige, mag-ano muna tayo, mag-report bago mag-break.
Ay, okay po, ma'am. Sige po.
Sige, thank you ha. Kumusta kayo? Nasa office ka?
Yes, ma'am.
Sino kasama mo?
Si Kuya Isra po.
Ay.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, kumusta na? Anong balita?
Ayos lang ta, ma'am. Ilan ta?
Nasaan na nga yung merienda natin?
Merienda daw.
Daan na lang ako sa office nyo, ma'am.
Oo nga, wala ka nang binibiling merienda ngayon, ano?
Wala, di na-send online eh.
Oo nga. Ano ba ito? Day 3 nila bukas?
Yes, ma'am.
Tapos day 4?
Day 4, Monday, ma'am. Hanggang 31 po yung training, ma'am.
Day 4, day 5. Sinong nagturo kahapon?
Si Sir Nelson po, ma'am.
Nelson. Tapos bukas?
Bukas, ma'am, si Sir Rod po. Nagpa-reschedule si Sir Rod po. Bukas daw siya. Dapat 4 and 5. No, 4th and 5th date dapat po si Sir Rod. Nagpa-change ng schedule.
Sino yung hapon ngayon?
Baka si Sir, Ian. Yung sa po, back
Medical, no? Surveillance.
Yes po.
Ay, okay. Tapos mag-day 4 daw ako sa, sa June 4. Anong yun? Mga students din?
June 4. Yes, ma'am, mga students ng SLU.
Day 4.
Yes.
Kailan sila mag-start sa
June 1,
June 1?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mga students din. Tapos, anong course nila ngayon?
Ma'am, IE naman po. IEE rin, ma'am. Mix din po.
Okay. Sige. Sige,
Ma'am,
so
sige, ma'am.
Oo, tapusin lang nila siguro 9:40, i-close natin, no?
Okay, ma'am. Sige po. 5 minutes pa, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello, kumusta po kayo?
Hi, ma'am.
Okay na, nandito na kayong lahat? Po. Yes. Ma'am Joy, may ano ka ba? Reminders?
Yun po, reminder po. Ayun, paki-on na lang din po ulit yung mga camera natin, mga ma'am and sir. Ayan po, tapos po yung mga hindi pa po nakasend ng pictures po, pasend na po sa email po yung mga forms and ID pictures. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Joy. So, kumusta kayo? May nakilala naman na kayo sa group nyo? Thumbs up nga yung may mga naging friends na sa group nila. Thumbs up nga dyan. Yan, very good, very good. Importante yan, di ba? Yan yung part din natin ng people skills. Yan, so importante yan. Lalo na yung iba na magsa-start pa lang maghanap ng work, kailangan meron tayo nitong mga social skills. Pasend na lang po ng email. Ayan. Yan. So yung mga working din, kailangan natin yan sa interaction natin sa clients natin, sa colleagues natin, mga yan. Send namin yung worksheet ng group 2. Ayan. So maganda yan kahit na virtual, nakaka-build tayo ng connections sa iba't ibang tao, iba't ibang opisina. Napaka-advantageous. Yan. So, okay na ba yung groups? Yan. O sige, so can we start with group 1 reporting? Group 1, sino po ang group reporter nila?
Yes, ma'am.
Sige, so please screen share yung kung meron po kayong presentation for group 1. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome group number 1. They are assigned at the admin office. Sino po ang magre-report?
Ako po, ma'am.
Okay, let us welcome Mr. Drexel. Okay, Drexel. You may take the floor.
Okay, so good morning po. Yung group 1 po is na-assign sa amin is admin office work. So ito pa yung mga na-identify namin na safety hazards. First is obstruction in the fire exit door. So ang magiging effect niyan, pag in case of fire, pwede kayong matrap sa loob kasi hindi agad mabubuksan yung fire exit. Next is merong fluid spillage on the floor. So ang effect po niyan, pwede kang madulas, so physical injuries po. Yun. Pwede mong masaktan yung sarili mo pag nadulas ka. Next is overstocking of books. So parang poor housekeeping po yan. So pwedeng yung effect po, pwedeng mahulog. Tapos pwede kang matamaan ng mga libro pag nahulog. Next po na nakita namin is poor wiring. So parang may mga nakaano po na wire dun sa office. So effect po, pwede kang mapatid pag dun sa wire. So pag naglalakad ka. Next is not using proper equipment in replacing a light bulb. So effect po, high risk of falling. Dun sa picture kasi meron yung papalit ng light bulb tapos parang nakatayo siya sa office chair. So parang yung chair na yun parang may wheels pa pero hindi kita sa picture, pero yun, unsafe po. Yun, pwedeng mahulog. Tapos physical injury. So next is putting plant over electrical equipment. So, doon po sa picture, may nakalagay po na plant sa parang taas po ng CPU, parang ganun po. So, tapos parang tumutulo pa po yung tubig. Yung tubig galing dun sa plant. So, pwedeng mag-cause ng fire or electrocution. Next is not putting the fire extinguisher within visible range. So, yung fire extinguisher kasi parang nakalagay siya sa loob ng parang cabinet. So, effect po, slow response in case of fire. So, hindi po makikita agad kung nasaan yung fire extinguisher pag may sunog. So, next is damaged floor. So, parang may butas po yung floor. So, effects po nito, pwede kang ma-trip dun sa damaged floor. So, next po is yung health hazards. So, una po naming nakita sa health hazards is meron ba yung babae na nagbubuhat ng madaming libro. So, carrying too much weight. Parang ergonomics po to. So, health hazard. Effects po, pwedeng back pain. So, pwede siyang risk of falling. Tapos, obstruction of sight. Dahil parang mataas yung binubuhat niya, hindi niya makikita kung saan siya hindi niya nakikita kung saan siya pumupunta. Obstruction of sight. Next of health hazards is outlet overloading. So, meron yung dalawang saksakan lang pero ang daming nakasaksak. So, effects po niyan pwedeng mag-cause ng fire. Yan. Next po sa health hazards is meron pong naninigarilyo doon. So, pwede po yung mag-cause ng respiratory problems. Hindi lang po doon sa naninigarilyo, kundi pati rin sa mga co-workers niya. Second hand smoking. So, pwede rin mag-cause ng fire kapag hindi natapon ng maayos. Next is eating in the work desk. So, eating in the work desk, parang pwedeng makasira ng equipment, no? Kapag natapon yung kape mo dun sa computer mo, pwedeng makasira. Tapos parang unhealthy din siya kasi pwedeng langgamin yung pagkain mo o kaya mag-attract ng mga daga, ants. Next is poor working environment. So parang na-generalize to, parang meron kasing worker doon na parang sobrang daming basura. So parang magulo yung office nila. So nagko-cause po ito ng irritation. Parang kasi sabi nakakairita kasi parang madumi yung workplace. So parang health hazard. Next is improper seating posture, ergonomics. Pwede kang matumba, tapos back injuries. Next po is improper posture. Meron po dun yung nag-aayos ng equipment tapos parang pangit po yung posture niya. So pwedeng mag-cause ng back pain. So, yun po yung mga nakita namin. Thank you po.
Thank you, Group 1. Palakpakan po natin ng Group 1. Huwag nyo munang tanggalin sa screen share. Paki-screen share pa rin. So, sino yung members ng Group 1, Drexel?
Yes po, ma'am.
Sige na, sabihin mo sila. Mag-raise ng hand o mag-thumbs up. Yan, sina Sir George, Michael, sino pa? Jordan. Ayan, so congratulations sa Group 2. Sige, so lang natin, i-analyze lang natin yung Group 1 pala, Group 1, sorry.
Po, ma'am.
Group 1, tama. Palakpakan natin ng Group 1. So, i-analyze lang natin yung output nila. So, tingnan natin ang nakalagay dito ay annotate. So, ang work activity sa admin office, so ang na-identify nila yung obstruction in the exit door. So, health hazard are trapped during event. Overstocking, poor wiring yan. So, okay naman. Itong poor housekeeping lang, ilagay nyo na siya dito sa... Itong poor housekeeping, ilagay nyo na siya dito sa hazard, okay? Kasi hindi siya effect. So, siya ay isang hazard. At ang effect ng poor housekeeping ay pwedeng, anong mga effect? Sleeping, mga ganyan, di ba? Yan. Tripping, yan. So, yun. Titingnan nyo yung safety and health hazards. High risk of falling, okay? Electrocution, slow response, tripping. Okay. So, may mga na-identify kayo for housekeeping, for wiring. So, these are electrical hazards. Electrical hazards, mga yan. Sige. So, pakitaas po yung yan. So, ergonomic hazard on carrying too much weight. So, my effects are back pain, falling. Okay, good. Sige, pakibaba. Nataas pala yan. Okay, so clear all drawings. So, short circuit causing fire. Okay, fire causes destruction of work equipment, irritation, falling. Okay, good. Okay. So, very good. Group 1, at least na identify natin yung hazards doon sa admin area. Tapos na-identify natin yung mga possible health effects. So, you keep this file because you will use this in your workshop for risk assessment. Tuturuan kayo kung paano determine ng severity at likelihood at makukuha yung risk. And then, tuturuan kayo on the control. Yan. So, thank you group number 1. So, let us welcome naman yung group number 2. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Sino po ang group reporter?
Charmy Simpal.
Okay, let us welcome Miss Charmy Jean Simpal from Sultan Kudarat.
Okay. Group 2, work area is warehouse. Work activity, number 1 is lifting of heavy crates. Number 2 is storage or storing. Number 3, throwing an equipment or tools to a co-worker. Okay, number 1.
Excuse ma'am, Charmy, may share screen po ba?
Hindi ako marunong mag-share ng screen mo.
Sige,
pero sinend ko sa iyo, ma'am. Nag-send ako sa group.
Okay, desktop. Sige, tingnan ko kung may share ko. Hi, RBA.
Ma'am, ako na lang po mag-screen share, ma'am.
Ay, sige, please.
Please, ma'am.
Sige po. Sige, antayin lang natin ha, yung output ng group 2. Habang nag-screen share, i-raise hand nga yung mga group 2 members. Si Raiji, si Miss Charmy, si Mr. Junoris, Mr. Rembel, Chester, yan. Alam niyo ba kung nasaan si Miss Charmy? Yan. I-introduce mo ma'am yung inyong services.
Okay. Services po.
Yung location mo.
Okay. Okay, I am from Sultan Kudarat, Tacorong City, Mindanao. I am graduate of Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technologies, and I am the owner of MC Power Gas Station in Tacorong City.
Yan, so may kakilala na tayo sa Sultan Kudarat. Pag pupunta tayo doon, hanapin natin si Ma'am Charmy. Di ba, Ma'am Charmy?
Opo.
Yan. Sige, Ma'am Charmy, please start the report po.
Okay. Group 2. Work area is warehouse. Na-discuss namin sa is yung work activity based doon sa picture is number 1, lifting of heavy crates. And then doon sa lifting of heavy crates, ang hazard naman doon is unorganized storage of crates, lifting of heavy crates alone, improper handling. Ang magiging possible effect noon sa worker is yung back injury niya, falling object might cause physical injury, and physical injury to workers. Yung number 2 naman is storage or storing, unorganized, fire, falling object, heavy equipment, working at heights, slip and trips, improper storage. So, ang magiging effect naman doon sa mga worker are possible doon po burn, sunugan tayo. Then, back injury, falling object might cause physical injury, and damage of supplies. Then, number 3 is throwing an equipment or tool to a co-worker. Yung hazard naman is throwing an equipment or tool to a co-worker, poor working posture, unclear waste, poor housekeeping, improper elevating platform, falling objects, overexertion, heavy equipments. Then possible effects is same pa rin is back injury, falling object might cause physical injury, improper body posture. Possible lahat kasi doon is yung mga tao ang involved. Kaya yung effect sa kanila is yung mga sa katawan, sa physical nila kasi yun yung nakita namin na masyadong gamit yung mga, minsan hindi siya tama yung pagka-posture, pagbigay nila sa mga, pag-throwing nila sa kada kasama nila. Kaya halos lahat doon sa physical ang tama or sa body posture nila. Kaya yun po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Charmy. Palakpakan po natin ang group number 2. Wala pa kayong kamay dyan? Yan. Okay, good. Sige. So, i-analyze lang natin yung kanilang output. So, sila ay nasa warehouse. Okay, so lifting of heavy crates. Okay, so yun yung activities. Lifting, storage, throwing. Yan. So, ang hazard, unorganized yun. So, kung makikita nyo yung mga hazard, yung mga improper work practices, di ba? So, later on, you will encounter yung theories of accident causation. Usually, or yung data would be the ano yung data natin for unsafe actions? It comprises how many % ng accidents daw? Sinong nakakaalala nun? John Ray, ilang %? Yung accidents are usually caused by unsafe actions and unsafe conditions. Yung actions, ilang %? Good. Okay. Tama, Mr. Junoris, 88% are due to unsafe actions. And 10% are due to unsafe conditions. Yan, ituturo yan doon sa accident causation. 2% are due to acts of God. So kung titingnan nyo, unsafe actions of unorganized storing, improper handling, makikita nyo yung mga negative na unsafe actions, unorganized. Yun. So okay naman to, dagdagan lang yung mga descriptions. Ano to? Fire hazard due to overloaded. Meron ba yun? Overloaded switches or outlets, mga yon. Yung i-expound lang yung ating descriptions. Falling objects, heavy equipment, mga improper storage of stocks, mga ganyan. Hazards on tripping hazard, mga yan, tama. Throwing equipment yon. So makikita nyo, it is an unsafe action of throwing an equipment, poor working posture, uncleared waste. Yan. So makikita nyo mga negative na actions, unsafe actions and procedures, and then unsafe working conditions, which are the main causes or sources of the hazard. So okay, tama itong mga effects niya, back injury, physical injury, burns, back injury, okay, damage to supplies or damage to equipment, yan, okay. Good. So meron tayong chat, 88% yan. So thank you, Mr. Junoris. So palakpakan po natin yung group number 2. Yan. Maraming salamat, group 2. So at least natututo na tayo na mag-identify ng hazards. Thank you very much. So makikita nyo kahit office lang or storage, napakadami na nating makikita. So kahit tayo ay working from home, naka-expose din pala tayo sa mga different types of hazards. So we need also to implement control measures. Okay, good. So let us welcome group number 3. Sino po ang reporter? Si Miss Maureen. Yan, sige. Paki-screen share.
Wait lang. So, bali yung napunta po sa amin is production area po. Under production area po, yung na-identify po namin under safety hazards is unclean work area po. Kasi po, as we can see po sa picture, marami pong nagkalat dito sa baba, sa floor na potatoes po. Next please, oil leakage. No operator at the hot oil control. Number 4 po na-identify po namin is no improper use of slicer. Number 5 po, machine parts are not adequately guarded. Number 6, floor markings aren't followed. 7, time pressure. 8, drink on top of the machine. Yung possible health and safety hazard effect po nito is it can cause injuries or accidents po. The drink above the machine can cause electrical short circuit if spilled. Next, possible sources of fires. It can also cause serious injury or can cut a part of the body. Then, possible of sleeping and tripping can cause the head to hit the floor. Under health hazards naman po, yung na-identify po namin is lack of personal protective equipment po. Second, smoking. Third, poor material handling. Next is improper posture and unclean work area. A possible safety and health hazard effect, it can cause the workers at risk of exposure. It can also cause muscular strain or back pain po. And last, risk of contamination of food. So, yun po lahat nung na-identify po namin na hazards and yung possible effect niya.
Thank you, Miss Maureen. Sige nga, mag-raise hand yung group 3. Nasaan sila? Group 3, nandiyan si Miss Rosana, Mr. John Ray. Sino pa sila? si Mr. Daniel, Fortaleza. Yan, saan ba sila? Yan, okay. Yan, so salamat sa group si Hazel Ann. Yan, kasama din sa group number 3. So thank you, group 3. So i-analyze natin yung kanilang works and production area. Yan. So pwede siyang i-specify din kung ano yung mga work activities sa production. So ano ba yung mga nakita nating pictures? So yun sa manufacturing, so sa transporting, mga ganun, di ba? Yung nandun na activities. So hazards and clean, yan. So makikita nyo naman mga negative or unsafe actions. So unclean work area, oil leakage, yan. So may chemical hazard, improper use of slicer, machine parts, mechanical hazard, floor markings, drink or food on top of the machine. Ano yung mga effect niya? Injuries can cause electrical circuit. Okay, fire can cause serious injury. Okay, possible sleeping. Okay, sleeping or tripping. Health hazard, PPE. Okay. Poor material handling. Ayan. So makikita niyo talaga mga naka-state sa negative, di ba? Yung mga unsafe actions and conditions which are causing the safety and health hazard. Okay, good. Workers at risk of exposure to the hazard. So pwede yun nga yung physical injury, mga yan, di ba? Or health hazard can cause muscular risk of contamination. Okay. Okay, good. Palakpakan natin ang group number 3. Yan. So please keep your file and you will do this later on. You will work on this. Pero you try to yung i-specify nyo kung ano yung specific activity. Yan. So halimbawa sa food manufacturing yun. Kasi pag nag-risk assessment kayo, at least makita nyo na para sa food manufacturing, ito yung risk assessment niya, yung likelihood niya ay ganito. Yung severity niya or yung effect niya would be negligible to toxic or deadly, mga ganyan. So, please specify din later on kung ano yung activity para kapag nag-risk assessment kayo tapos nag-control measures, mas specific at exact yung inyong output. Yan. So, dagdagan na lang yung activities may specify. Okay, salamat po. Group number 3, reported by Miss Maureen. Okay, let us welcome group number 4. Sino po ang reporter?
Ako po, ma'am.
Okay, let us welcome Miss Gracel Joanne Lagman. Si Gracel ay saang school or office?
Ma'am, St. Louis University po.
Anong course and year?
Ma'am, graduate po, chemical engineering.
Naka-board exam na?
Hindi pa po, ma'am.
Ay, sige, galingan mo yung board exam ha para mag-apply ka sa aming.
Ay, yes, ma'am.
Oo. Saan ka nag-OJT?
Ma'am, sa EMB po.
EMB?
Opo.
Laboratory, no? So, sa
yes,
pollution control. Yan. So,
yes.
Let us welcome Miss Gracel Joanne Lagman to report the output of Group 4.
So, group number 4, ito po yung sa amin, operation area. So, number 1, so work activity is that the piling of materials. The hazard here is improper lifting of object. The possible effect, injury to the back, the neck, shoulder, arms, and hips. Number 2, welding works. The hazard here is inhalation of fumes and no PPE. Ito pong no PPE, wala po siyang eye protective, wala po siyang protection sa eyes niya. So, ang possible effect is lung disease and eye irritation. Number 3 is the lifting operation. So, the hazard here is the materials are falling. The possible effects are minor injury and permanent fracture. Number 4 is the storage of chemicals. The hazard here is improper storage of chemicals. So this improper storage of chemicals can cause explosion, fire, and poisoning. So number 5, the smoking area. So in this sa operation area, meron yung unsafe smoking area because dun sa lalaking nag-smoke na ipakita kasi dun sa picture na may kasama siyang chemical na may kasama siyang chemical. So this can cause infection, death, and fire. This is also toxic. So number 6, the implementation of PPE in the workplace. So as general, doon sa picture, no PPE, personal protective equipment. Some are wearing slippers, others don't have hard hats, and others are wearing shorts and sandal. So this can cause injury, cuts, and chemical burns. Number 7, dun sa part of repairing, pwedeng fall off person, pwedeng mahulog yung person, magkaroon siya ng minor injuries. And number 8, repairing also. Meron doon sa picture, open hole. So wala siyang barrier, wala siyang signage na may open hole and hindi siya nakaveran. So the possible effect of this is death and fall. Number 9 is the materials used in the processing. Unorganized materials or improper housekeeping of materials. This can cause minor injuries. Number 10, boxes piled on the stairs. Obstruction on the stairs. This can cause minor injuries or permanent fracture. Number 11, the equipment used in the workplace. The spillage under the forklift. So this can cause minor injuries, slipping on greasy surface that can cause fracture. Number 12 is the wire connections, improper management of cable wires. So ito po kasi yung wire niya is that nadadaanan po ng forklift. Therefore, pwede rin po ang effect po nito is electric shock or fire. Number 13, we have observed sa picture na merong mga debris or scattered pieces of waste remain. They can cause injury and cuts. Number 14, improper storage of glass. It can cause cuts or laceration. Number 15, operating a running machine. So yung isang worker dun sa picture ay while the machine is running, pinapakialaman niya yung machine. So this can cause death or injury or ito yung sinasabi namin pwede siyang maipit doon sa machine. So that's all, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Group number 4. Palakpakan po natin. Yan. So thank you. Sino yung mga groups mates mo? Pakitaas nga yung kamay.
Ma'am, sila Sir Junel Maturan, Sir Caleb Lagman, Sir Paul Gerard, and Sir Jerry Robert, Sir Joniel, and Ma'am Melo Jane po.
Thank you. Yan, palakpakan natin. So, nakita niya very comprehensive yung report nila at nakita natin na maraming hazards doon sa operations area. So usually dito nagkakaroon ng mga injuries, mga accidents dahil sa iba't ibang mga activities na ginagawa dito and machineries na present operating within the operations area. So ang dami nilang na-identify like activities on piling, welding, lifting, storing, mga yan. So the hazards, so again makikita nyo yung mga hazards niya, mga unsafe actions of improper lifting, inhalation of fumes, absence of PPE, falling materials, improper storage, yan, unsafe smoking area, toxic, yan, presence of toxic gases, no PPE, mga yan. Sige, pakitaas pa. Yan, obstruction, spillage, sige po. Clear all drawings, sige. Clear. Worker is working while the machine is running, improper storage, debris, mga yan. Scattered pieces of waste, improper management, yan. Okay, good. So, tingnan natin yung mga na-identify nilang mga effects, injuries, fracture, sleeping or tripping, electrocution, fire, yan, okay, death, yan. Okay, good. So, maganda itong detailed na presentation ng Group 4. So kapag nag-risk assessment sila, so halimbawa mag-risk assessment sila on operating a running machine. So later on tuturuan kayo kung paano yung likelihood at severity. So ano ba yung sa likelihood niya is ano yung probability na may ma-injure dahil sa operating a running machine, mga yan. So may rating, tapos doon sa severity, kung sakaling na injure yung tao, pwede bang from negligible to deadly, mga yon yung gagawin sa risk assessment. Later on sa control. So madali na silang mag-identify ng control measure kasi na-specify nila kung doon sa operating running machine, ano yung control measure. So later on, ma-apply yung elimination, substitution, engineering, admin, PPE. Yan. So ganun yung magiging output nyo sa risk assessment and control. Yan. So yung ibang groups, pwedeng i-specify nyo pa ganito para mas madali nyong lagyan ng risk assessment and control. So again, thank you Group 4 and palakpakan po natin si Miss Gracel at ang group nila. Salamat po and then let us welcome Group 5. Yan. So habang nag-present ang Group 5, you can have your snacks para working snack break tayo. Sige po. Yan. So Group 5, let us welcome Miss Chanel Oldico to present the output of Group 5. Take it away, Miss Chanel.
Good morning, everyone. So yung yung area po namin was the event area. Ito po yung picture niya. So for our first safety hazard, we have an organized event area, which includes the boxes, the stalls, and the podium here. So possible effect would be injury and low work motivation kasi pag magulo yung area, usually unmotivated ang mga workers. Next, poor housekeeping and sanitation. This can lead to tripping, accidents, and other serious injuries. Scattered electrical wires or connections may cause death in the worst case due to electrical shock, fire, and explosion. We have blockade of emergency exit, which will cause difficulty of exit in case of emergencies. We have running in the event area, which may cause trips, slips, and falls, and may lead to other major injuries. We have the misplaced fire extinguisher. So pag may fire, it will be difficult to access, and when it is placed on the floor, it may be more susceptible to corrosion. We have damaged chairs and tables, which may lead to injury and other accidents. We have unattended glasses of alcoholic beverages, which when broken may cause injury. There is a ladder, and there is no assistant for the man on the ladder. So elevated height injuries may occur and other accidents sa mga tao na dadaan malapit sa ladder. So we have no caution for hot surface dun sa may kape, and this may cause burns and injury. Next, we have no comfort rooms for PWDs. This may cause accidents kasi PWDs usually use wheelchairs and walking sticks. Di sila makaakyat ng stairs and will be inconvenient to the users kasi ihing-ihi na sila pero di pa sila maka-CR agad. We have possible food spoilage, which causes food poisoning and other illnesses. We have the lack of personal protective equipment, which is related to work-related injuries and other health concerns to the workers. No first aid kit, which may lead to pag may nasugat, hindi agad pwede ma-attend and may cause sepsis and other risks. So we have holes in floor tiles, which may cause trips, slips, and falls, and may lead to other major injuries. So moving on to our health hazards, we have smoking. Improper smoking may lead to respiratory diseases and fire, not only to the smoker, but to the other people surrounding him. We have scattered trash. This may cause air pollution, which causes illnesses galing sa mga fumes from the trash, improperly stored trash. We have empty first aid kit. This was already mentioned in the safety hazards. exposure to noise. Noise exposure may cause stress. In worst case scenarios, may cause high blood pressure and heart attacks to sensitive clients. So the car part is too far away. It was mentioned to be 1 kilometer away and is a physical and ergonomic issue and may cause body and muscle pain and dehydration kasi nasa labas yung car part mainit. So last is food contamination, which may cause salmonella and other sanitation-related diseases such as gastroenteritis and food poisoning. So that is all.
Thank you very much. Group number 5. Sino yung mga group mates mo, Miss Chanel?
Si Mark, Christian po. Si Ma'am, ayun sila po.
Yan. Sige. Thank you, Nicole, Mark Christian, Glenn, Zien. Sino pa? Ba nabanggit ko?
Yung si Sir, sa Rizal po ata.
Yes, sir. Sir, yan. Naka-raise po siya ng hand yan. So, congratulations, group number 5. Palakpakan po natin ang kanilang output. Very comprehensive yan. So, at detailed. Ang nakita lang natin na dito, make the work activities more specific then later.
Medyo malabo yung ma'am, connection.
Yung audio po, medyo
okay.
Ma'am, nawawala po yung audio.
Yan, mas okay na?
Yes, ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay na po.
Yan. So, okay. Again, salamat sa Group 5 sa kanilang detailed output. So, very good. Ito lang yung mga pwede nilang madagdagan pa. Like, sa events area, ano yung activity doon? Like, ano ba yung, doon? Anong part ito, mga ito? Yan. So, pwede nilang dagdagan. Mas specific yung activities of the event area. Like, ano ba yung mga activities doon? Yung interaction with customers, mga yan. Doon sa interaction with customers, ano yung mga nakita nila? May mga running, may mga damaged chairs, halimbawa, may mga electrical, mga ganon, unattended glasses, mga yun. So they can be more specific dito sa activities in the events area para later on, mas madali din siyang magbigay ng risk assessment and control measures. Kasi syempre kung nakaspecify siya na doon sa kanilang sa access area, halimbawa, walang PWD ramp or walang PWD handrail, mga ganon. So ma'am, di po okay audio. Yan. Yan. So far yun yung natin, yun yung comment natin for group 5, but generally okay, madami na specify nila. So do you have any questions dun sa ating group work? Yan, wala bang questions? So kung wala, please congratulate yourself, give a tap on the back. Yan, palakpakan natin ang bawat isa for participating in the workshop. Then we can have a break. So it's 10:25, so we can have a break until 10:35. Tapos we move on to the working environment measurement. Okay? Sige, so thank you and happy snack break po.
Ayun po. Pwede pong mag-off cam po muna. Ayun po. Balik po tayo ng 10:35 AM. Thank you.
Crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you don't wanna see me dancing with with somebody. If you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't stop now. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't show up, don't come out, don't come out, don't stop caring about me now, walk away, you know how, don't stop caring about me now. I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer of 2002. We were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and never. Well, I guess that was true. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs. Now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18, we are more than lovers. Yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002. Yeah, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs, on the day we fell in love. On the day we fell in love. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time.
Ayan, hello po ulit. Ayan, paki-on na po yung mga camera natin, ma'am and sir. Ayan, nakabalik na po ba lahat? Ayan, marami pong naka-off cam. Paki-on na lang po yung mga camera. Salamat po. Yan, okay.
Ano po? Yes,
Yes,
po.
ma'am.
Yan, sige. So, nakakain naman po kayong lahat? Nakamerienda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sige, so thank you for your active participation in our workshop a while ago. Yan, so ang ganda ng ating training dahil meron na tayong workshop application para meron tayong interaction with other members of the group at together we can learn and apply what is being discussed in this training. So our module this morning is on the working environment measurement WEM. Yan. So meron palang means or procedures on how to measure the work environment. Yon, pag sinabi nating polluted. Okay po ba yung audio so far?
Yes po.
Thank you. Yan, so pag sinabi nating polluted ang water, how polluted, sasabihin ng authorities, di ba? O halimbawa sa management natin, polluted yung work area natin, yung production. So, how polluted? Hahanapan kayo ng data. So, pag sinabi niyong maingay, halimbawa, madilim. So, we can generate a report or data on how poorly illuminated, how noisy, how polluted yung water, yung air, yung soil through the working environment measurement. Yan. So, pwede po nating ma-quantify para hindi lang siya qualitative yung mga output natin. So, we can generate data through the WEM. Yan. So for our learning outcomes, pakibasa po ni, sino available dyan na magbasa? Si Sir Daniel.
For our learning outcomes, discuss the evaluation of working environment measurement and identify the equipment used by the industrial hygienist.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Yan. So, for this module, we will discuss the evaluation of the WEM as a requirement of the Department of Labor and Employment. Yun. So, kasama po ito sa requirement ni DOLE kapag nag-i-inspection siya sa mga companies, especially sa mga manufacturing, mga yan. And identify the equipment. Yan. So, gaya nung nabanggit ko kanina na we can generate data so through the use of WEM equipment used by industrial hygienists. Yan. So, usually this is used in other countries or in manufacturing companies, yan, industrial or occupational hygienist. Yan. So, halimbawa sa isang company dito sa PESA noon, yung Texas Instruments, meron silang mga items on industrial hygienist. Mga yan, yun ang tawag nila. Sa mga technical personnel nila who are in charge of measuring and on identifying, measuring, and giving control measure on industrial hazards. Yan. So makikita po natin yung mga equipment na yan later on. Okay. So on the evaluation of health hazards, WEM is the sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working conditions and other fundamental elements of a working environment. Yan. So more on yung atmospheric working conditions. And so halimbawa sinabi natin mabaho, may masamang amoy, mga yan. So we can measure the atmospheric working environment and the other fundamental elements. Like pag sinabi nating panis na yung pagkain na ito, so may mga equipment to measure the bacteria, the salmonella, or whatever microorganisms that may be present on these food materials and other equipment or items. Yan. So pwede po natin siyang i-measure. This is a requirement of DOLE Department Order 160-16 on the guidelines on the accreditation of consulting organizations to provide WEM. So, ito yung maganda dito sa ating OSH kasi we are exposed to different or diverse opportunities. Yan. So, later on, kapag matapos nyo itong BOSH training, you are already safety officers 2, safety officer 2 or SO2. So later on, you can practice your training and then your experience, so you can become safety practitioners. Practitioner, yan. So yun. So ngayon, pag matapos nyo ito, SO2, and then para maging SO3, kailangan nyo ng work experience. Yan. So, as a safety practitioner, pwedeng applyan ito sa Department of Labor and Employment. Yan. So, maraming sectors. Pwedeng occupational health. Yan. So, may mga doctors, nurse, medtechs, mga yan, radtech, mga yan po sa OH, occupational health. Merong mga OSH in the field of mechanical safety. Yan. So, mechanical safety, mga yan, electrical safety. Yan. So, different fields po. Electrical safety, yung nabanggit ko, occupational health, yung mga medical practitioners natin. Tapos, parang ako sa public sector, yan. Meron ding general safety, meron ding services, yan, yung mga teaching, yan, yung halimbawa, mga nagpa-cleaning, nagle-lecture, so pwede sila sa services. Excuse me. Pwede pa ang manufacturing, yan, manufacturing safety, envy, mga yan, chemical, yan. So yun, marami siyang fields na pwede nating sukan. So, yung lagi kong sinasabi dito para sa mga trainees, yung kung ano man yung field mo, you train, you learn, you research so that you can be the best on your field. So, halimbawa, may problema sa electrical installation, nandyan ka to propose solutions, to think, to research, mga yan. Kung ikaw ay chemical engineer, so halimbawa, may problema sa mga pollution equipment or sa mga manufacturing, sa STP, sewage treatment plant, mga yan, sa mga water, air, mga yan. So kaya nating mag-propose, mag-isip ng solusyon, mga yan. So after being a safety practitioner, yung mga fields ay pwede tayong maging safety consultant. Yan, consultant. Yan. Consultant. Yan. So marami po siyang opportunity, safety consultant, tapos safety training organization. Yan. So parang si RBA, sa IDOLE accredited safety training organization, which are composed of consultants and practitioners, mga yan. So other opportunities, yan nga yung WEM services, mga yan po. So as technical people, kaya nating mag-operate ng mga equipment to measure yung ambient air, water, mga yan po. So pwede tayo sa mga WEM services, sa mga consulting firms, mga yan, firms. firms. Yan. Yun. So napakadaming opportunities for OSH. Hindi lang dito sa Philippines, kundi abroad. Yan. So nabanggit ko yon yung mga opportunities na yon with respect to this WEM services. Kasi merong mga accredited ng DOLE to perform the WEM services, and most are technical people like yun nga, mga electrical, mechanical engineers, mga yan, mga sa field naman ng health, mga medtech, mga radtech, mga nurse, doctors, yun. So napakarami pong opportunities nito. We just need to be open to learning. So tingnan natin yung history ng WEM or OSH in general. So the earliest recordings are, pakibasa po ni, sinong pwedeng magbasa dyan? Si Johan Angelo.
So po, rinig po ba?
Yes, Sir Johan.
Earliest recordings, lead poisoning among miners by Hippocrates, father of modern medicine, 4th century BC. Zinc and sulfur hazards by Pliny the Elder, Roman author, 3rd century BC. He perceived health risks to those working with zinc and sulfur. He devised a face mask made from an animal bladder to protect workers from exposure to dust and lead fumes.
Thank you, Mr. Johan Angelo. Yan, so yung mga earliest recording, so even the 4th century, may mga concepts na sila on OSH, on working environment measurement. So makita nyo, nung time ni Hippocrates on the 4th century BC, so meron na siyang mga recordings on lead poisoning. Yan. So siguro by that time, hindi pa nila alam na lead yun. Pero nakikita niya as doctor, nakikita niya na may mga poisoning. Saan kaya nanggagaling yung chemicals na ito? Sabi niya sa mga minahan. So naka-record na siya ng mga chemical hazards during that time. Although siguro, nung 4th century, hindi pa nila alam na lead yun, mga yan, di ba? Nung 3rd century BC naman, the Pliny the Elder, he was a Roman author. So nagsusulat na siya ng mga hazards sa mining din. So ang siguro by the time hindi nila alam na zinc or sulfur yung mga yun. Pero may mga chemicals na nagkukos ng health risk to those working with zinc and sulfur. So itong si Pliny the Elder, nag-devise pa siya ng face mask. So meron na silang concept on OSH, tapos pati yung mga control measures, yan, di ba? PPE. Pero ito, kung ano lang yung available resources during that time. So ito daw, he devised a face mask. So gumawa siya ng PPE made from animal bladder. Yan, kung ano yung available during those times to protect workers from exposure to dust and lead fumes. Ano mga types of hazard po dito? Ito, dust and lead fumes?
Chemical.
Dun sa ating good. So, chemical hazard. So, during that time, nakita na nila na may mga dust and lead fumes. Yan. So, those are parts of the earliest recordings of hazard identification. Yan. So, sino yung nakarinig ng mga music ng Metallica? Mga batang 90s na gaya ko. Anong mga example ng mga music ng Metallica? Ano ang Metallica?
Nothing else matters, ma'am.
Good. Yan, at least may nakarelate. Ano pa? Yung Unforgiven, di ba? Yung Enter Sandman, mga yon, di ba? Mga rock band. So yun yung alam natin. Ano pa?
Sad but true.
Okay, good. Yan. So mga batang 90s na gaya ko o siguro mga millennial pero nakikinig pa rin o narinig na yung sounds ng Metallica. So yan yung alam natin na Metallica. Pero the original Metallica daw was the book written by Georgius Agricola. So ito yung libro niya, yung De Re Metallica. Yan. So yan yung original na Metallica, which was published in 1556, yan, 15th century, published by Georgius Agricola. So he was a town physician in Saxony, Germany, yan. And he studied yung silver mining, yan. So during that time, yung mga doctors usually, sila yung nakaka-encounter ng mga health hazards. So, he described diseases of the lungs, the joints, the eyes, the woodcuts. Yan. So, yan yung mga earliest recordings ng hazard identification. So, dito sa libro ni Georgius Agricola na De Re Metallica, ito yung mga illustrations. Pakibasa nga ni Rembel yung caption, figure 1-A and B.
Figure 1-1A and B. The hazards associated with airborne contaminants were already recognized 400 years ago. These woodcuts from Agricola's De Re Metallica 1556 show some of the methods used to provide ventilation in hazardous atmosphere.
Thank you, Rembel. Yan. So during those times, meron na silang mga concepts on hazard identification. So makikita natin sa libro niya, na-describe na niya yung mga hazards associated with airborne. So karamihan mga airborne contaminants. So makikita natin yung mga chemical hazards in the air were already recognized. So these woodcuts from Agricola's De Re Metallica show some of the methods to provide ventilation. So tingnan nyo, meron na silang concept on control measures. Yan. So identify nila na may hazardous atmosphere, siguro sa amoy o kaya suffocation na effect ng pagpasok sa mining areas. Nakita nila na inadequate ventilation. So implement sila ng mga ventilation. So makikita nyo yung mga yan, meron siyang mga slope protection, tapos meron silang area or meron silang mga methods to provide yung ventilation bago pumasok yung mga miners. Yan. So kasi alam nila na pwedeng may masuffocate, may mamatay sa loob ng minahan na yan or doon sa kanilang small-scale mining, mga yan. So, they provided ventilation as an engineering control measure. Yan. So, others, yan. So, makikita nyo yung kanilang, yan. So, may mga slope protection, di ba? Yan. Para hindi mag-landslide. Yan. Pumasok yung miner, protected yung kanyang working space. Yan. So kung papasok siya, tapos meron siyang mga, yan, tingnan nyo, may mga manual na equipment to provide ventilation. Yan. As engineering control measures. Yan. So tingnan natin ito, pakibasa ni Sir Errol, yung caption. Yun po. Yes, Sir Errol.
Tama po ba ito pong figure 1-2?
Yes po.
Figure 1-2A and B. These woodcuts, also from De Re Metallica, illustrate examples of protective equipment. Protective equipment used by mine and smelter workers. Workers protected themselves from inhalation hazards of mines and smelting operations by using what would be considered by present-day standards a crude respirator from A and B, sometimes made from a goat's bladder. One of the workers in figure B appears to be using a handheld shield against the heat.
Thank you, Errol. Yan. So, during those times, meron na silang concepts nga on mga PPE, yan, naka-mask, naka-boots, yan. Tapos may mga gloves, mga yan. Yan. So, makikita nyo po yung mga workers, yan. Yan, di ba? So, yan po. Yan. So, kung ano nga yung available na materials during those time, like from animals, from plants, mga yun yung mga ginagamit nila na protective equipment, yun. Handheld shield against the heat in figure B. Yan. So, those are the earliest recordings of OSH. Ma'am, wala po audio. Sige. Yan. So these are some of the Metallica quotes from the book. Yan, sige. So, pwedeng pakibasa ni, sinong pwedeng magbasa dyan? Si Melo Jane. Nandiyan ba si Miss Melo Jane? Or hindi daw siya, wala siyang audio? Siya ba yung walang audio? Si Miss Zien na lang.
If the dust has corrosive qualities, it eats away at the lungs and implants consumption in the body, later determined to be silicosis, tuberculosis, and lung cancer.
Thank you, Miss Zien. Okay lang yung audio natin? Is it better?
Yes,
Yan,
ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Zien. Yan, so dun sa libro ni Ray Metallica, so yan, meron na siyang mga identification ng mga chemical hazards. Yan, sinasabi niya na if the dust, yan. So hindi alam kung anong dust yon or kung anong chemical, pero may sinasabi siya na there is something in the workplace of the workers that makes them that affects their lungs, implants consumption in the body. So ngayon, these were determined to be silicosis. Yan. So may mga diseases, silicosis, tuberculosis, lung cancer, yan. Yung mga exposure nila sa iba't ibang chemical hazards in the mining site. Ayan po. Yan, so pagbasa ni Sir Glenn. Yan.
Na may audio po ba?
Yes po.
May audio po ba? Hello po.
Meron, Sir Glenn.
There is found in the mine's black pemphilis which eats wounds and ulcers to the bone. This also corrodes iron. There is a certain kind of cadmia which eats away at the feet of workmen when they have become wet, and similarly their hands and injures their lungs and eyes. Later recognized as manifestations of toxicity of arsenic and cadmium.
Thank you, Sir Glenn. Yan. So, still sa mining, yan, sa libro ni Ray Metallica. So, meron siyang sinasabi na there's a black something, mga yan. Pero hindi nga nila ma-describe pa during those times. Siguro wala pang table of elements, di ba? Wala pa yung chemical table of elements during that time. Pero meron siyang sinasabi na there is this black pemphilis which eats wounds and ulcers to the bone. Yan. Di ba? May mga ano daw siya. Mga accumulation, mga yan. It also corrodes iron, yan, cadmia, yan. Hindi nila ma-identify, pero there is something which eats away at the feet of workmen when they have become wet, and similarly their hands injures their lungs and eyes. So ngayon, during our present day, they recognized as manifestations of arsenic, cadmium. Syempre, those are heavy metals which are naturally occurring. Yan, di ba? Nasa soil natin. So during mining, they may be exposed to the different heavy metals in the soil. Yan po. So those are some of the illustrations and captions in the Ray Metallica. Yan. So ito yung during this time na-develop na yung ating science of OSH, Occupational Safety and Health. So ito yung naging basis ng ating OSH standard. Yan. So kung makikita nyo, ito yung ating OSH standard issued by the Department of Labor and Employment. So you can download a copy of this. Meron po siyang soft copy and then basahin yan tapos pag-aralan kung anong field kayo. Like for example, kung mechanical engineer kayo, meron dito on Rule 1150 on materials handling, storage, boiler, unfired pressure vessels, internal combustion engine. Kung kayo ay nurse or medical practitioner, may Rule 1070 on OH, Occupational Health and Environmental Control. Kung kayo ay electrical safeties or electrical practitioners, meron dito Rule 1210 on electrical safety. The Philippine Electric Code, Electrical Safety Inspection, Electrical Plans, mga yon. Kung civil or architect, yung Rule 1410, Construction Safety. Kung chemical, nandyan yung Rule 1950, Pesticides and Fertilizer, and other fields. So yan, so pwede nyo pong i-download yung soft copy ng libro para meron po kayong Bible on OSH. So pwedeng i-download sa phone, sa laptop, para pag halimbawa gagawa din ng inspection report, so meron kayong reference. So under the Occupational Health and Safety Standard, Rule 1070, the WEM shall be performed by the safety and medical personnel who have taken adequate training and experience. Yan. So, ito na yung mga advanced training natin. So, meron ding advanced training on WEM, mga yan po. So, you can be trained on how to use the industrial hygiene equipment, mga yan. So, IH is or industrial hygiene is another advanced safety training. So after ng BOSH, you can avail of other advanced training. So you can go into being an SO3. Yan. So aside from the work experience as a safety officer, kapag may mga advanced training, you can be promoted as SO3. Yan. So sa WEM services natin, so they are safety and medical personnel who have taken adequate training and experience on WEM. So yung gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, may mga companies who offer WEM services. So we can avail of their services or we can contact the Occupational Safety and Health Center, OSHC. So they also conduct WEM, but they do this all over the country. So minsan, mahirap magpa-schedule or although mas mura sa OSHC, kaya lang sa dami ng handle nila like from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, so they cannot give immediate schedules. So we can get the services of WEM companies like Austria, CRL, and other WEM services. Marami po, pwede nating i-search sa DOLE website yung mga accredited. Yan. So kailangan meron din silang mga permits and trainings given by the Department of Labor and Employment. So yan yung reference natin or legal requirement on the WEM. Yan. So nung COVID-19 pandemic, yan, so halimbawa sa mga companies namin noon sa economic zone, in acquiring a safety seal, yan, so sa pag-acquire nila ng safety seal certification, di ba? They are not allowed to operate during that time, di ba? So they needed a safety seal certificate. Yan. So before they operate, they undergo the process of safety seal accreditation. Yan. So, merong mga measurement of, halimbawa, to ensure na safe yung hangin, meron silang mga air exchange equipment to measure, di ba? How many or how much air with, or what is the air exchange. Yan. So, merong equipment na ginagamit, mga yan. Tapos yung other requirements are OSHA programs, mga yan. So, chine-check nila yung during the inspection, yan. So, OSHA programs like yung physical distancing, mga yan, di ba? So, these are engineering and admin control and PPE. So, may mga PPEs provided ba? Mga mask, mga face shield before, di ba? Tapos, ano pa yung mga requirements natin? Mga isolation facilities, mga yon, isolation facilities. Yan. Yan yung mga chinek during the issuance or inspection before they give the safety seal. Yan. So, tinitignan yung ventilation, mga yan. And then, PPE, programs, trainings, orientations, mga yan po. Treatment facility, mga ganyan. So, yun yung mga application ng OSH during the COVID-19 pandemic, where WEM also played an important role, di ba? Kailangan ma-check na safe yung working environment bago tayo magpapasok. Otherwise, yan yung mga binantayan, yung mga industries, like halimbawa sa call center, mga yan. So they stayed there for how many hours, they are near each other, yan. So ano ba yung mga control measures para hindi mag-spread ang COVID-19. So yan yung mga binantayan, like the call centers, the manufacturing, the production, mga yan po. Kasi mas mabilis yung transmission dahil nga dikit-dikit, tapos they stayed there for how many hours, mga yan. So yung exposure, mga yan po. So under Rule 1077, pakibasa na. Sinong pwedeng magbasa dyan? Hindi ko pa narinig si Mr. Caleb. Okay ba yung audio mo? Pakibasa.
Ito po ba lahat?
Oo.
O yung first bullet lang?
Lahat po.
Lahat.
Yes po.
Working environment measurement shall include temperature, humidity, pressure, illumination, ventilation, and concentration of substance and noise. The employer shall carry out the working environment measurement in indoor or other workplaces where hazardous work is performed and shall keep a record of such measurement, which shall be made available to the enforcing authority. The working environment measurement shall be performed periodically as may be necessary, but no longer than annually. The working environment measurement shall be performed by the safety and medical personnel who have taken adequate training and experience in working environment measurement. In the event of inability to perform the working environment measurement, the employer shall commission the Bureau, Center for Occupational Safety and Health or Regional Labor Office concerned and other institutions accredited or recognized by the Bureau to perform the measurement.
Thank you, Mr. Caleb. Yan. So ito yung legal reference ng WEM, OSH, Occupational Safety and Health Standards, Rule 1077.03 on the requirements. Yan. So ang sabi niya, the WEM shall include temperature. So makikita, anong mga types of hazard po ang mga ito? Anong types? Physical, di ba? Physical hazards of temperature, humidity, pressure, yan. So yun yung natutunan natin under physical hazards. So we can measure, di ba? So there's an equipment to measure the temperature, the humidity, the pressure, the illumination, the ventilation, yan. At concentration of substances, ito naman yung mga chemical hazards, yan. So pwede nating i-measure daw. Yun yung mga basic requirement ni OSH standard, pero it would depend. So halimbawa, opisina, ito lang mga temperature, humidity, illumination, mga yan, ventilation. Pag manufacturing, kailangan na natin yung concentration of substances. Yun, halimbawa, manufacturing of paints, mga ganyan. Manufacturing of chemicals, mga ganyan. Construction, safe construction activity, for example, pwede nating i-measure yung mga dust, total particulate matter, PM 2.5, PM 10, mga ganyan po. Depende sa working environment mo, there are different parameters and equipment that can be used. So employer shall carry out in indoor or other workplaces where hazardous work is performed and shall keep a record. Yan. So, itago yung iyong WEM result dahil kapag may DOLE inspectors, hahanapin nila yung result. Pero dapat kapag halimbawa hindi siya pumasa, ano yung ginawa nyo? Mga ganyan. Kasi kung mababasa nila yan, halimbawa yung illumination, yung temperature, ibabangga siya sa isang standard, ibabangga siya sa OSH standard. So kung it is below the requirement, kailangan mag-implement ng control measures. So papasok yung elimination, substitution, engineering, admin, PPE, mga yan po. So makikita natin later on yung application. WEM shall be performed periodically. So minimum is annual. Yan, so pwedeng twice a year or quarterly depending on the company, but it should not be longer than 1 year. So kapag may mga inspectors, tingnan nila yung result ng WEM mo within 1 year, mga yan. Kung wala, pwede ka nilang isyuhan ng notice of violation. Especially ito yung mga workplace na may amoy, mga ganyan, di ba? Usually may mga chemicals na ginagamit. Dapat meron siyang WEM or yung mga exposed sa mga indoor pollution, mga yan, manufacturing, production, operation, mga yon, painting, construction, dapat may WEM, especially pag mga indoor. Working shall be performed by the safety and medical personnel. Yan. So depending on the parameters, meron kang safety and medical personnel who have taken adequate training in working with WEM. Yan. So yung gaya ng sinabi natin, pwede ang OSHC na mag-conduct ng WEM pero kailangan magpa-schedule. Mga yan. So usually mas mura din si OSHC. Pero yun lang, kailangan magpa-schedule kasi they are servicing all over the country. Later on, pag maging OSH professionals kayo, pwede rin kayong magtayo ng sarili nyong WEM provider, mga yan. Pero kailangan magpa-accredit sa DOLE. Prohibition in the practice of WEM, ang sabi, establishment shall only seek WEM services from accredited WEM providers. Yan. So, kailangan i-check yan ng DOLE din. Hindi pwedeng basta-basta lang yung kinukuha natin. Hanapan natin ng certification or accreditation from the Department of Labor and Employment. Otherwise, baka hindi accredited or wala siyang permit. So, wala yung ating WEM results. No person or organization shall be allowed to or hired to provide WEM unless the requirements are complied with under the OSH standard. Yan. So may requirement po yan. Pwede niyong i-check doon sa OSH standard. Ano ang purpose ng WEM? Number 1, pakibasa ni Ms. Gracel.
Purpose of WEM: to utilize obtained measurements for recommendation of appropriate control measures in the workplace to minimize the exposure level if not eliminated.
Thank you, Ms. Gracel. So, ang sabi dito is the purposes of WEM, utilize obtained measurement. Yun nga pag sinabi mong toxic ang gas na yan. So dapat meron kang reference, meron kang reading, meron kang data. Kasi hindi ka papakinggan kung hanggang qualitative lang yung description. Pero pag meron kang quantitative description, so halimbawa na-analyze mo yung contaminant sa hangin, na-analyze mo yung contaminant doon sa tubig. So yung data pwede mong maging grounds to recommend appropriate measures. So yan yung sinasabi ko na we can recommend appropriate control measure. Hindi yung nabasa mo lang. Kailangan mag-isip ka na rin ng control measure as the technical personnel. Yan. So, pag sinabi mong contaminated ang tubig namin sa bahay, o ano yung gagawin mo? So, halimbawa, pinalab analysis mo sa DOH, halimbawa, tapos mataas ang E. coli, mga yan. So, pwedeng meron siyang chemical hazard or meron siyang biological hazard on the microorganism. So, ano ang gagawin? So, mag-order na lang sa ibang refilling station or kung ang source mo ay halimbawa doon sa tap water, sa faucet, yan. So, na-analyze natin, mataas yung kanyang coliform, halimbawa, pwede nating i-report sa water district. Yun. Bakit ganito yung result ng ating water source? Ano ang ginagawang purification, disinfection system ng water district, mga ganun. So, meron tayong quantitative data to support our claims, mga yan. So, to minimize the exposure levels. Number 2, to maintain a working environment that is free from hazardous conditions and exposure. Yan. So, syempre, pag nabasa natin na contaminated yung hangin, yung tubig, o yung pinagtatrabahuan natin, mag-implement tayo ng control measures to maintain a safe working environment. Kasi hindi natin alam, pati tayo na i-expose or yung mga kapamilya natin. Sa bahay lang, yung presence of indoor air pollution, di ba? So, halimbawa, bumagyo ng matagal. Tapos, may nabasa yung parts ng ating bahay. Tapos later on, nagmo-molds. Diba? It is a biological hazard in the form of microorganism, mga fungus. Tapos naaamoy natin. Tapos magtatakan na lang tayo, bakit lagi may cough and colds yung mga kasama natin sa bahay? O kaya tayo, o kaya may asthma, ganyan, laging inuubo, ganyan. Yun pala na i-expose sa indoor air pollution, mga yan. So, pwede nating i-measure at i-control. Ano ba yung mga control measures? Yan. So, I conduct WEM first for safety and health of workers. Yan. So, nabanggit na natin yan. Yan. And then for internal concerns or complaints. Yan. So, pag halimbawa may mga pagkain na na-order tayo tapos sumakit yung tiyan natin o kaya nagka-food poisoning. So, pwede nating ipa-analyze yung pagkain sa Department of Health. Halimbawa, tapos nakita nila may salmonella. So, babalikan nila yung nag-prepare ng food. Yan. So, meron tayong data. Kasi may salmonella yung pagkain ng restaurant na ito. So, paano mo masasabi yun? Meron kaming analysis, mga yan, di ba? For compliance ng OSH annual requirement nga under the OSH standard ISO 9001. Yan. So, yung ating OSH is already related with the ISO text, related with international certifications, ISO certification. So, limbawa yung ISO 9001. Ano po ito, 9001? Anyone sa companies, ano ang ISO 9001? This is the quality management system. So, ibig sabihin, WEM or safety is already a requirement of the international standards. Yan. So, pag sinabi natin ISO certified yung isang company, their systems or procedures are aligned with international standards. Ang SLU for one, SLU is ISO 9001 certified. Are you aware? Yes or no? Yan. Kung makikita nyo or mababasa nyo sa press release ni SLU, the school is already ISO 9001 certified. Kapag companies naman, it can be a client requirement. Yan. Halimbawa sa mga, especially pag mga multinational companies, gusto nila ISO certified yung mga pinag-orderan nila ng mga materyales, mga yan. Kasi alam nila na they were checked with or checked by international organizations na they are complying with the quality management system with regards to management, with regards to safety, environmental protection, mga yan, with regards to processes, systems, mga yan po. So yun yung ISO 9001. So meron din namang ibang ISO certifications like ISO 14001. Ano po ito? Anyone? Ano ang ISO 14001? This is the environmental management system. Yan. So chine-check din yung environmental management niya. Like so for example, Texas Instruments is ISO certified with regards to quality, environment, safety, mga yan po. So maraming mga companies which are certified with the ISO certification. And then itong OSHA's 18001 yan. So meron ding certification for OSH. Ngayon, it is already the ISO 45001. Yan. So meron na siyang OSH certification. So makikita nyo, yung mga requirements ni OSH, nagko-comply na rin siya sa mga international standards. Yan. So pag sinabi nating ISO certified, nagko-comply yan sa quality, safety, mga yan. Kung EMS certified sa ISO, mga yan po. So napakaganda nitong learning natin dahil nai-relate natin sa ibang mga concepts. Yan. So kayo naman as students, you can use this sa research, mga yan, research, yan, di ba? Pag sinabi mo na effective ang aking design sa pag-control ng air pollution. So halimbawa, gumawa ang isang engineer ng air filter o kaya catalytic converter, mga yan sa sasakyan o kaya air pollution device, halimbawa, gumawa siya. So pwede mong i-measure yung hangin ng sasakyan before and after, di ba? Meron kang air sampler. So ang reading ng sasakyan na ito bago ma-install yung design mo, halimbawa is ganito ang sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide. Pag in-install ko itong product, i-measure ko yung SOx, NOx, carbon monoxide, bumaba, mga ganon, di ba? So may data ka to prove your research. Yan. So yan din yung mga ina-advocate natin, yung mga partnership. Yan, partnership of industries and academe, mga yan. Academe yan. So, nung nasa PESA ako, we drafted a MOA between the economic zone and the universities here in Baguio, like St. Louis University, University of the Cordilleras, Benguet State University, para yung ma-bridge natin yung gap na si academe more on theoretical, mga ganyan, di ba? Yung mga research niya pang library, mga ganyan, ma-stack lang sa bookshelf. So yung mga concepts or yung mga approach natin ngayon, yung ano yung problema ni industry, ni company, yun yung pag-aralan ng estudyante, di ba? Halimbawa, gagawa sila ng feasibility study or thesis. Ano ba yung problema, halimbawa, ng refilling stations, mga ganyan. Ano ba yung problema ng mga industries, mga manufacturing, mga government. So, halimbawa kami, yung sewage treatment plant, di ba? This is a requirement of the Clean Water Act, RA 9275. Yan. So, ang sabi, wastewater should be treated before discharge to the receiving water body. So halimbawa ito, yung mga OJT ko, nagre-research ko ng research, STP treatment, mga ganyan. So halimbawa yung problema namin is phosphate removal, mga yan. Or mga nitrates, mga ano pa, biological oxygen demand, ammonia, mga yan. Ammonia. So yan ay DENR requirement. Yan. So requirement ni Clean Water Act na bago i-discharge yung wastewater, dapat nasa standard yung phosphate niya. So halimbawa, for class C water, ang requirement ay 4. Yan, 4 milligrams per liter, mga yan. So nitrates, if I'm not mistaken, it is 14 milligrams per liter. Yan, BOD, for halimbawa sabihin natin kung class C, 50. Yan, halimbawa. So dapat yung i-discharge na tubig ng isang company ay under or pumapasok siya sa Clean Water Act requirement na ang phosphate ay mas mababa sa 4, mas mababa sa 14 ang nitrates. BOD, mga yan, biological oxygen demand. So kung tumaas yan, so kung nag-inspection si DNR halimbawa, tapos nabasa niya na mataas yung BOD ng aming STP, so pwede niya kaming isyuhan ng notice of violation. So this is, ang penalty nito ay 10,000. 10K per day of violation. Yan. So kung hindi namin makontrol yung BOD ng aming STP, so pwede kaming magbayad ng 10,000 per day of violation. Imagine that, magsasara na yung company namin dahil sa laki ng violation, laki ng penalty. So yun yung role natin as the technical personnel. Yan. So halimbawa dito kapag nagpapa-OJT kami, mag-research kayo ng phosphate removal. Halimbawa yung STP namin sa Baguio STP sa sanitary camp, mataas yung BOD, halimbawa. So, phosphate, pinagre-research namin yung estudyante. So, mag-design sila, ganyan, mag-research ng chemicals. Tapos, babasahin natin sa laboratory. Tapos, pag pumapasa, yun, di ba? Kapag nag-graduate yung estudyante, meron siyang may kwento naman na nagawa niya sa OJT na nag-research kami ng phosphate removal process through coagulation. So ang efficiency ay 90%. So halimbawa yung pumapasok ay 5 milligrams per liter na reduce namin into 2.5, mga ganyan, based on our data, mga ganyan. So yun yung mga application natin ng OSH, kahit na estudyante tayo, pwede natin siyang magamit. So yun yung mga partnership ni companies and academe. So yung mga professionals natin dito, so kung tumatanggap kayo ng mga OJTs, so pwedeng yun yung mga ipagawa ninyo. So halimbawa may problema kayo sa amoy or sa noise ng mga genset, halimbawa ng mga machines. So tapos tatanggap kayo ng mga on-the-job trainees, mga apprentice. So pwede nyo ipagawa yun as their working experience. Kasi kung nagawa nila, di meron silang contribution sa companies ninyo. So yun na yung mga natin, mga approach natin na yung actual, yun. So kayo, kahit na online learning, yun nga yung sinabi natin na may YouTube University para maintindihan natin, mag-aral tayo kung ano yung mga advances in technology. Yan. So yun yung importance ni WEM sa research, sa study, sa baseline measurement. Yan. So yun yung mga importance ng WEM. So we look at instruments or equipment used by WEM. Yan. So in order to measure yung illumination, so meron tayong lux meter or illuminometer, light meter, mga yan po. Humidity, we can use a psychrometer. Ito yung sinasabi ko na air exchange during the pandemic. Yan. We can use the anemometer kasi meron siyang standard. So, halimbawa, 12 air exchange per minute. Mga ganyan. So, mataas ang ventilation. So, it is safe for the workers. Pero pag nabasa mo na Ano yung air exchange niya? Halimbawa, less than 5, mga 2 air exchange per minute. Ibig sabihin, yung nabasa natin na air movement is less than the standard. So, ibig sabihin, nandyan yung mga contaminants, nandyan yung mga bacteria, virus, so na-expose yung mga workers. So, kailangan kung mababa siya sa standard, mag-isip tayo ng control measure. So ganito lang ang air exchange mo, ang standard ay sabihin natin 12 halimbawa or 6 depende doon sa DOH requirement or DOLE requirement. Kailangan mong magdagdag ng ventilation system, mga ganyan. Or other engineering control, yan. So air detection, mga smoke tester yan. Kailangan natin halimbawa sa
Ma'am, excuse me
yes po. Yes po.
Bali, ano pong equipment ang ginagamit natin dito sa air movement, itong anemometer? Kasi sa call center po ako, so medyo dikit-dikit ang mga tao sa center.
Oo. Ito yung anemometer. Tingnan natin kung ano yan. So, yan. Tingnan natin kung mayroong example ng anemometer. Yan. So we will check in the pictures later, okay? Before we go there. So halimbawa for illumination, nandyan yung lux meter. So ganitong itsura niya, lux meter, thermometer, sound level meter. So tingnan natin yung question ni Sir Kong. Yun, parang ganyan, anemometer. Yan. So yun, may mga or anemometer, psychrometer yan. So halimbawa sa mga call center, tingnan nyo kung may makontak kayo na WEM provider with anemometer para makuha yung air exchange. Parang dito sa Baguio City, ginagawa ito ng aming Health Services Office. Yan. Ganun din sa mga companies like Texas Instruments, for example, meron silang anemometer or naghihiram sila. Humihiram sila ng air exchange equipment. Yan. So bago din ma-issuehan ng permit to operate or air or safety seal, so mini-measure. So pwede kayong mag-purchase or avail of the services of your health services office dyan sa city nyo, or kumuha ng WEM provider on air exchange. Yan. So siguro sa local government unit meron sila. Parang kami dito sa Baguio. So umiikot yung health services office namin to measure the air exchange, mga yan, bago i-allow to operate. Yan. So other instruments like the lux meter, thermometer, illuminator, sound level meter, yan. Ginagamit for the light, for the noise, yan. So pwedeng bumili yung company kung capable. Kung hindi, avail of the services of a WEM provider. Marami po, yun nga lang, medyo mahal. Kasi syempre yung equipment, yung personnel, yung travel, mga yun. So kayo naman, at least yung iba nasa National Capital Region, baka makontak nyo si BOSH Center. Yan. So, kung hindi, sa mga private WEM providers. Yan. Meron din mga smoke tester. Yan. So, halimbawa sa mga sasakyan natin bago tayo mag-register, yan, binabasa yung carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, mga yan. So may mga air samplers or smoke testers, yan, for other equipment like yung acid, yan. So we can use the IH or WEM testing equipment, yan. So sa mga laboratories, pwede nating i-measure. Gases naman of carbon monoxide, CO, chlorine, chlorine, hydrogen, sulfide, H2S, yan yung sinasabi nila na smells like rotten fish, di ba? Sabi nila, rotten egg. So yung H2S, ammonia, yan sa mga sewer lines, yan. So pag naamoy natin yung mga yan, there are equipment to measure them. We can buy we can purchase in our companies or we can avail BOSH Center or private institutions. Yan. So halimbawa sa mga indoor air pollutions of VOCs, mga yan, VOC, volatile organic compounds, yan. So yan yung mga equipment to measure the gas. Yan, VOC, formaldehyde, isopropyl alcohol, mga yan. So kapag kumuha tayo ng WEM provider, tanong natin kung meron silang pang air exchange, halimbawa. So bago natin i-avail yung services nila. Meron din for dust, for asbestos, silica, for heavy metals like lead, mercury, iron, manganese, nickel, tin. Yan. So may mga equipment, mga gas detectors to measure these chemical hazards. Yan. Pakibasa ni Sir George. Nandyan ba si Sir George?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Pakibasa nga yung ibang ano natin, mga equipment.
Physical noise. Ito po ba, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Physical noise, illumination, heat, WBG, heat stress, relative humidity, temperature, ventilation, air change, air supply, air velocity, phase velocity, capture velocity, biological, bacteria, tools, fungi, tools, Legionella.
Thank you, Sir George. Yan. So pag sinabi nating maingay, yan. So pwedeng kunin yung, pwede kayong bumili ng noise or ano to, yung noise meter, sound meter, mga yan, noise level meter, kung kaya ng company, or avail the services of OSH or private. Mga yan. Illumination, pag sinabing madilim. So again, we have a lux meter, mga yan. And then for relative humidity, merong equipment, temperature, thermometer, mga yan. For ventilation, air change, air supply, so yung anemometer, pag bacteria, fungi, total, legionella, merong mga laboratory equipment yan. So magaling si Ma'am Chanel dyan sa ano, 'di ba? Sa medtech, 'di ba? Ano pa yung mga equipment niyo as medtech, Miss Chanel?
Ma'am, ang usual po na ginagamit ay mga centrifuge, micropipette, tapos yung mga autoclave, ganun po.
Okay, thank you, Miss Chanel. Yan. So, yun yung mga application ng safety doon sa ating trabaho. Kasi tayo yung nagbibigay ng data. So, halimbawa, nung COVID-19, so nandyan yung mga medical personnel natin na mag-diagnose tapos mag-test, di ba, ng mga test kits. So, pag nabasa na mataas ang ganito, halimbawa, so may ang level niya, so may positive siya ng COVID-19, mga ganun. So yun yung mga ginagamit is yung mga WEM equipment, di ba, na merong contaminant or merong biological hazard at ganito yung reading, mga ganyan. So yun yung contribution din ng ating mga medical practitioners in the field of OSH kasi sila yung nag-diagnose, nag-laboratory para makuha natin yung results natin. Ganun din kung sa mga physical exams natin, mga chemical testing natin like diabetes, mga yan, or heart disease, di ba? May mga equipment na ma-measure. Mataas ang blood sugar mo. So, alam na natin na we are at risk of diabetes, of heart disease, of lung disease kasi may mga results. So, from there, pwede nating mag-control, magbigay ng mga control measures. Kailangan kong i-reduce yung aking sugar intake. Kailangan ko ng physical exercises kasi mataas yung aking ang cholesterol, mga ganyan, di ba? Kasi merong results of testing, mga yan. Others like sampling media like the Tedlar bags, gases, hydrocarbons, yan. So sa mga biologists natin, yan 'di ba, yung mga sa experiments nila ng agars, yan 'di ba, mga nag-grow sila on certain media like the fungi, bacteria, they grow into these agents para makita nila kung ano yung quantity ng microorganisms, yan. Low volume pumps for active sampling, yan. Acids, methanol, mga yan, sa mga acids, sa methanol, pwedeng basahin sa laboratory. Filters like particulates to measure mist, fumes, yan. So, yan yung mga equipment. Yun. May tanong ba doon sa mga equipment? Yan. So, kung wala, ayan, icebreaker. So, daw yan. Guess the word through the pictures.
Ma'am, putol-putol po yung audio natin. Yan ma'am, nawawala po. Thank you po.
So, okay. Is it better?
Yes, ma'am.
Sige. So, ano po yan? Environment. Yan. So, guess the peak through, or guess the word through the pictures. Yan. So, working environment measurement. How about this? Ano po kaya yan? Safety. Good. Ayan, si Johan Angelo. Ayan, sige, sanay na sanay sila sa mga guess the peaks. Ayan, mga gumawa nito mga OJT ko na ChemEng. Okay lang po ba yung audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay na po.
Thank you. Yan, guess the gibberish. Yun daw, gibberish is parang nonsense na words, but it will lead us to the term we are looking for. The sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements. Ano po yan? Good. Sabi ni Paul Gerard, working environment measurement. Yan, naisip ng mga OJTs. It's the presence of person in a high-risk location or place. Ano po yan?
Exposure.
Good. So sabi ni Caleb, ni Paul Gerard, exposure. Thank you. So that is the presence of person in a high-risk location or place. Perceived health risk to those working with zinc and sulfur. Sino po yan?
Pliny the Elder.
Very good. Sino yun? Si Reggie. Yan, good. So, doon sa earliest recordings natin, siya yung Roman author na nagsulat tungkol sa mga health risks to those working with zinc and sulfur. Yun. So that's just an icebreaker. We continue. So dun sa WEM natin, we have types of environmental monitoring. It can be area or environmental sampling. This is the measurement of contaminant concentration in the workroom. Examples are noise and gases. Yan. So yung dito, we install the equipment in the working environment in order to measure the temperature, the pressure, the noise, the gases. Yan po. Ang area or environmental sampling. So, pwede din naman na personal sampling. So, this is an example of a personal sampling equipment. Is the audio okay? Okay lang po?
Ang nag-e-echo po.
Ay, okay. So, this is an example of personal sampling equipment. Dito sa personal sampling, the worker wears the sampling device. Yan. So, halimbawa, siya ay na-assign sa production, sa warehouse, sa operations. So, nagto-travel, nami-measure yung exposure niya sa airborne contaminants and the other chemical hazards. Yan. So again, yung ating types are personal and environmental or area. So in the evaluation of environmental parameters, we determine the magnitude or level of the hazard using the equipment we analyze. So, you know, these are food samples, water samples, soil samples, air samples, mga yan po. Comparison of measurement to standards called the threshold limit value. Clear all drawings. So itong threshold limit value, pwede natin siyang makita sa OSH standard. So a standard is a regulatory requirement established and published by the government to serve as criteria for measuring compliance with the allowable normal values or exposure. Yan. So for us safety practitioners, we use the OSH standard. Yan yung ating OSH standard, which we can download sa DOLE website. Yan. Is the audio okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yan. So the guidelines or other references which we can use aside from the OSH standard. So halimbawa wala siya sa OSH standard, yung mga hinahanap natin na data, pwede tayong gumamit ng other standards like the ACGIH, American Conference of Governmental Industrial Hygienists, Biological Exposure Indices, OSHA or ASHRAE, American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers and other guidelines. Yan. So pwede po tayong mag-refer. So halimbawa kung tayo ay medical practitioner, pwede tayong mag-refer sa DOH standard. So let's say sa water, pwede yung Philippine National Drinking Water Standards. Mga yan. Or pwedeng sa Clean Air Act for air pollutants. So merong standard for sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, mga yun po. So kung nabasa natin yung mga parameters, we can compare to a threshold limit value. So pakibasa ni Mr. Reggie.
Refer to airborne concentrations of substances and represent conditions under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed day after day without adverse health effects. Refer to time-weighted concentrations for an 8-hour workday and a total of 48 hours worth of exposure per week.
Thank you, Mr. Reggie. Okay lang yung audio natin?
Opo.
Thank you. Yan, so pag nakuha natin yung mga readings sa ibang parameters, i-compare natin siya sa TLV, threshold limit value. So this is airborne concentration of substances and represent conditions under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed day after day. Yan. So ito yung mga nakasulat sa mga references natin like WA or time-weighted average, short-term exposure limit, and ceiling value. To get the time-weighted average or TWA, ito yung computation. The TWA for an 8-hour period is the time times the concentration. We get the total divided by 8. Yan. Pag Estel naman, this is TWA for 15 minutes. Yan. Ceiling or TLV ceiling. So pag nakita natin yan, halimbawa benzene, ang nakalagay sa standard natin, halimbawa dito sa OSHI standard ay 15 ppm. So kapag na-measure natin or nakita natin ng benzene ay 15 ppm, dapat hindi na ma-exceed. So kailangan muna ng control measures. Otherwise, naka-expose yung worker sa airborne contaminants of benzene. Ayan. So ano ang application? Let's say we have computed the concentration of a contaminant in ppm. Yan po. So parts per million or milligram per liter. So halimbawa, nabasa natin na ang concentration ng benzene halimbawa ay 60 ppm. Nabasa natin through the volume sampler or the air or the gas detector. Ngayon, para makuha yung TWA niya, time weighted average times yung tao ay naka-assign sa area na yon ng half hour, 60 times 0.5, so 30. So halimbawa yan yung mga nakuha nating concentration in PM. Yan. Para makuha yung WA 8 hours ay paano natin kukunin based dun sa formula kanina? Time times concentration divided by 8. Ang 8-hour time-weighted average na is 56.25 ppm. So ngayon, halimbawa si Gracel ay isang safety officer. Nabasa niya na ang benzene doon sa area ay 6.5 based doon sa kanyang reading. So nakuha niya nga is time times the concentration divided by 8 hours. Nakuha niya 56. Tapos kinompare niya sa threshold limit value ng OSH standard ay ang benzene na nakuha niya is 0.5 ppm. Sa tingin nyo, is it safe or unsafe to stay in the work area? So, ang nabasa niya ay benzene at 56.25 ppm. Halimbawa, may benzene na ginagamit doon sa area na yun. Nabasa niya 56.25. Pinuntahan niya yung standard, ang sabi, ang threshold limit value or rather si ACGIH, ang standard ni ACGIH ay 0.5 for benzene. Safe or unsafe?
Unsafe, ma'am.
Unsafe po, ma'am.
Kasi nag-exceed siya dun sa standard. So ang sabi nung ACGIH, dapat ang benzene should be less than 0.5 ppm. Pero nabasa niya doon sa equipment niya, 6.25. So ibig sabihin, mataas yung concentration ng benzene. So nalalanghap yun ng mga workers. So yun yung gamit natin ng TLV. Kapag na-exceed ang mga ito, it is already unsafe to the workers. So, may iba't ibang mga parameters, may iba't ibang standards. Asbestos, silica, meron siya sa ACGIH, yung lead, yung arsenic, iron oxide, zinc, yan. Zinc oxide fume, mga yan. Other standards, aside from chemicals, meron din for noise. Yan. So halimbawa si Sir Jonel, meron siyang noise level meter. Nung umikot siya sa planta, nabasa niya na ang noise level meter doon sa operations ay 100 decibels. Tapos yung tao doon naka-assign ng 8 hours. Tama ba or mali yung scheduling nila ng tao doon sa production?
Mali po.
Mali. So dapat ilang oras lang naka-assign yung tao doon sa area na yun?
2 hours. Ay.
Ayan, tama. So based doon sa OSH standard, kapag ganito yung sound level, ganito lang yung recommended time of work. So kung nabasa niya na 100 decibels yung sa area ng operation, it is recommended by the OSH standard that they assign worker within 2 hours lang. Ganyan. So pwedeng so paggawa ni Sir Jonel ng kanyang work schedule, 2 hours siya sa production, after 2 hours mag-job rotation, pupunta siya doon sa warehouse, halimbawa hindi masyadong maingay, mag-a-assign siya ng ibang tao. Yun yung gamit ng ating OSH standard, yung ating threshold limit value. So meron tayong magagamit na reference. Kung safe. Yes, Sir Jonel.
Ma'am, included na din yung yung respiratory, ma'am. PPE.
Yes, sir. So yun na ay mga control measures. So ito is yun pa lang tayo sa evaluation sa working environment measurement.
Ma'am, yun sa duty pa lang, sa duration ng trabaho.
Ay, okay. So halimbawa sa PPE, so pwede nating i-measure kung with the PPE, ano na yung kanyang noise level. So halimbawa, nag-introduce ka ng noise control or soundproofing, di ba? So halimbawa, nang-introduce ng soundproofing, tapos bumaba yung noise level, yan. So pwede na siyang maging basis ng job rotation, di ba? Yan. So sa PPE, so pwede siyang ma-extend pero dapat may means to measure the noise level. Mga yan. So with the provision of the engineering control measure of soundproofing, of PPE, there is a means. So makikita rin naman doon sa ear muff. So it can reduce the noise to 50%. Halimbawa, sinabi niya, so di ba pwede nating i-research gaano ka-efficient yung PPE. So pag sinabi niyang it can reduce to 50%, so ibig sabihin, or anong measurement niya or anong reference niya, kaya niyang i-reduce halimbawa sa 50 decibels or 50% efficiency. So, ibig sabihin, bumababa siya. So, pwede ko na siyang i-assign. Diba? Depende doon sa doon sa PPE mo, tingnan kung anong standard. Di ba kaya niya, meron siyang specification na kapag gumamit ka ng ganito, it can reduce the noise to how level, mga yon. At least ma-research mo yung kanyang efficiency para pwede siyang i-assign ng mas matagal. Thank you, Sir Jonel.
Okay, ma'am.
So,
Thank you po.
ganun din. Yes po. Ganun din kung illumination naman. So, using a lux meter, yan. So, halimbawa, si Sir Reggie ay na-assign doon sa, sabihin natin, anong mga work areas dito. So, let's say, yards, roadways, outside thoroughfares, light discrimination. Tingnan natin. So, halimbawa, si Sir Reggie ay safety officer, tapos siya ay nag-inspection. Nabasa niya na doon sa assembly area, sa jewelry and watch manufacturing halimbawa, ang reading ng lux meter niya ay ang reading ay 500 lux halimbawa doon sa kanyang lux meter. Safe ba or unsafe yung working condition? So si Sir Ray G ay isang safety officer na ngayon sabi nila madilim daw doon sa assembly ng instruments. So nagpunta siya, na mineasure niya yung lux ng ilaw ay 500 lux. So safe or unsafe? $500 lux yung nabasa niya sa instrument. Safe or unsafe? Unsafe. Kasi based doon sa standard, kailangan sa mga ganitong operation, ang minimum illumination is 1,000 lux. So kailangan niyang palitan yung lighting. I-increase niya yung illumination, di ba? So maghanap ng mga lighting fixtures na mas high ang kanilang illumination level. Yan. So, diyan nalalabas yung mga technical people natin na dapat ganito yung gamitin natin daw na lighting. Kasi based on sa OSHI standard, kailangan sa ganitong operation, meron tayong 1,000 lux, mga ganun. So, yun yung pang-justify natin para mapalitan yung fixtures, ma-lessen yung noise, mga ganyan. So, yun yung justify natin as technical people. There's the word, refer to airborne concentrations of substances. Ano po ito? Threshold limit value. So huwag niyong kalilimutan yan, TLV. Airborne concentration of substances. Ganun din, di ba, kapag sa water, ganun din yung DNR standard. Yung sinabi ko kanina, yung nitrates, ammonia, phosphate, BOD. Sa drinking water din, meron yung coliform, ganun. So, dapat 0, halimbawa. Tapos nakabasa ka dun sa drinking water nyo ng ganitong level. So, ibebangga mo siya sa standards. Yan. So, yun yung tinatawag natin na threshold limit values. A regulatory requirement established and published to serve as criteria for measuring compliance. Ano po ito? Standard. Yan, gutom na sila. Measurement of a particular employee's exposure to airborne contaminants. Ano po yan? Yan yung dalawang types natin. Blank and environmental or area. Ano po yun? Anyone? It is a measurement of a particular employee's exposure.
Personal sampling.
Good, good. Thank you. Personal sampling. As a summary, pwedeng pakibasa ni John Ray. Pakibasa nga, John Ray.
The Rule 1071 of the OSHS establishes the threshold limit values for toxic and carcinogenic substances and physical agents which may be present in the atmosphere of the work environment.
Sige, pakituloy.
The threshold limit values refer to airborne concentration of substances and represent conditions under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed daily without adverse effect.
Thank you, Mr. John Ray. So, in summary, Rule 1071 of the OSHA standard established yan. So makukopya natin, makukuha natin yung TLV for toxics yan. So may mga chemicals na nandun, yung nakita natin kanina na chemicals or physical. Physical like the illumination, di ba nakita natin na meron siyang recommended illumination level and for the different processes or operations. And another is the noise. So there is a recommended time for a certain noise level, mga yan po. So pwede nating makuha yan doon sa OSHA standard. Kung wala po sa OSHA standard, pwede tayong mag-refer sa ibang standard like yung nakita natin na ACGIH, yung iba, US EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, mga yan po, US EPA, tapos DOH standard, DOLE standard, or kung tayo ay electrical engineering, dun sa electrical code natin, ano ba yung standard natin, PE, Philippine Electrical Code, mga yan, or the different codes or references. Usually sa industry, whichever is more stringent, yan yung standard. Usually kung ano daw yung mas stringent, yun yung sinusunod. Kasi minsan magkaiba. Bakit sa Clean Air Act ang SOx, SO2 ay ganito? Bakit sa US EPA ganito? Yun. So, which is yung more stringent yung standard or kung ano yung capability ng company na i-achieve. PLV, so mababasa din natin sa mga standards. Yan. Clear all drawings. Yan. Pakibasa ni Sir Glenn. Sir Glenn?
Meron po, ma'am.
Sige po.
Summary and conclusion. Contaminants should not exceed the normal TLV in order to maintain healthful working conditions. Air sampling and area monitoring is important in identifying the level of exposure. WEM sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment for the purpose of determining actual conditions therein.
Thank you, Sir Glenn. Yan, so kaya nung sinabi natin, it should not exceed the normal TLV. Yan, kasi kung na-exceed na niya, naka-expose na yung mga tao natin sa mga physical, chemical, biological, ergonomic hazards. Yan. Yun, sige. So, basa na lang natin bago tayo mag-lunch break. A spill, a sleep, a hospital trip. Yan. So, napakasimpleng hazard. Pero pag may nadulas, may na-aksidente, so pwedeng ma-hospitalize. Alert today, alive tomorrow. As soon as you see a mistake and don't fix it, it becomes your mistake daw. Avoid the worst, safety first. Be alert, be aware, be alive. Organ donor daw, a person who doesn't wear his or her helmet. Yan. Kasi wala siyang helmet anytime pag may nangyari sa kanya. So, pwedeng hospitalize mga yan. So, parang vino-volunteer na daw niya ang kanyang organs dahil hindi siya nagpa-follow ng safe practices. So yan, hindi lang sa professional field, sa mga sarili nating mga bahay, pwede nating i-share sa mga kapatid natin, sa mga kasambahay natin, or sa kaopisina natin. So safety daw is always be careful. Safe is staying accident-free everywhere. Yan. So may questions po ba sa web? Kung wala nang tanong, I'm sorry at nag-extend ng konti. So, sure, walang tanong? Gutom na sila. So, kung wala nang tanong, I give you back to Ma'am Joy for other reminders.
Yes
Maraming
po.
salamat po.
Ayan, thank you very much po, Engineer Marivic. Before po tayo mag-lunch, mag-group picture po muna tayo with Ma'am Marivic po. Ayan, ang ating traditional group picture for documentation po. Okay po, sa first group, Sir Rembel, Sir Glenn, Sir Cruz, Johan, Sir George, Sir Junel, Ma'am Rosana, Sir Drexel, Ma'am Zien, Ma'am Grazel, Sir Errol, Sir Caleb, Sir Jordan, paki-on po yung camera, Sir Reggie, Ma'am Chanel, Sir Daniel, Sir John Ray, Sir Erwin, Ma'am Nicole, Sir Melo Zane, Ma'am Melo Zane, Sir Paul Gerard, Sir John Norris, and Ma'am Charmy. Okay po, sa group 1 po. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Ayan po, sa next group po, ayan po. Yung mga hindi po natawag, paki-on na lang po yung camera. Ma'am Maureen, Ma'am Hazel Ann, paki-on po yung mga camera natin. Okay po, 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, okay na po. So, mamaya po, 1 o'clock, balik po tayo. Checking of attendance ulit po. And, yun po, enjoy your lunch. Kita-kits po mamaya. And, yun po, pwede na po kayo mag-log out or mag-off cam po sa ating Zoom meeting. Thank you. Happy lunch po sa lahat.
Thank you po.
yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
These biggity boys are diggity dog. I have them like Miley Cyrus, clothes off, twerking in their bras and thongs. Face down, booty up. That's the way we like the wood. I'm sicker than an oil spill. She say she won't, but I bet she will. Timber. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down.
Going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. It's going down, I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. Nah, it's just me and the damn thing changed. Live in hotels, swing on planes. Blessed to say, money ain't a thing. Club jumping like LeBron now. Bowl it, order me another round. Homie, we about to clown. Why? Cause it's about to go down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down.
It's going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget. It's going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't forget.
When I met you in the summer, to my heartbeat sound, we fell in love as the leaves turn brown. And we could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer, sound, we fell in love as the leaves turn brown. And we could be together, baby, as long as skies are blue. You act so innocent now, but you lied so soon. When I met you in the summer,
faces, never keeping it real. I know exactly how you feel when you say you've had enough and you might just give it up. Oh, I will never let you down when you're feeling low on love. I'll be what you're dreaming of. Oh, I will never let you down. Take you where you never go. Have a little fun. It's the only way we know. Let me show you what you never see. You know how to love only when you hold me. You say you've had enough and you might just give it up. Oh, I will never let you down when you're feeling low on love. I'll be what you're dreaming of. Oh, I will never let you down when you say you've had enough and you might just give it up. Oh, I will never let you down when you're feeling low on love. I'll be what you're dreaming of. I will never let you down. Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at we go fast at the game we play. Who knows why it's gotta be this way? We say nothing more than we need. I say your place when we leave. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city in a broke down car, and 4 years no calls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. We ain't ever getting older.
Look as good as the day I met you. I forget just why I left you. I was insane. Stay and play that Blink 182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Okay. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying. 4 years no call. Now I'm looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop.
So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. In the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of that mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't ever getting older. 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 We ain't ever getting older.
I swear to God, when I come home, I'm gonna hold you so close. I swear to God, when I come home, I'll never let go. Like a river I flow to the ocean unknown. You pull me close, guiding me home. And I need you to know that we're falling so fast. We're falling like the stars, falling in love. And I'm not scared to say those words with you. I'm safe. We're falling like the stars, falling in love. I swear to God I can see sleep. We'll have one on each knee, you and me. And when they've grown up, you're still the girl in the club. When I held your hair up, 'cause you'd had too much. And I need you to know that we're falling so fast. We're falling like the stars, falling in love. And I'm not scared to say those words with you. I'm safe. We're falling like the stars, falling in love. I swear to God every day, He won't take you away. 'Cause without you, babe, I lose my way. Oh, I'm in love. Oh, I'm in love. Oh, I'm in love. Oh, I'm in love. And I need you to know that we're falling so fast. We're falling like the stars. We're falling in love. And I'm not scared to say those words with you. I'm safe. We're falling like the stars, falling in love.
Saturday nights, blueberries, the girl loves. Switches make my throat hurt. Rolling the nose, beats on the side for me. Light 'em up and let 'em both burn. Family feud, saying mom's confused. Uncle says she don't wanna learn. My daddy's gone, saying he's never home. Wish you know what makes it worse. Guess there are certain dreams that you gotta keep. 'Cause they'll only know what you let them see. And all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do. And all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do, nowhere like I do. Saturday nights, you work shoes, stilettos, smell of cheap perfume, makeup on your face, trying to hide the pain. All the lies, they look like the truth. Deep in your heart, all you want is love, but you never felt good enough. Got wrapped up in other plans, but this ain't the way the story ends. Guess there's certain dreams that you gotta keep. 'Cause they'll only know what you let them see. And all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do. And all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do, nowhere like I do. 'Cause I care about you. There's nowhere I'd rather be without all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do. And all the things that I know that your parents don't. They don't care like I do, nowhere like I do, nowhere like I do. ever wonder about what she's doing, or how it all turned to lies? Sometimes I think it might be better to never ask why. Cause where there is desire, there is gonna be a flame. And where there is a flame, someone's bound to get burned. But just because it burns doesn't mean you're gonna die. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try. It's funny how the heart can be deceiving more than just a couple times. Why do we fall in love so easy, even when it's not right? Cause where there is desire, there is gonna be a flame. And where there is a flame, someone's bound to get burned. And just because it burns doesn't mean you're gonna die. You gotta get up and try, try, try. 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 Ever worried that it might be ruined? And does it make you wanna cry? When you're out there doing what you're doing, are you just getting by? Tell me, are you just getting by? Cause where there is desire, there is gonna be a flame. And where there is a flame, someone's bound to get burned. But just because it burns doesn't mean you're gonna die. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. Up and try, try, try. You gotta get up and try, try, try. Just because it burns doesn't mean you're gonna die. You gotta get up and try, try, try.
I can be tough, I can be strong, but with you, it's not like that at all. There's a girl who gives a shit behind this wall. You just walk through it, and I remember all those crazy things you said. You left them running through my head. You're always there, you're everywhere, but right now I wish you were here. All those crazy things we didn't think about it, just went with it. You're always there, you're everywhere, but right now I wish you were here. Damn, 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 what I'd do to have you here, here, here. I wish you were here. Damn, 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 what I'd do to have you But right now I wish you were here. All those crazy things we didn't think about it, just once we're there. You're always there, you're everywhere. But right now I wish you were here. Damn, 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 what I'd do to have you here, here, here. I wish you were here. Damn, 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 what I'd do to have you near, near, near. I wish you were here. Damn, 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 what I'd do to have you here, here, here. I wish you were here. Damn, damn, what I'd do to have you near, near, near. I wish you were here. Why you always in the mall, looking around like a brand new? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mall, looking around like a brand new? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. I can never get attached. When I start to feel I ain't touched, somehow I end up feeling bad. Baby, I'm not your dad. Is that all you want from me? I just want your company. Call is up for your telephone in the room, and we'll a pile of it. Don't get so confused, and you're starting it. Now I'm in the mood. Now we arguing in my bedroom. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be your victim. Why you always in the mood, fucking around like you ran on? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. Why you always in the mood, fucking around like you ran on? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a view. So why you trying to beg a love on the regular, when you got blowing up to my cellular? I'll never let a shorty go and set me up. Only thing I need to know is if you're wetting up. I'm talking stick back, kick back, and 740s. You can play not another day with your shorty. Mismatch piece that was way before you know me. Got a lot of love, but you better save it for me. We play games of love to avoid the depression. We've been here before, and I won't be your victim. Why you always in the mall, looking around like a brand new? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a feel. Why you always in the mall, looking around like a brand new? I ain't tryna tell you what to do, but try to play it cool. Baby, I ain't playing by your rules. Everything look better with a feel, yeah.
I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I'd change even when I knew I never could. I know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still. Realize the time that I wasted here. I feel like I can't feel the way I feel. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust, and I'm afraid I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I'ma leave you stranded, cause you ain't never left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you. So baby, stay. Symphonies. Before all I heard was silence, a rhapsody for you and me. and every melody is timeless. Life was stringing me along, then you came and you cut me loose. Was solo singing on my own. Now I can't find the key without you. And now your song is on repeat, and I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. If you want the truth, I just wanna be part of your symphony. Will you hold me tight and not let go? Symphony, like a love song on the radio. Will you hold me tight and not let go? I'm sorry if it's all too much, and every day you're here I'm healing, and I was running out of love. I never thought I'd find this feeling. Now your song is on repeat, and I'm dancing on to your heartbeat. And when you're gone, I feel incomplete. So if you want the truth, I just wanna be part of your symphony. Will you hold me tight and not let go? Symphony, like a love song on the radio. Symphony, will you hold me tight and not let go? Symphony, like a love song on the radio. Will you hold me tight and not let go?
Once upon a younger year, when all our shadows disappeared, the animals inside came out to play. When face to face with all our fears, learned our lessons through the tears, made memories we knew would never fade. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. He took me in his arms, I heard him say, when you get older, you're wild, I will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father
Hello po, good afternoon. Ayan po,
Good
pakita niyo
afternoon
po
po.
yung ating camera. Bago po mag-start ang ating second speaker, mag-check po muna ulit ako ng ating attendant. Ayan po, magandang hapon po ulit sa ating lahat. Okay po, first po, Sir Jordan Apagna. Sir Jordan.
Ang nasama sila dun sa
Wala pa. Next po, Sir Nelson Banasan. Sir Nelson. Wala pa din. Baka malagiin pa lang. Next po, Sir Errol Steve Barrett.
Present po.
Okay po. Thank you, sir. Paki-on na lang po yung camera. Next po, Sir Drexel Belega. Sir Drexel. Nandyan siya. Sir Reggie Carulia.
Present po.
Okay po. Next po, Sir Rembel Castaneda. Sir Rembel Castaneda. Wala pa. Next po, Sir Chester Capuyok.
Present po.
Hello po. Sir Johan Cruz. Sir
Present po.
Johan Cruz.
Present po.
Okay po, thank you. Sir Erwin Isaac Enriquez.
Present po, ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Next po, Sir John Ray Flora.
Present po.
Thank you po. Sir Daniel Fortaleza.
Present po.
Okay po, thank you. Next po, Ma'am Maureen Galapon.
Present po.
Okay po, thank you. Next po, Ma'am Grazel Joanne Lagman.
Ma'am, present po.
Thank you po. Sir Kyleb Lagman. Ay, sir, walang mic si sir. Thank you. Next po, Sir Jerry Robert Lozano. Sir Jerry Lozano. Wala pa. Next po, Sir Jonil Malig. Sir Jonil Malig. Wala pa. Sir Paul Gerard Marara.
Present po.
Okay po. Paki-on na lang yung camera, sir. Ma'am Chanel Oldico. Ma'am Shan. Wala pa. Sir Mark Christian Ruiz.
Present po, ma'am.
Okay po, sir. Thank you. Next po, Ma'am Nicole Alison Sagun.
Present po.
Thank you po. Sir, Ma'am Zien Tayaw. Ma'am Zien. Nandiyan ka na po ba? Wala pa. And Sir Glenn Ziganay.
Present.
Okay po. Next po, Sir George Francisco. Sir George.
Yes po, ma'am. Present.
Hi, hello po, sir. Next po, Sir Michael Manabat. Sir
Present,
Michael.
ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Next po, Sir Ma'am Charmy Jean Simpal. Ma'am Charmy. Wala pa. Sir Jonoris Guillermer. Sir Jonoris.
Ito na po, ma'am.
Hi, hello po, sir. Okay po, thank you, sir. Next po, Ma'am Hazel Ann Magallanes. Ma'am Hazel Ann. Ay, okay po, thank you. Next, Ma'am Hazel Ann, paggawa na lang po ng paraan para magkaroon kayo ng camera. Salamat po. Next po, Ma'am Rosana Galliano.
Yes, ma'am, present.
Thank you po. Ma'am Rosana, pa-rename na lang po nung screen name nyo. Dot lang po kasi yung nakalagay. Salamat.
Sige, ma'am.
Sir Junel Maturan.
Present, ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Next po, Sir Ma'am Melo Jane Mission. Ma'am Melo Jane.
Yes, ma'am. Present po.
Okay po, thank you, ma'am. Pa-on na lang po ng camera. And Sir Ronnie Del Rosario. Sir Ronnie. Nandyan pa si Sir. Ayan. Okay po, Sir Ronnie. Thank you.
Nice lang po kami.
Yes po. Na-check na sir yung attendance. Salamat. Sir Jordan, okay? And po roll call lang po ako, saglit po. Para sa mga late na pumasok. Sir Nelson, nandiyan ka na ba, sir?
Present, ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Paon na lang po ng camera. Sir Drexel Belega. Sir
Present, ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Sir Rembel Castañeda.
Present po, ma'am.
Okay po, salamat. Sir Jerry Lozano.
Present po, ma'am.
Okay po, thank you. Sir Jonil Malig. Sir Jonil Malig. Wala pa rin. Ma'am Chanel Oldico. Ayan, Good afternoon po. Ma'am Zien Ansia Tayaw. Nandyan na po ba kayo, ma'am? Ayun, siguro mga habol po yung wala pa. Ayun po, reminder po, paki-on po always yung camera ninyo dahil monitored po tayo ng DOLE through OSHC. Ayun po. And yung mga mic po natin, kapag hindi po ginagamit, paki-mute na lang po. Salamat po. And bigay ko na po yung floor sa ating second speaker ngayong araw, si Sir Ian. Hi, Sir Ian. Good afternoon
Hi,
po.
ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, safety officers. Can you hear me, guys?
Good afternoon po, sir.
Yun, marinig niya ako. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so I'll try to share my screen. Okay. Ma'am, nakikita niyo ba yung screen ko?
Yes, sir.
Is it moving?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. So,
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon. Today is our day 2 for our BOSH training for safety officers 2. So allow me to introduce myself. No, I am Safety Christian Ayan Tixon. You can call me Safety Ayan. I'm a nurse by profession and also a DOLE accredited safety practitioner and a safety officer by rank. A OH nurse, a pollution control officer, a registered nurse, and I had my experience in construction for 9 years already in different companies dito po sa Pilipinas, foreign tsaka sa mga local po na mga companies. So pero ang expertise ko talaga in relation to OSH is the construction industry. Anyway, and these are my previous projects before when I'm working as a safety officer, safety supervisor, safety manager, and different projects all over the Philippines. Okay, you can call me anytime po in my contact numbers, email, and Facebook if you have any question regarding occupational safety and health. Guys, what do you expect for this afternoon session? For the whole afternoon, we're going to discuss medical surveillance and also COVID prevention control in workplace. So ngayon po, sinali na po siya ni DOLE, ni OSH Center, yung about DOLE prevention controls since nag-start ang ating pandemya way back 2020. Yes, 2019 po discover si COVID-19, but 2020 natin siya na experience. Okay. Aside from that is, yun, nag-hang siya. House rule, safety officer, please put your mic in silent mode at all times if hindi po kayo tinatawag to talk or to discuss something po para hindi po tayo makaistorbo. No? Yun ang rule number 1 po natin. And aside from that is please turn on your camera at all times. The DOLE OSH Center, no, is monitoring our training right now. Kasi once po nakikita nila na naka-off yung camera natin, automatic absent tayo. Kasi after your training, your 40 hours training, All of this output will be sent to BOSH Center in Dole, and you are to be called as a Certified Safety Officer 2 lifetime, and you have official record na po sa Dole. Now, so please turn it on, yung ating mga camera. Kung meron po natutulog dyan sa atin ngayon, we're having our discussion, wag po natin istorbohin. Puyat po yan siya. Okay? I-record lang natin. But we will call your attention. Ipa-TikTok natin siya mayang alas 3. Na? Para masaya po tayo. And if someone wants to talk po or someone is talking to you in front of your screen, please listen. Makinig po tayo. Kung may mga concern po tayo na you wanna share something, and please raise your virtual hand and call our attention, and we are going to listen to you. If you have any inquiries, you can type it sa ating chat box. Guys, safety officers, please cooperate, okay? Sa ating mga discussion right now, kung if we're going to call your attention, may mga tanong po tayo, please answer po para marinig po natin mga kasamahan dito. Now, safety officers, are you ready po? We are 31 all over the Philippines. No? I thought,
Yes, sir.
ano lang po tayo ngayon, nasa Northern Luzon, pero may mga participants tayo ngayon from Mindanao also, and also from NCR. Okay, let's proceed to our first topic, the occupational health or medical surveillance. Okay, so may mga nurses ba dito ngayon? Meron tayong mga medtech, RMT, registered medtech, no? Yun.
Student, sir. Student.
So, may tanong ako mamaya sa inyo, tulungan niyo ako mag-explain sa ating mga kasamahan in relation to medical. No? Si Sir Jonel is a RMT? Yun po. Anyway, guys, you are not only to be called as a safety officer, you should to be called as a occupational safety and health officer. Bakit po? Kasi dapat natin pangalagaan, no, ang kaligtasan ng ating manggagawa at the same time na dapat sila po ay malusog habang sila po andito sa ating mga establishment, no? Na hindi po sila makakuha ng mga sakit because of their environmental environment or different or a lot of health hazards surrounding them every day while they are in the course of their duty. Sometimes po, the safety officer is only focusing on the safety hazard. Why? Because once you will not control those safety hazards, the impact will be immediate, such as due to poor housekeeping, no? There's a lot of loose materials at elevated area. Once mapatid, may mahulugan sa ulo, immediate, may injury. First aid case agad, may dugong lumalabas. That's why doon tayo nakafocus masyado. Pero how about the occupational health issues? How about the health hazard surrounding in our workplaces? Binibigyan natin ng pansin? Minsan hindi po. Bakit? Kasi ang impact nun is matagal pa, gradual, hindi agad na-experience ng ating mga manggagawa. But safety officer, upon identifying a lot of hazard at site, you should classify it either is it safety hazard or health hazard. Now in our medical surveillance, we are going to discuss ano po yung mga health hazard. Okay, and how to deal with those health hazard. Now, safety officers, the objective of this discussion, at the end of this topic, you safety officers should be able to discuss medical surveillance and biological monitoring as the strategies in examining health conditions of workers, describe different types of conducting the medical surveillance. You need also to discuss the different occupational health programs in your workplaces. And you need to identify what are the roles of a safety officer for the implementation of this medical surveillance. Safety officers, please take note, no? Baka lalabas ito sa exam ninyo on your 5th day. What are the 3 methods of workplace exposure monitoring? Okay, that is 3 points already. Number 1 is WEM or work environment measurement. Second method is biological monitoring. Third is medical surveillance. Okay ha? What are the 3 methods for workplace exposure monitoring? First is WEM. Ano itong WEM? Work environment measurement. It refers to the sampling and analysis carried out in the respect of atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working environment of the purpose of determining actual condition. In layman's explanation po, dito po sa WEM, we need to test, examine the surrounding, the environment of a certain worker. If yung area kung saan siya nagtatrabaho is conducive pa ba for a workplace. So enough pa ba ang level ng contaminants na andun na para maging healthy ang ating mga worker? The purpose of this WEM or the work environment measurement is to determine the worker's exposure to harmful level of hazardous substances and physical substance in the workplace. Another, to evaluate both actual and potential exposure to environmental hazard encountered by workers. That's why ang gumagawa usually ng mga WEM procedure ay yung mga trained competent person. That's why si BOSH Center nagkakandak po sila mga special training on how to perform this work environment measurement because they are using different gadgets, no, on to measure those contaminants kung saan po ang workers nagtatrabaho. Aside from that, one of the purpose also of WEM is to utilize obtained measurement for recommendation of appropriate control measures in the workplace to minimize the exposure level if not eliminated. Just minimizing the risk, no? We all know naman, in hierarchy of control and safety, we have the elimination, substitution, engineering, admin, and also the PPE. No, if the hazard will not be eliminated because it's part of our everyday activity, therefore we need to use other control methods in order for us just to minimize its risk. Another thing, the purpose is to maintain the working environment that free from hazardous condition and exposure. In conducting this WEM, different instruments will be used, no? Such as, we're going to use the lux meter. Titingnan po natin kung sufficient ba ang ilaw kung saan nagtatrabaho yung ating mga trabahante o ating mga empleyado. Sir, kailangan po namin mag-overtime tonight. Apply po kami ng work permit. Okay, proceed. Approve na ba yan yung management, ng supervisor ninyo, etc. Then during night time, we will also check sufficient ba yung ilaw kung saan sila nagtatrabaho. How about in checking for the noise? We're going to use the sound level meter. Sufficient or tama pa ba ang decibels or ang ingay ng kanyang surroundings? Nagbiyan na ba siya sa limit na not beyond 90 decibels na dapat yung mga tao natin gumagamit ng hearing protection? Something like that. Bottom line, ang WEM po ginagawa to measure the environment. Checking if conducive pa ba yan siya kung saan pwede magtrabaho ang ating mga tauhan. Second method is the biological monitoring. Ano po ito? It is the examination of such material or specimen ng ating mga tauhan by checking their blood, urine, stool, etc. Kanina sa WEM, we're testing for the environment, the work area. But right now, in biological monitoring, ang tao mismo na involved ang ating ititest. Kumusta ba ang kanilang exposure doon sa area kung saan gumagamit siya ng chemicals? Okay, we will check his blood, his urine. Baka nasira na yung mga vital organs niya. Okay, so that is biological monitoring. Now, the amount of chemical that enters the body from all sources of contact, either due to skin absorption, na-inhale niya, or even na-ingest ng isang person. And the third method, no, for the workplace exposure monitoring is ito po, the medical surveillance. Ito yung kabuuan ng lahat in occupational health. Medical surveillance is the analysis of information to look for the problem that may occurring in the workplace that requires target prevention. Because the purpose of this medical surveillance is to prevent any illnesses to happen. Pumasok po yung ating mga trabahante sa ating workplace. Therefore, as tayo mga safety officer, dapat pangalagaan natin ang kanilang makalusugan na hindi po sila magkakasakit from start until to the end of their contract to our workplace. That's why guys, ulitin ko po, malaki ang trabaho ng mga safety officers, no? Not only for compliance purposes, requirement po ni DOLE to refrain those 40,000 penalties ng safety officer, to submit the monthly reports or annual report, but we have a greater role to protect the welfare, safety, and health of our people during their course of employment. Second purpose of this medical surveillance is to detect of work-related problems and determining its cause. What are the roles of this medical surveillance? It helps promote and maintains the highest degree of physical, mental, social well-being of workers, keeping them healthy and safe. No? They are keeping them fit to work at all times. Second, prevent workers from departure due to health caused by their working condition, preventing those workers to leave their workplace, to prevent those workers to resign kasi nagkakasakit sila sa atin, to prevent the workers na mawala sila sa kanilang mga assignment dahil nakakuha na sila ng sakit sa atin, to develop and implement control measure to prevent occupational illnesses. Upon checking for this health hazard, assessing its risk, recommend for control measure, no? In order going back to prevent any illnesses to happen. What do we need? Why do we need to conduct medical surveillance, guys? Additional task yan sa atin, trabaho. Healthy naman yan sila pagpasok. Fit to work pa nga oh. Merong mga certificate of employment, mga medical certificate that they're fit to work. Remember guys, workers population is not homogeneous. Klase-klase po ang ating mga tao. May healthy dyan, may masakitin. Kaya nila sa ganito mga strenuous activities. May mga tao rin, may mga family history of diseases. Therefore, we need to determine anong klase po ang ating tao na i-assign on that certain task. Okay? Monitor of certain high-risk groups. Hazard level within safe and acceptable limits do not guarantee that workers won't be affected. No? It doesn't mean na okay na yan siya. Nagkanak na ng WEM. But may mga tao pa rin masakitin or weak na for them, your control measure is not enough na dapat dagdagan pa po natin. Safety officers, what are the different methods or steps in conducting medical surveillance? So we're going to discuss 7, okay? Now, the first step is identification of hazard and exposure. The second step for medical surveillance is identify the health effects of exposure to a certain health hazard. Third, selection of medical screening test. Fourth, to interpret the data being collected after gathering of information. The fifth step of conducting medical surveillance is to communicate the result to the involved people, to the personnel involved, or even as a whole. 6, record keeping, no? Submission of report to DOLE or authorities or to the management. And lastly, we need to evaluate the effectiveness of our control measure. Either we're going to sustain that recommended control measure or we need to revise our safety and health program. Okay, we will dig it or discuss it deeper, one by one. The first step of conducting medical surveillance is to identify hazards and exposure. Anyway, safety officer, if you hear the word hazard, what does it mean? Para po sa inyo, ano bang hazard? Sir Paul Gerard, yun. For you, sir, in your own word, what is hazard?
Yun po yung mga possibility na magbigay po ng risk po.
Possibility to pwede magbigay ng risk. Thank you for that, Sir Gerard. Salamat po. Another answer. Ma'am Grazel Joanne, for you, what is hazard?
Sir, hazard is danger.
Danger. Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Sir Paul. Thank you, Sir John. Tama po. Hazard means anything. Either people, environment, the management, the system or equipment that has a potential to cause harm, can cause injury, can cause danger, can cause property damage, and that is hazard. No? Either the hazard should be eliminated totally or just minimize its risk kasi part po siya nating everyday life. No? So therefore, as first step of medical surveillance is to identify potential hazard at site. Therefore, we need to collect, organize, and review information with workers in hazard identification. Information include the exposure monitoring, the record of our workers, the result of industrial hygiene or the result of the WEM or biological monitoring. No? We will dig it further. Number 2 step is to identify what is the effect of this hazard if we are going to be exposed of it. If there will be no control measure to be implemented. Kanina, pagpunta natin sa site, upon safety inspection, uy, manakita tayo. Isang container unlabeled containing a chemical. We observe also a worker exposed to the dust without any protection. A generator na masyadong maingay, loud noise, without any engineering control such as the acoustic barrier. No, the people are not wearing the hearing protection, the earplug, the earmuff. Therefore, the second step, merong hazard, ano pwedeng mangyari sa tao kung wala tayong gawing isang control measure? Okay. So, safety officers should be proactive at all times ha. Dapat advance tayo mag-isip palagi. Let's review. Upon identifying a certain hazard, we need to classify it into two. First hazard is safety hazard. The second general classification is health hazard. Under health hazard, we have 5 health hazards types or classification. Number 1, physical hazard. Take note guys, ikalabas yan sa exam, promise. Physical hazard. Number 2, chemical hazard. Third hazard under health is biological hazard. Fourth is ergonomics. And fifth is social or psychosocial hazard. And those hazards are under health hazard. Okay. If you are going to be exposed of that health hazards na na-discuss natin, anong pwedeng mangyari sa ating katawan? Okay? So isa-isa natin sila mga kasama. Occupational hazard. No? So ito po. Moving forward tayo. Let's proceed to physical hazard. Okay. Anong mga problema or issue under physical hazard? Either due to exposure to noise, related to illumination, either masyadong madilim or masyadong glary or masyadong maliwanag. Exposure to vibration, exposure to radiation, or even masyadong mainit ang palibot or masyadong malamig. And those things those things under po yan siya sa physical hazard. Okay. Noise. Is that normal to every workplace? Yes, existing po yan siya. May mga equipment po tayo. May machineries, may mga power tools, may generator, may heavy equipment, may vessel, okay, may boiler, etc. So, if that noise will not be controlled, posibleng merong health effect na mangyari po sa atin. Noise is a normal described sound, sudden, harsh, or irritating sound that can cause noise-induced hearing loss. Nabibingi po tayo. Or even cause tinnitus, either acute or chronic. Prevention of it, just avoid overexposure to that noisy surroundings. Putting control measure, giving earplugs or earmuff. Depende kung gaano po yan siya kaingay. No? Aside from that, pwede po yan siya mag-cause ng irritability, can cause headache, or even nawala po ating sense of hearing. Kung masobrahan po tayo sa pag-expose po ng masyadong maingay na environment, no? Pwedeng mag-cause into cardiovascular diseases, sakit sa puso, palpitation, hypertension, or even pain. Aside from that, pwede pong sasakit ang inyong tiyan due to over or severe production of gastric acids. No? Can cause this digestive disorder, peptic ulcer, or colitis. Therefore, guys, you need to check, no? Kung gaano na ba kaingay ang isang surroundings. Gagamit po tayo ng mga noise meter. Titingnan natin ilang decibels yan siya. According to the BOSH standard, if the noise of that environment is reaching already 90 decibels, you are not allowed to work on that area beyond 8 hours without any hearing protection. No? Ang ingay is 90 decibels, give immediately hearing protection. Aside from that, recommend further control measure. No? I'm sure na-discuss na sa inyo a lot of control measures to be implemented, right? Do not jump immediately to the PPE because PPE is only the least line of defense. You can use either first illumination, substitute, do engineering control, admin, or PPE. In OSHA, guys, in American standard, beyond 85 decibels, hearing protection should be used already. But here in the Philippines, no, as per OSHA standard, yung yellow book po natin, 90 decibels, ang aabot yung ingay, kailangan mag-hearing protection na. Aside from that, example, 100, no? 100 ang sound level, therefore, you are not allowed to work there beyond 2 hours without any hearing protection. Therefore, safety officer, no? Upon doing inspection to your site, may nakita kayong generator sa likod. And then may mga taong nagtatrabaho doon araw-araw. Masyadong maingay kahit wala kayong ginagamit na mga sound meter. Anong mga control measure na pwede nyo ma-suggest? Okay? To respond to that certain problem, to that certain noise, physical hazard. Okay, Sir Junel, as a safety officer, pagpunta mo sa likod ng inyong planta, may generator, masyadong maingay. As a safety officer, meron kayong makikita kayong dalawang tauhan na araw-araw nagtatrabaho doon. Anong pwede mong ma-recommend po?
So respiratory po.
Noise po. Masyadong maingay po.
Hearing protector, sir.
Hearing protector, no? You're going to issue the earplug or earmuff. Thank you for that, Sir Junel. No? Pag-ikot ni Sir Junel sa likod ng kanilang planta, napansin niya na para napabayaan yung generator natin ang ingay. And then araw-araw may tao po doon. Therefore, you need to assess the situation and you need to analyze anong pwede mangyari sa kanila once I have no action plan, no? Or I will not give any corrective action recommendation for that. Pwede silang mabingi. Okay? So as a safety officer, either you will recommend kung pwede ba siyang ma-repair para mawala yung ingay, or either engineering control, we will install a acoustic barrier para hindi po lalabas yung ingay doon. Admin control, what if we will put a signage there? Caution, noise hazard, where hearing protection on this area. Aside from that, issuing of PPE, either earplug or earmuff to the worker. Therefore, in that way, we minimize the risk of the certain problem. Okay, thank you for that, Sir Jonel. Another problem is exposure to vibration. Okay, example ba ito ng physical hazard? Exposed to any machineries equipment, no? Vibration, pwede mag-cause yan siya ng hand and arm vibration syndrome. Can cause white fingers, numbness to the extremities involved, muscle weakening, or even joint damage. It can damage or destroy your nerves, your blood vessels to that affected area. No? So hindi po yan siya okay. Yung mga tao natin gumagamit po ng mga machineries, mga tao natin na-assign po sa heavy equipment. As a safety officer, anong pwedeng gawin po natin? Because later on, it will cause body pain, low back pain, neck and shoulder pain, okay? Autonomic disturbances, musculoskeletal disorder. What is as a safety officer? We will implement other admin control such as, pwede ba na every 30 minutes na kayo gumamit yung equipment na yan and then alternate kayo sa paggamit ng jackhammer? Yung nakasakay po sa heavy equipment, pwede ba wag prolong 1 hour? May rest period? Yung gumagamit po ng mga power tools natin, we're going to issue compact gloves para ma-minimize yung vibration na effect ng kanyang mga tools na ginagamit. So therefore, safety officer, please proactive po tayo assessing what are the possible health effects that they might experience if there be no control measure to be implemented. Another example of the physical hazard is inadequate illumination. Can cause inflammation or itchiness to the eyes, lacrimation or yung luha-luha po tayo, visual fatigue, blurry vision, okay? Eye tissue damage from light exposure. Kumusta yung mga tauhan natin sa site na nagtatrabaho? Sufficient ba ang kanilang ilaw na ginagamit? Aside from this insufficient illumination, the health problem will not only be controlled, but also the safety problem. Why? Because if sufficient yung ilaw, no, andun po sa madilim na area, they can immediately identify potential safety hazard, protruding materials, open hole, no, uninsulated cables, etc. But in relation to health, can cause damage to their sight, to their eyes. Therefore, please check. Huwag kayo magpa-allow magtrabaho ang isang tao or trabahante ninyo na hindi po sufficient yung ilaw kung saan po sila na-assign. Okay. How about heat? Especially a workplace na outdoor or enclosed area without proper ventilation. Too much temperature can cause dehydration, no? Can cause heat exhaustion. Worst to worst, can cause heat stroke. Therefore, proper shed, proper welfare facility to be provided, proper drinking water, okay, to be provided to our workers. And then, tingnan natin ang situation kung conducive pa ba siya for working environment. Na? And also, exposure to radiation, and example of that is ionizing, non-ionizing radiation. Delikado po yan siya, can cause cancer, burn, or damage to our different parts of our organ. The second hazard in relation to health is the chemical hazard. And this is very serious, guys, that you should also focus on how to counter this problem. Example nito, do you have an internal policy in your organization or company na bawal po yung mga unlabeled container containing a certain chemical? Meron ba kayong rules nun? Or gagawa lang tayo ng rules once meron ng na poison? We are so reactive. I give you an example. We have a project in Sarangani. May isang worker kami na kailangan niya po ng thinner. So kumuha po siya ng thinner doon po sa warehouse. Yung warehouse man naman, nilagyan ng thinner yung mineral water bottle. We all know that yung thinner is parang tubig talaga tingnan. Tama? Ngayon, kinuha niya na ang thinner. Ginamit niya, may naiwan pa. Yung mineral water bottle na may laman na thinner na unlabeled pa talaga, nilagay niya malapit sa drinking station sa construction site namin. May worker na dumaan, nauuhaw. Wala siya nakitang cup. Nakita niya yung container na yon. He drank that water or that substance. Buti na lang si thinner, irritating ang kanyang feeling pag inom niya. Yun, napaso ang kanyang throat, nabuga niya or na-vomit, but nag-cause siya ng burn dito sa kanyang throat. Antayin pa ba natin na mangyari yan sa atin bago tayo gawa ng aksyon? Is there internal policy in relation to that issue? Are people ba, ang mga tao ba natin na train sila how to deal with those things? Okay? So therefore, guys, no, we should check all our safety programs and policy in dealing with those chemicals in our site. No? Example of this, the chemical could be a form of vapor, mist, smoke, particulate, or fumes from the solvents, acid, gases, dust, or even heavy metals na existing po sa ating site, such as mga paints natin, mga varnishes, adhesive, organic solvent. Okay. Guys, question po, yung mga nagtatrabaho na po ngayon, existing safety officers, existing employees, do you have chemicals in your workplace right now? Sino po dito yung nagtatrabaho na? Except lang po yung nag-review pa.
Sir, ang chemical na available sa workplace namin is yung mga cleaning agent lang.
Yes, Sir George.
Yun
Thank you
lang,
for that. Sir George, kumukuha ba kayo ng SDS sa mga supplier ninyo bago nyo pinapadeliver yung chemical agents po niyo or cleaning agents?
Bali, hindi na kami kumukuha ng permit for that cleaning agent kasi hindi naman masyadong marami ang kailangan namin. So, ano lang, usually detergent, sunrocks, ganun lang.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir George. No? Salamat po sa sharing po ninyo. As a safety officer, guys, like example, kay Sir George, may mga cleaning agent po sila. Put this in your safety program that having as SDS or safety data sheet should be mandatory to be compiled, no? Sa inyong workplace. Example nito, mag-order po ako ng mga cleaning agents. Before ko pa yan siya ipapadeliver sa site namin, I need to demand to the supplier, please provide me the safety data sheet of those cleaning agent in order for us to review what is the content of that chemicals, what is the classification, is that corrosive, flammable, toxic, what are going to do in case may naka-ingest ng kanyang that kind of cleaning agent, may na-contact, okay, may na-inject, anong dapat na mga PPE na aming gagamitin while having that chemicals? Saan namin yan itatapon once may sobra? Okay lang ba siya itatapon doon sa general waste or dapat sa special waste namin siya ilalagay? Okay lang ba na ilagay natin yan siya sa area na wala masyadong proper ventilation? Hindi ba yan siya flammable na okay lang ilagay malapit sa mga may mga open fire? Therefore, safety officers, all of those questions are included in that document, the safety data sheet. Obligado po ang ating mga supplier or manufacturer to provide that literature or document. Bakit po? In order for us to review, to analyze, to check. After that, give information to those end user. Give information to those workers involved in handling that chemical. Give copy to the warehouse kung saan natin i-stock. Give copy also sa safety office and clinic kasi sila yung magre-responde in case may naka-ingest or may naka-contact niyan because they're the one to give first aid control. Give copy to safety office because sila po mag-recommend. Kailangan nyo po ng itong PPE kasi ito po ang classification ng kanyang klaseng chemical. And give copy kung saan natin siya ilalagay para lahat po ng dumadaan doon, ma-review po nila. In that way, guys, that is a proactive measure. Having that, securing that SDS or safety data sheet. Para po, if kasali yan siya sa safety program ninyo, sa inyong policy, and may tao na disgrasya, okay? So meron po tayong makikita na equip ba ang ating mga gamit for first aid materials kasi may naka-ingest niyan? Yung tao ba is aware sa dispose as stated in the SDS, etc. Checking if the person is following the proper procedure, ignore the proper procedure or whatever as part of the proactive measure. Therefore guys, lahat po dapat na mga chemicals, substances na andyan sa mga workplace, dapat meron po silang nakaakibat or nakasali or na-include na SDS. And that is a part of our safety documentation to be aware. And that is part of our admin control. No? So thank you for that sharing, Sir George. What are the general classification of toxic effect? No? Once we are going to be exposed of that, either the effect will be local or systemic. What is the timing of the effect? Mabilis ba or matagal? In relation to the side effect, if it is local toxicity, occurs at the site of chemical contact. Kung ano po nakahawak ng chemical, doon agad ang epekto niya. Either pain, there is a redness, there is irritating feeling. Most common points at which substance first contact the body are the skin, eyes, nose, throat, or even the lungs. Sila yung mapaso, ma-splash, okay, or etc. How about the systemic toxicity? Yung mismo ang chemical pumasok na mismo sa ating katawan, yun ang delikado. Kasi yung mga vital organs, apektado na po. Such as our heart, the cardiovascular system, ang ating lungs, ang kidney natin, because the kidney is filtering our blood. No? Even pwede makabaog, the respiratory system will be affected, can cause cancer, okay? Immunotoxicity, okay? Or even mapektuhan po yung mga baby ng mga taong buntis na nakakontak po ng chemicals. Improper handling of chemicals, once we are being exposed, can cause renal diseases or disease to the kidney, disease to our respiratory system, to our lungs, skin diseases or skin problem, disease to our liver, to our blood, to our heart, to our brain and nerves, can cause cancer or even can affect the baby of a pregnant woman. No? Therefore, guys, ulitin ko po, dapat pag-aralan natin lahat po ng mga chemicals na papasok at gagamitin natin matrauhan, and they should be aware what is the content of that certain chemical in order for us to prepare of what to do, what to use, and how to dispose that certain chemical. Okay? The third health hazard is biological hazard. No? Kanina po is physical hazard, then chemical hazard. Third is biological hazard. The sources of this biological hazard could be from soil, insects, plants, bird, animal, human. No, mga body fluids. Noon po, yung hindi pa uso si COVID, ang high risk po ng biological hazard is yung mga workplace po sa mga hospital, healthcare facility. But right now, all workplaces are high risk for this biological hazard due to COVID-19. The causative agent, the SARS-CoV-2. So lahat po tayo masyadong high risk. No? So mamaya po, we're going to discuss COVID-19. Okay, the causative agent causing this biological hazard could be the virus, the fungi, the parasite, or even the bacteria. What is this fungi? No, sa amin pa noon sa high school, ang tawag dito ng teacher namin is fungi. A group of living organisms which are classified in their own kingdom, such as molds, yeast, or even mushrooms. Most are harmless to human, but some can cause disease, such as fungal infection. Second microorganism causing biological hazard is the bacteria. It is a single-celled organism that are found in vast number on human body. Some are harmless and some are causing diseases. The human body is full of bacteria and in fact estimated to contain more bacterial cells than in human cells. No? Even outside the body, may capacity po sila magparami compared sa ating virus na kailangan pumasok muna sa cell para kailangan nila ng host bago magparami po. Si bacteria, even outside our body, pwede sila magparami po. Buti na lang, we have a antibacterial drug that we're going to take to kill all those bacteria causing infection. Guys, if you have any bacterial infection and then the doctor prescribe you antibiotics, if the doctor prescribe you in 7 days treatment, please continue the treatment for 7 days straight or 10 days or 3 days. Depende po sa prescription ni doctor. If no prescription, do not do self-medication for antibiotics. It can cause antibiotic resistance. No? That later on, if you have a same infection, hindi na po gagana yung dating antibiotics na iniinom po ninyo. Ang ginagawa po kasi natin mga tauhan o mga empleyado, masikit ang ngipin, pupunta sa clinic, hingi ng amoxicillin. Ano akala sa amoxicillin? Medical? Aside from that, antibiotics. 7 days sabi ni doktor, in 4 days nawala na yung kirot, mag-stop na sila. Kailangan natin barilin or suntukin ang bacteria in 7 days straight para patay talaga. Ang nangyayari kasi, sinuntok natin sila ng 4 na araw, natulog lang yan sila. Once you will stop the medication, not completing the whole treatment, gigising yan sila, mas malakas na po yan sila na hindi nagagana ang inyong existing antibiotics. Okay? Ang iba kasi, take antibiotics, stop ng 2 days, pagka next week, take na naman. And that is improper medication, guys. Okay. It's good, aside from this, is bacteria could also be classified as good bacteria. May mga normal flora po tayo outside the body. No, alam po yan ng ating mga medtech. Okay. Virus. A very small infection organism. Infectious organism cause infection or harm to the body. The virus will hijack yung mga cell po ng kanilang mga host. Kailangan po ni virus na pumasok muna sa cell ng kanilang host para po magparami. And then once magparami sila, masyado pong mabilis. If you have a viral infection, no need to take antibiotics. Okay? Minsan po, ng doctor, once na-diagnose kanila, you have a viral infection, what they're doing is just to give instruction to you to boost your immune system because your immune system will fight this viral infection. No? Kung ang mechanism ng virus is kailangan niya po ng host para po magparami, therefore, effective pala yung lockdown noon nung pumutok ang ating COVID-19. Kasi once nagkaroon po ng lockdown, ma-minimize po yung mga host na palakad-lakad sa surroundings. Kung limited lang po yung host na nakikita ng virus, there's no chance for them to hijack their cells and to replicate to a lot of virus. And therefore, namamatay lang po sila. Another thing, malaking tulong rin po yung bakuna na nagkaroon po tayo ng mga antibodies to kill this virus, these pathogens. Kasi once if they will enter our body, maliit lang po ang chance na mag-hijack agad sila dun sa cell. Kasi we have a reserve armed forces, the antibodies, to fight this virus that will enter our human body. The parasite, it is an organism also that will cause biological hazard. Okay? An organism that lives in or on another organism and benefits by deriving nutrients at the host expense. Yung mga taong or yung mga may mga living organism na manggagamit, pinapasukan nila tayo, sinasamahan nila tayo, pero wala naman tayong benefit sa kanila. Sila yung may benefit sa atin. Have you tried that one, guys? Yung mga kasamahan nyo pong wala kayong label pero ginagamit po kayo. Sila po yung mga parasite. Aside from that, sila po yung mga chemical hazard. Unlabeled, opportunistic friends. Joke lang. Hugot masyado, no? So, dapat po natin sila eliminate as a safety officer or do other control measure. No? So, chill lang po tayo mga safety officer. Kasi ito mga concept ng safety, magamit po natin sa everyday life. Okay, moving forward, safety officers. Let's cite example of other occupational related diseases. Tetanus, very common. Saan po nakuha ang tetanus? Anong sabi ng mga friends ninyo? Saan daw nakuha? Sir Dominic, Rembel Dominic. Yan. Anong sabi nila, sir? Saan daw tayo nagkakasakit ng tetano? Dahil sa?
Sir, sa Kalawang po.
Kalawang, tama, sir, no? Sabi natin, kumpare.
Sir, ako na tetanus na rin ako.
Okay. Kumusta, sir? Ano bang cost nun, sir? Anong nangyari? Kwento mo nga sa amin. Marami pa tayong oras. Hanggang alas 10 tayo ngayon.
Sa akin, sir, is nung may bahay po kasing construction po. Na-accidenting na-plies ko yung kamay ko, sir. Kaya nung gabing medyo malamig yung kamay ko, sir. Tapos di ako matulog. Kaya medyo nag-fever na rin. Kaya ko na ng anti-tetanus. So far, after yung akin kasi yung body resistance ko medyo mabagal. Kaya mga 1 week siguro bago siya naging okay.
Okay.
Kaya yung iba rin, sir, is dun sa may sila nakukuha. Dun sa mga tie wire, sir. Yung mga binabalot sa mga bakal. Kung tinatay yung mga bakal bago bubusan. Dun din nakukuha yun, sir.
Okay. Kumusta ka na ngayon, Sir Dominic?
Maayos naman po, sir. So far, so good. Strong pa rin, sir.
So, that sickness, tetanus, diagnosed by doctor? Si doctor talaga sabi?
Sir, midwife yung nag-diagnose sa akin, sir.
Si midwife na nagsabi na may tetanus.
Yeah, kasi based dun sa
symptoms?
Yung symptoms ata, sir.
But you have injected with an ATS or tetanus toxoid?
Wala. Yung lang po, sir. Anti-tetanus na.
Okay. Thank you for sharing, Sir Dominic, na? So si Sir Dominic, nasugatan daw sa site and then possible daw nagka-tetanus siya according sa kanyang midwife. Okay. Thank you for that, sir. Si tetanus po kasi, sabi nila, galing siya sa mga nails, pako na may kalawang. Napako po ako. Saan? Doon po sa likod. Ang next question, may kalawang or wala? Bakit pala? Kasi may kalawang yan. Magkakatetano ka. Hindi po doon siya. Hindi po yan sa totoo, mga kasama. Tetanus is a condition caused by an infection by a bacteria called as Clostridium tetani. It is a serious disease, no? That cause a bacterial toxin that will affect your nervous system, leading to a painful muscle contraction. Okay? The bacteria usually enters the body through a wound or cut in the skin. Once inside, it multiplies and releases neurotoxin that cause symptoms of tetanus. Guys, yun pala. Ang nagkakos ng tetano ay isang bacteria named as Clostridium tetani na existing kahit saan, especially sa lupa. If there is an opportunity na papasukan nila ang ating katawan kasi may sugat tayo, posible magkatetano po tayo. Therefore, our skin is intact. Once masugatan tayo, there will be a breakdown of skin. Therefore, there is a portal of entry. May silagusan na po sila. Sira-sira ang sapatos, may sugat, and then direct contact sa lupa. Posible papasok po sa Clostridium tetani dyan. It will release a toxin that can cause painful to the muscle or even damage our brain or even can cause lockjaw. Yun pala, mga kasama, mapako yan sa o hindi, may kalawang or wala, once masugatan tayo na ma-expose ng Clostridium tetani, pwede tayo magkatetano. Okay? So hindi po yan sa mamatter kung may kalawang or pako ang nakasugat sa atin. Kasi once hindi pako, basta may skin breakdown, and chance talaga na merong bakterya doon ng tetano, pwede tayo magkatetano. Therefore, as a safety officer, since alam pala natin na if may sugat, posible magkatetano, as a safety officer, what is our proactive measure in our site to prevent tetanus to happen? Yes, Sir Glenn. Anong pa, as a safety officer po, anong pwede ma-recommend po ninyo para ma-prevent natin ang tetanus na mangyari sa ating site?
Sir, magbigay tayo ng PPE sa mga workers natin.
Tama po. Mag-i-issue po si Sir Glenn ng PPE sa mga worker, especially the safety shoes. Para once masugatan, makaapak man sila mga hard object, hindi sila masugatan agad-agad. Thank you for that, Sir Glenn. Aside from that, how about kay Ma'am Zian Alzeya? Yan, ang ganda ng pangalan. Ano po mga recommended control measure ninyo as a safety officer? Ma'am Alzeya, ano po dapat gawin po natin sa site para hindi po tayo magkatetano, yung sabi ng isang worker?
Sir, i-observe po yung mga nails, mga ganun po na nakakalat sa paligid po.
Tama po. Sama sa Ma'am Zian, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Zian, implement housekeeping at all times. Tanggalin ang mga poor material management, all protruding metals, nakausli na mga pako dun sa mga timber or mga kahoy. Conduct housekeeping every day para maiwasan ang masugatan ng ating mga tauhan. Kung walang masugatan, mag-issue si Sir Glenn ng PPE, we can prevent tetanus to happen. And that is a proactive approach. Kailan pa ba tayo gagawa ng aksyon? Kailan po tayo mag-housekeeping? After na may natetano yesterday? That is a reactive measure already, safety officer. Very normal to safety culture or Filipino culture. Example of that, not related to tetanus, reactive approach. Bibili tayo ng fire extinguisher once may sunog kahapon nangyari sa site. Maglalagay po tayo ng mga safety net once may nahulog yesterday sa site. Mag-housekeeping lang tayo ngayon kasi may natetanong kahapon sa site. Therefore, do not make any action, do not wait for a certain incident to happen prior a control measure to be implemented. According to the study, preventive approach for tetanus is active immunization. But for me, as a safety advocate, housekeeping talaga is a number one approach to prevent tetanus cases. And careful wound dressing, no? Once may nasugatan na po. Another occupational diseases that we need to highlight is the HIV or AIDS. Okay. So sino na po sa atin dito ang nagka-AIDS na dati? Walang ikaw lang, sir. Ikaw lang nakataas ang kamay. Huwag maingay. Bawal niyo po ako i-discriminate. Pwede ko kayong kasuhan. No, joke lang po yan siya, guys. Wala po akong AIDS, no? Virgin pa po ako ngayon. Virgin ka pa, sir? Oo. 5 days ago. No? AIDS, guys, you should inform your people about sex education and about this STD. Because if there will be this problem will happen, your other workers will be affected. Yun talaga, no? Basta ganung topic, ang saya-saya ninyo. No? Ganitong oras, tinanto kasi kayo eh. So kailangan lagyan mo na ng topic na Jerjer para nagigising yung dugo ninyo. Bakit? This is a perfect time talaga na health topic, no? Yung mga oras na inaantok yung ating mga kasamahan. Yeah, like last week, I had my face-to-face training in Davao City. Ngayon, I have ongoing in South Cotabato. Nagtakas lang ako. They always telling me na, sir, yung health topic nyo po, gawin yung hapon kasi nantok yung mga tao. Ala, grabe ang tawanan ng mga tao. Kailangan mag-tumbling muna ako, tuturuan ka paano gumamit ng kondom para buhay na buhay. Kasi ngayon, ang layo nyo eh, virtual na virtual tayo eh. So minsan ang iba hanging, hindi nakaintindi, nga pa rin. No? So it's good, yung tumatawa, it means ay kinig sa akin. AIDS, guys, no? The virus causing the AIDS, no, is the HIV or the human immunodeficiency virus. If you have infection of HIV and you will manifest already the symptoms, you have an AIDS disease or this acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. HIV, no, is the one causing the disease. Ito kasi mga kasama. This is the normal level of immune system of a certain person. Strong ang immune system natin. Si AIDS kasi, titirahin ng ating immune system. Ang tao na to, walang sakit na AIDS. Once unhealthy lifestyle, unhealthy living, may bisyo, walang tulog, nagdodota palagi, mahilig magtambay sa TikTok, ganun. Walang kain, stress sa boyfriend or sa girlfriend, buwabagsak po ang ating immune system. Once pabagsak po yan siya, madali po tayo mahawaan ng sakit sa palibot. Tama. Ngayon, once you will go back to your normal lifestyle, healthy lifestyle, babalik po sa normal maximum level ating immune system. Once babalik sa normal maximum level, strong na naman tayo, hindi tayo agad nahawaan ng sakit. Ang taong may AIDS is titira ang kanyang immune system at babagsak po ang ating immune system level. Once babagsak ang ating immune system level, madali tayong mahawa sa mga sakit na nasa palibot natin. Opportunistic diseases, mga cancer dyan, mga tuberculosis, mga pneumonia, mga communicable diseases. Kahit simpleng sakit mahawa sa atin, yun ang pwede makapatay talaga sa atin. Because our immune system, the body defense, the armed forces of the body is already affected. Sir, mag-healthy living pala ako, sir. Healthy lifestyle. Babalik pa ba sa normal level? There's no chance. Babagsak talaga ang inyong immune system. Mabuti na lang si DOH, nag-i-issue po yan siya ng gamot sa atin, sa mga AIDS positive, para hindi masyado mabilis ang pabagsak ng immune system, but it will be gradual or dahan-dahan. But still, no chance na will go back to the maximum level. Okay? So again ha, naapektuhan yung mga taong may AIDS because of these opportunistic diseases surrounding them because their immune system is not functioning well na talaga. According to the study, galing daw sa kanila yung mga sakit ng AIDS or HIV. A primate from West Africa. Sir, paano yan nag-transfer, sir? Sa unggoy, papunta po sa tao? No, bahala na sila dyan. Huwag natin silang problemahin. Baka nagmamahalan po sila and then nahawa sila ng AIDS. Okay? Basta yun ang sabi ng study. Guys, body fluids is the best vessel to transfer the virus from one person to another, either through blood-to-blood contact, semen, vaginal and cervical mucus, cerebrospinal fluid, amniotic fluid sa mga buntis, sa mga baby, breast milk. That's why malaking chance kung AIDS positive si mother, si baby magkaka-AIDS rin. Unprotected sex, multiple sex partner, that wearing proper PPE, the last line of defense, the condom, no, pwede tayo mahawa po ng AIDS. Even though you are using condom but not properly you're not properly wearing the condom, still you can transfer the AIDS from one person to another. And ang hirap po, may cure na ba ang AIDS ngayon? Still, we are under the development of this medication to kill this virus. No, that's why kung may ma-meet kayo agad sa Tinder, wag agad mag-date. Get to know each other muna, no? Ang hirap kasi panahon ngayon eh. Nung sa unang panahon namin noon, no? Hindi agad kami nag-date. Pero ngayon, 16 years old, 14 years old, hala, tira. Yun ang ginagawa nila. So guys, advise the younger generation to control. Okay? So kami nga noon, we lose mga 26 years old. Ngayon, 14 years old, nawawala na sa kanila, no? They're surrendering the bataan or something like that. Okay? This one. The using of the mga needles natin, using drugs, no? Blood transfusion, or multiple sex partner, okay? Pregnancy, can transfer this HIV virus. Okay? Prevention, guys, is abstain, be mutually faithful to your partner. Sino mga faithful po dito? Faithful or loyal? Ang mga safety officer. Okay. Virtual thumbs up nga yung mga faithful. Tingnan natin. Walang faithful. Loyal lang kayo. Ay, si ma'am, oh. Faithful. Ang iba, good luck sa inyo ha. Kung magkasakit na kayo, sige, i-text nyo lang ako. Advisean ko kayo. Kasi ang iba, masyadong loyal pala. Iba kasi yung loyal tsaka faithful eh. No? Noon kasi loyal ako, ngayon faithful na. Guys, thank you for that, safety officer. According to DOLE, there's a possibility that they will conduct random inspection to your establishment. And upon doing the random inspection, they will ask you, safety officer, do you have a policy in your company related to AIDS prevention and control in your workplace? Because if you don't have that policy, it is a DOLE findings already. Therefore, according to the Department Order 102-18, you should have a policy in your workplace in relation to HIV prevention and control. It is mandatory that all private workplaces to have a policy about it. There shall be a collaborative effort from the management and workers representative in the development of this program. And another thing, discrimination is not allowed for those who are AIDS positive. Wag yung may nag-a-apply po sa inyo, alam nyo may AIDS siya, and then you deny his application. Remember ha, there is a law protecting those AIDS positive. Example, may nag-a-apply, sir, apply po ako, isang helper siya. Nalaman nyo, AIDS positive. Okay, pumunta siya kay Sir Johan Angelo Cruz. Sir Johan, apply po ako ng helper sa inyo, and then nalaman mo, Sir Johan, may AIDS pala yung tao. Tatanggapin mo ba o hindi? Helper. Anong gawin ng Sir Johan? Wala tayong bike si Sir Johan. No, guys, no? You are not allowed to reject the application due to the reason that he is an AIDS positive. Okay? But if there's other qualification na hindi siya na-meet, pwedeng ganun. Sir, pasensya na po, you are not qualified to become our helper because the qualification is you should have a 5 PhD or doctorate background. Yun. But if your reason is positive po siya ng AIDS, that is against to the law due to discrimination to those people. Okay guys, this policy should be downloaded dun po sa website po ni Bureau of Working Condition. It's already at the prepared template. You can download that one and then fill out those information in your company, signed by your safety officer, signed by your manager, and then discuss this policy to your workers, have a copy of your attendance sheet, and then give copy to Dole, and you should have a received copy. Another occupational health problem is the tuberculosis. It is a disease caused by a bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Usually attacks your lungs, but can also damage other parts of your body. Mode of transmission, same with the SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID-19, through a droplet precaution. No? Yung mga ubo natin, mga laway, okay? Mga plema, tumatalsik sa ilong, sa buhanga, malanghap po ng mga ibang tao, pwede po mahawa po sila ng tuberculosis. Symptoms of it are the following. No? Hemoptysis or may dugo po lumalabas, fever, night sweat, fatigue, chills, loss of appetite, unintentional weight loss, difficulty breathing, etc. What are the preventive measures for this tuberculosis? Either you will the person will undergo vaccination, the BCG, the training education, always cover their mouth with tissue or doing coughing technique, do the prompt diagnosis, and wash your hands frequently. Yes, it is part of our pre-employment exam is to have this chest X-ray. But if the person is positive with chest X-ray with TB, please ask that person, sir, nagka-TB na ba kayo noon? And then gumaling? If the answer is yes, probably ang nakita lang po sa kanyang TB result sa X-ray is the scar of the TB noon.
Scars.
Yes, scars. Therefore, you need to recommend for a confirmatory test such as yung mga sputum exam sa mga TB center. Titingnan po natin via microscope the presence of the Mycobacterium tuberculosis. So, if the person have symptoms of this TB, okay, or suspected, refer the person to the TB center sa ating mga RHU to have a proper medication. Same thing, guys, there should be a policy or protocol or program in your company related to TB prevention control in your workplace in compliance to DOLE Department Order 7305. It is a guidelines for the implementation of TB prevention control in your workplace. It is mandatory also that all establishments should have this policy. For hepatitis B, Hep B is a viral infection that attacks your liver and can cause both acute, short-term, or chronic disease. The virus is transmitted through contact of blood and other body fluids. Kung paano po makahawa si AIDS, yun rin po ang method na makahawa po si hepatitis B. Minsan, ini-ignore po natin ang Hep B kasi focus tayo masyado sa AIDS. Hindi nyo ba alam na noon not curable ang hepatitis B? At yun po ang dahilan para hindi po kayo maka-abroad. I have a friend, an engineer, kasama ko po siya sa project. Kuya, ang galing mo po na engineer. Bakit po kayo hindi pa nakapunta dun sa abroad? Yung mga batch, nag-resign na doon sa Singapore. Sinabi niya sa akin, kasi yan, HEPA B positive po ako. Matagal na yan, kuya. Matagal na. 10 years, 15 years na. Okay. May seaman, pagbaba sa barko. Okay? Nagpa-retest para makabalik agad sa barko ulit. Pag-test, positive with HEPA B. Nakuha niya sa unprotected sex to the unknown person. Hindi nakasakay ulit ng barko. Doon kasi, ano yan siya, not curable. But right now, namamanage na po yan siya. But it costs hundreds of thousands and it is a chronic ang kanyang management. Para mabura talaga itong si HEPA B virus. Si HEPA A kasi, nakuha yan siya sa pagkain po ng contaminated food containing HEPA A virus. Okay ha? Pagkain na may laman po o may content na HEPA A virus. Si HEPA B, dugo to dugo. Mga semen, vaginal fluids, same with the AIDS. Yun po ang pwede makahawa ni HEPA B. No? Tawag dito, blood, sex, sharing of needles, no? Tattoo, piercing, because the equipment or the tools being used are not disinfected. May content pa siya ng mga contaminated blood or whatever yan siya. Exposure to contaminated blood or infected body fluids such as semen, vaginal secretion, or etc. can transfer the HEPA B virus to another person. Okay? Prevention, hepatitis B vaccine, training education, information dissemination, safe sex practice, condom pa rin tayo ha, once you will do sex sa mga unknown person. Avoid direct contact with body and bodily fluids. Avoid sharing needles, razors, and other sharp items. May mga kalalakihan ba tayo dito? Safety advice lang po. Tayo kasi, ano to, real talk lang to, mga safety advice. Gumagamit lang kasi tayo ng mga condom once hindi maganda yung kasex natin na namimit. Tama, hindi. Pero once maganda ang ating namimit, you are not using proper protection. And you don't know if that person is a carrier of HEPA B virus or HIV virus. Therefore, kung hindi kayo sigurado, wag na lang talaga. Kung hindi talaga mapigilan, kasi chance na talaga natin yun, gumamit ng proper PPE. Kuha. Virtual app nga tayo, be? Yun. Very good. Thank you, Sir Cesar. Joke. Okay. No, kasi tayo mga safety officers, we should be an advocate. No, tayo talaga yung mga dapat model, no? Tayo nagsasalita tayo sa harap sa mga tauhan natin to do the safety method, tayo pa rin po yung mga sakit, masyadong delikado. Okay. We should have also an advice policy in our company, guys, in relation to the prevention and control of this hepatitis B. Okay? So, sir, paano po gawin ang policy, sir? So, ulitin ko po, just go to the website of the Bureau of Working Condition. Okay. So, okay lang. Okay. Moving forward. Next hazard, the fourth hazard. Ano nga yung first hazard kanina? Under health? Physical hazard. Very good. Second hazard?
Chemical hazard.
Very good. Next hazard?
Biological hazard.
Biological hazard. Fourth, ergonomics. After my exam, after our discussion, we will have our exam. Tingnan natin. Ang top notcher is bibigyan natin ng premyo. Okay, mamaya. Ergonomics hazard is a process of designing or arranging workplaces, products, and systems so that they will fit the people who use them. Layman's word, dapat po ang trabaho ang mag-adjust para sa tao. Huwag yung tao mag-adjust para sa trabaho. Because it can cause strain to our body, pressure, stress, or even can cause musculoskeletal disorder. Ergonomics should be fitting the job to the worker. Same with this picture. You observe a lot of ergonomics issue related to workplace. Pag-ikot nyo po sa site, nakita nyo po ito si Kuya. Nagka-cut po siya ng bricks. No? Nakita nyo ito sa left side po ninyo, upper left, sa screen. Everyday activity, everyday routine. If not being controlled, no control measure to be implemented, anong pwedeng mangyari sa kanya? After 3 months na everyday activity yan, it can cause strain at the back, pain, no? Back pain, musculoskeletal disorder, etc. Therefore, give proper education to the people. Ano dapat gawin? Inform to change your policy in case in relation to this activity. Na dapat sa taas magtrabaho, waist level, hindi po siya nahihirapan. Kung kaya gagamitan po natin mga mechanical devices rather than pushing or something or carrying too much of heavy object, okay? Implement that one. If you are doing something, no, or carrying something, you are a male carrying a material beyond 50 kilograms, that is ergonomics issue already. Female carrying equipment or materials beyond 25 kilograms, you are alone, that's ergonomic issue already. No? Ergonomic examples are improper lifting procedure, awkward positioning, prolonged standing or sitting. Sa mga corporate offices na prolonged sitting lang ang kanilang trabaho for the entire whole day. Sa mall, no, prolonged standing. Production companies, mga manufacturing, canning, standing for 8 hours straight, or even doing overreaching activity or overturning. That is an ergonomics issue. Guys, if you are involved in prolonged standing activity, it can cause low blood supply to the affected muscle. It will cause inflammation of your veins or even musculoskeletal disorder. If the worker is involved in prolonged sitting a long period of time, it can cause musculoskeletal disorder, obesity, diabetes, anxiety, or increase the risk of death and cardiovascular diseases. According to the DO 184-17, safety and health measures for workers who, by nature of work, have spend too much sitting hours. Yung nakaupo lang po sila for a long period of time. Okay? Provide those workers with regular 5 minutes break, 2 hours from sitting. That's why may mga opisina po na after 2 to 3 hours, call center or sa company, or yung mga nakaupo lang, nagmi-music po yung HR. If they will hear that music, all of them should stand, stretching, do Zumba for 1 minute only para ma-break lang nila yung prolonged sitting nila na activity. Okay? Redesign the work task, organize health promotion activities. Aside from that, according to DO 178-17, this is a guidelines for those working doing prolonged standing. Yung mga guards natin, sa manufacturing, sa canning, etc. Implement rest period break time. Install appropriate flooring or mats. Provide table or work surface with adjustable heights. Provide readily accessible seats. Implement use of footwear which is practical and comfortable. That's why napansin nyo po yung sa mall, mga tauhan natin, they're not using high heels already. Flat na po yung ginagamit po nila. Okay? Dati sa mga groceries, yung mga kahera doon sa counter, nakatayo lang. Ngayon may upuan na po silang ginagamit. So nag-change na po ang kanilang system, ang kanilang kultura. Kasi na-correct na po siya because that is ergonomics issue. Other health hazard could be due to social hazard. This is the 5th hazard, right guys? Physical, chemical, biological, ergonomics. The 5th hazard is social hazard or psychosocial hazard. Anong mga sources nito na hazard? Either due to stress, bullying, sexual harassment, aggression and violence, or even abusive use of illegal drugs or abuse of smoking. Yun po ang related or associated with social or psychosocial hazard. What is stress? If we will define stress, it is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. It can from any event or through makes you feel frustrated, angry, or nervous. Stress is your body's reaction to a challenge or demand. Because if too much stress, guys, sa matauhan po natin, it can cause na yung mga damage no, sa ating brain, nerves, heart, stomach, pancreas, different body organs. It will transform kasi into physical diseases, physical disturbances kung masyadong stress na po tayo sa ating trabaho. That's why I'm encouraging the safety officers, no? Please recommend to your HR or management If you observe that your workers already stressed at point na sila sa kanilang trabaho, recommend for other activities such as team building, mga sports activities during weekend, etc. Para ma-divert lang po yung attention nila and then ma-refresh agad sila o ma-reboot sila, babalik na naman sila sa normal level ng kanilang mga pag-iisip. According to the Department Order 208-20, it is a guidelines for the implementation of mental health workplace policies and programs for the private sector. It includes increased workers' awareness on mental health and other common conditions, promote healthy lifestyle and work-life balance, establishing mental health programs to support workers and workers' achievement and effort recognition program, giving incentive or conducting awarding ceremony or program for your workers. Aside from that, stress may lead to overuse or overconsumption of alcohol or even using illegal drugs. No? Nababadali po kayo sa inyong deadline, okay? Yun, nagde-drugs na po sila. Ang iba, kung stress masyado sa trabaho, masyadong lasinggero na po. And then all of these things will lead into late attendance na, increased absenteeism, reduction of quality of work, reduction in work rate, dishonesty, pagit ang performance sa trabaho. Minsan, nagdanakaw na sila dun sa opisina para masustentuhan po kanilang mga bisyo. Okay? Or even deterioration in working relationship. Masyado na pong palaway sa kanilang mga kasamahan. Alam nyo ba, nung nagtatrabaho pa ako sa construction site dun sa Sarangani noon, panahon pa yon siya nung hindi pa po President si Duterte. Kasi di ba, alam natin, before Duterte time, masyadong talamak ang drugs, yung mga shabu-shabu. Since ang aming project is nagmamadali sa deadline that time, way back 2013, ang mga workers pa namin sa Sarangani is from Luzon and Visayas. Timing na masyadong mura ang shabu dun sa Sarangani that time, napansin namin, since palagi ang overtime work ng aming matauhan, working beyond 12 hours, napansin namin bakit every 5 and 20, may nakita po kaming mga foil ng shabu sa fabrication shop. And then we asked a certain person that is involved in that illegal drugs na worker, bakit kayo nagda-drugs? Kasi sir, sabi ni Purman at ni engineer, kailangan tapusin ang aming trabaho due to our deadline. Para po we can compensate yung aming long period of time we need to take drugs para hindi po kami aantukin. These people are misguided. Therefore, we safety officer has a greater role to educate these people. Yes, alam na po nila anong negative impact. But tayo po is we will not stop in reminding them what are the negative implication where if they will do abuse to these illegal substances. Not only their lives will be affected, but also their families will be affected. No? So don't treat them as a criminal, guys, kasi di man tayo PDEA. Treat them as you are a safety officer concerned to their problems and educate them of the negative effects of illegal drugs. According to DOLE Department Order 7303, no, it's a guidelines in relation to legal drugs or drug-free workplaces. You should conduct mandatory drug testing. Okay, validate the result of the drugs test result. You should also plan for your rehabilitation program in case you will find you have a drug addict workers, and do advocacy, education, and training in relation to drug-free workplace program. Other health hazards are the poor nutrition, no? And then it will also affect the immunity and then also the strength of our workers. Okay. Abuse to smoking, okay lang po. Smoking is not okay really. But if it's already abusive, no, it can cause also health effects, no, negative health effects. Buti na lang dito po sa amin sa Davao, masyadong stricto ang aming smoking policy. Kasi even walang mga pulis, we have a lot of CCTV and then titingnan talaga yan sa CCTV ang mga tao nag-smoke. And then after how many minutes, papansin mo na lang, may patrol car na pupunta sa iyo. Sisitahin ka na and then ipe-penalize ka na nila. No, may penalty na po once you are smoking. So, yun. So, okay doon po sa Davao kasi walang smoking activity masyado sa mga public places. Okay. Third step in medical surveillance. Kanina po, first is recognize potential hazard. Number 2 is know the health effects if you are exposed to medical hazard or health hazard rather. The third step for medical surveillance is selection of medical screening test. No? Medical screening is a method for detecting disease or body dysfunction before an individual would normally seek medical care. The purpose of medical screening is for early detection and treatment. Okay? So that's why ginagawa po natin yung mga medical test natin sa pagitan po ng tulong ating mga company doctors, ating mga occupational health personnel to determine baka meron po mga sakit na develop since our workers are exposed and no control being implemented. Such as conducting the audiometry to detect occupational hearing loss, doing the chest x-ray to detect a problem in their lungs, no? Neuro exam to examine their balance, muscle strength, and other functions in the nervous system, or even the lipid profile test to check liver function. So malaking tulong rin ang ating mga medtech to determine yung mga kumusta na ang ating tauhan, no? Because they are the one to check the specimen through the biological monitoring. The fourth is the interpretation of data and give recommendation. That's why it's very important, guys, to push for the implementation of medical tests such as the pre-employment exam, the periodic exam or the annual medical exam, and also the exit or separation exam. Pre-employment exam is done in order for us that we are going to deploy only a fit personnel, fit to their work. We're going to check for the annual test or the periodic exam to check if our workers existing in our company is already developing diseases or the person is healthy while they are in the course of their employment. And also we will conduct the exit or separation exam in order for us to determine that the person is not developing any diseases. Sa pag-alis niya po sa kanyang trabaho at clear po siya na later on, hindi po siya magreklamo sa atin na may develop na sakit because of our organization. Okay. 5 is communication of result. The importance of communicating medical results are to continuously evaluate our OSH program, to provide a mechanism for continuously improving our OSH performances, to align our OSH policies and programs, and to inform our workers with this current health status. But guys, you should maintain confidentiality of the health status of our workers. Wag po yung attention everybody, si Mr. Juan po is AIDS positive for everyone's information. Ayun, very good. Ang galing. No, therefore, no, maintain patient's confidentiality and you can only disclose the information once there's a consent from the owner. But if you want to share something, do not give details sino ang involved, but only the scenario or situation in order for other people to be aware or informed para sila po ay mag-iwas na at hindi sila maging biktima later on. Pwede ang ganung situation. Confidential records should not be disclosed to anyone unless authorized by that involved employee. The following records are kept file and well documented, such as the medical records, okay, including the annual medical report, the medical history, the PE and diagnostic report, and also the evaluation of exposure and the report of control measure modification. Guys, it is also mandatory that we should submit the annual medical report to DOLE. No? The annual medical report should be submitted every January, containing the data of the previous year, covering January to December. For cases of occupational accident injuries, please refer to your accident logbook or incident logbook. Count the case of female and male and the total number of cases of male and female. Ito po yung mukha ng form, guys, sa annual medical report. Okay? You will only realize this, no, kung gaano ito ka-importante once you are already involved in the workplace. DOLE kasi, upon checking or upon doing random inspection, DOLE will ask, nagsasubmit ba kayo ng annual medical report sa DOLE? Okay. Your answer should be not only yes, but you should show this document to them with a received stamp. Who should comply this document. If you have a nurse, let your nurse comply it. If you have a first aider, let your first aider comply it. Kung wala po, you safety officer should comply this one. This is a summary of the entire cases na nangyari sa inyong site for the whole year. Example nito, for the month of May, may record ba kayo? Ilan ang nanghingi sa inyo ng gamot kasi may headache? May record ba kayo kung ilan ang nagka-diarrhea? Ilan ang nagkaroon ng injury, puncture? Ilan ang napuwing sa inyo? It should be properly recorded in your logbook. And at the end of the year, you should summarize it, the number of those involved person, and transfer the record to this annual medical report. Prepare a 2 copies or 3 copies, depende po sa DOLE kung saan po kayo na-assign. Give a copy to them and have a received copy. Importante, may tatak po yan siya na received by DOLE. And if the time of DOLE random inspection in your establishment, show that record. Guys, non-compliance of reporting to DOLE, the penalty is 30,000. Okay, and if you're a safety officer, it is your obligation to comply the DOLE mandatory reports. Don't worry, the RBA will give you the soft copy of this form. Lastly, for this medical surveillance is to evaluate the effectiveness of control measure. The hazard control must be evaluated to determine their effectiveness and to assess if the intent of the control is being met. We should check if the control measure that you being implemented are effective or not. Nagbababang kaso. Okay? May result ba siya? If it is good, sustain the program. If it's not effective, you need to revise the program. Educate further your people. No? And then, yun po, palibot-libot na lang yun siya just to implement your medical surveillance activity. What are the roles of a safety officer in this medical surveillance program? The safety officer should have understanding of the process of medical surveillance to monitor the compliance and performance, okay, that you're conducting health inspection, okay, that you're conducting the medical test, that you're keeping the record, that you are giving information to the people who are involved, etc. To solicit management commitment and employees' participation in the program. Mag-meeting po kayo, OSH committee. Anong pwedeng gawin natin? Kasi gayong buwan, tumaas ang kaso po ng silicosis. Tumaas po ang kaso ng ating tuberculosis sa site. Marami nagkaroon po ng mga respiratory problem. Maraming napasok sa chemical. Anong pwedeng gawin po natin? Through medical surveillance, you can gather information, share this to the committee or management, and let the a meeting discussion on how to intensify your policy to be implemented in your organization. Aside from that, you safety officer should assist in health hazard identification and control together with your other occupational health personnel or your industrial hygienist, and also to participate and cooperate with the trainings being provided or being planned, and to monitor the effectiveness of your control measure input as recommended by your OH personnel, either your nurse, your doctor, or other member of the organization related to OH services. In summary, safety officer, the purpose of medical surveillance is for the prevention of illness. Therefore, if it is related to prevention of illness, you should be proactive at all times, doing something prior the impact will be experienced. Okay. Biological monitoring and medical surveillance are the strategy to monitor the workers' exposure to hazard and substances. When illnesses arise or develop from a particular exposure, medical surveillance is necessary. There are various health effects for every health hazard present in every workplaces. And we need to refer to the safety data sheet on the health effects of chemical being used in our workplaces or establishment. Medical surveillance and biological monitoring are strategies done to check for any abnormalities of the body of the involved personnel. Medical surveillance has to be followed by preventive action and evaluation of effectiveness of its intervention. Okay? So therefore, safety officer, you should not ignore those health hazard existing in your organization. Even though the impact is gradual or later on na po siya, but still, continue to do health inspection, analyze the risk, and give recommendation, give action to your employer. Recommend different control measures in order to prevent any occupational diseases to develop in your organization. And that's all for medical surveillance. Do you have any questions, safety officers? Naintindihan ba? Okay. Wala na masyadong tahimik. Yun. Thank you for listening, safety officers, no? Okay.
Sir,
Ay, go ahead, Sir George.
question lang dun
Yes
sa
po.
yung
Opo.
medical annual medical report na
Yes
hinihingi
po, Sir
ng
George.
DOLE.
Opo. Mm-hmm.
Sir, anong klaseng medical report ang kailangan nila?
Okay.
Yung bang physical exam ng employee or ano ba?
Thank you for that, Sir George. Doon po sa Bureau of Working Condition website, sir, meron po tayong template doon or form ni annual medical report. Doon po sa form, may nakalagay doon ang different sakit. Headache, diarrhea, etc. Meron po yung data doon na ilan ang inyong na medical test. So ang kailangan lang po nila is the number of people being involved. So saan nyo po kunin ang answer para doon? Doon po sa inyong logbook. Therefore, sir, kailangan po niyo i-record lahat po ng mga sakit na inyong na-notice o na-observe for the entire year. Example, every time na may humingi sa inyo ng gamot, bakit? Headache, itatik nyo po yan siya. Diarrhea, ititik nyo po yan siya. How about sa medical test? Ilan ang annual medical exam ninyo for the entire year? Ilang tao ang dumaan po ng pre-employment exam for the entire year? So lahat ng data, ita-transfer nyo po doon sa form sa annual medical report. Okay. So therefore, from January to December, you should have a medical surveillance logbook. Na yan po is trabaho ng ating company nurse, ni first aider, or kung wala, ni safety officer po. And submit that report every January doon po sa DOLE.
Sir, bali yung yung incident, diba? Sumakit ang ulo.
Opo.
Inside the working premises lang ba yun or outside the working premises? Kasi minsan yung employee nagsasabi, hindi ako makakapasok, may diarrhea ako or which is minsan hindi naman talaga totoong may diarrhea. Sinasabi lang yun para hindi siya makapasok.
Yes. Yes, Sir George. Thank you for that. Therefore, if there's any complaint or yung mga instances na in-raise sa inyo, conduct further investigation if you will consider that one as a workplace-related instances. If ma-prove nyo po na workplace instances po siya, doon nyo po siya i-record sa inyong logbook. It's subjective naman rin po na kayo mismo na lang ang magja-judge doon sa inyong record.
Ay, sige sir, salamat.
Okay, Sir George. Other questions, safety officers?
Sir, kasali na po rin ba yung dun? Yung mga nangyaring accident related to medical?
Yes. There's a portion in our annual medical report, ilan yung related to laceration, contusion, avulsion, etc. We have the annual medical report. We have also, sir, the monthly, reporting to DOLE. That is WAIR, the Workers' Accident Incident Report. And I think you have other discussion about it. Now, you should submit those work-related accident every month to DOLE. Itong discussion ngayon is only the annual medical report. But yung monthly reporting is masyadong importante yan siya. Example nito, may nasugatan tayo dahil natamaan po siya ng martilyo or isang equipment because no machine guarding. You should do a reporting of that. The form will be downloaded again to DOLE website. May official template po sila. Okay? Fill out that form and submit the form, 30 days after the date of the incident. Pero ang tinuturo ko po sa mga safety officer, para hindi po sila mahirapan, tsaka consistent ang kanilang reporting, is for the entire report of the whole month, example, May 1 to May 31, make a monthly report every first week of June.
Kung meron pong 5 aksidente nangyari po sa month of May, therefore, 5 year or monthly report isasubmit nyo po kay DOLE. Even though na sinabi sa guidelines na submit a report 30 days after the incident date, para consistent na kayo, gawin nyo po yan lang siya na isahang paggawa first week of the month containing the entire previous month. Parang ganun. Para wag nyo kayong makaligta to submit the monthly reporting to DOLE. Sir, in case po wala pong aksidente nangyari ngayong month, do I need to submit a monthly report to DOLE? What's the answer? Sir, wala nasugatan. Do I need to submit the monthly report to DOLE?
Yes, sir. I believe.
Yes, that's right. Tama, Sir George. Submit pa rin tayo ng monthly report kay DOLE. Doon po sa form, lagyan niyo po na remarks, no accident for the month of May. Mag-attach po kayo ng letter. Sa attachment letter, di ba ang first letter is DOLE form yun siya official. Sa second letter, that is a letter from your company addressing to the DOLE. Dear DOLE, for the month of May, no accident reported. Signed by you, safety officer, signed by your manager, i-attach doon sa wire form, give copy to DOLE. Because time will come, safety officer, if DOLE will conduct random inspection to your establishment, DOLE will ask, are you submitting the monthly report to our office? Therefore, show those reports with a stamp by DOLE that you are submitting monthly. Are you submitting the annual report for the year 2021? Show the report that you submitted with a stamp of DOLE. So that you have no penalty amounting 30,000 pesos per day of violation. Immediate bang ang penalty system? No. You are given a grace period to comply. No? Para example, I have given you 3 months to comply those findings. But if there will be a fatal accident happening, no grace period anymore. Immediate, if there's a finding, there is a penalty to the management. Okay? Pasensya na po ha, that's other topic in relation to BOSH. Na-brought up lang natin ngayon.
Sir, isa pa.
Yes, Sir George, no problem.
Sir, kasi sa amin, night shift kami, call center, tsaka medyo mataas ang level ng stress sa mga employee namin.
Yes,
so,
po.
kinakailangan bang required namin ang applicant na mag-apply, mag-submit ng medical report before namin sila tanggapin as an employee? Kasi may mga instance na after a month, magre-resign na si employee kasi hindi nila kaya ang night shift and level of stress ng call center.
Yes, tama yun, Sir George. For the protection of the employee and to the management, please require them a pre-employment medical exam prior to start their employment. It is written the standard that they should submit a documentation that they are fit to work, and that is a right of an employer to demand that certain requirement to the employees.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Kasi ang gagawin namin sa tao, ite-train namin nila after a month, magre-resign sila kasi hindi nila kaya. So company lost yun dahil gumastos ang company for training, plus binayaran sila sa training. O sige, salamat sir.
Tama. Tama, sir. Therefore, mas maganda include that in your policy that even though under training, required sila to submit the pre-employment medical exam. Yun. Wag yung later ka na mag-pre-employment after you pass the training period. That's unfair to the management also. Okay. Tama. Okay ba, Sir George?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, safety officers? Wala na. Okay, thank you very much for listening, guys. No, daghang salamat. No, I'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we will continue to our last topic, the COVID prevention and control in every workplaces. Okay, so enjoy your coffee break, and then be back after 10 minutes. Thank you.
neighborhoods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, whoops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing at the top of both our lungs, on the day we fell in love. 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 On the day we fell in love, love, love. Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. Do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? When you think about you forever now, do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I wanna know it all. Let's spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. Oh, want the good and the bad, everything in between. Oh, gotta cure my curiosity. Oh yeah, I'd spend 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to learn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life, I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you.
Don't stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Yeah, I don't wanna fall asleep, I don't wanna pass away. I've been thinking of our future cause I'll never see those days. I don't know why this has happened, but I probably deserve it. I tried to do my best, but you know that I'm not perfect. I've been praying for forgiveness, you've been praying for my health. When I leave this earth, hoping you'll find someone else. Cause yeah, we still young, there's so much we haven't done. Getting married, start a family, watch your husband with his son. I wish it could be me, but I won't make it off this bed. I hope I go to heaven so I see you once again. My life was kinda short, but I got so many blessings. Happy you were mine, it sucks that it's all ending. For too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head.
I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Yeah, hey.
Don't stay awake for too long. of coffee for your head. It'll get you up and going out of bed.
I'm happy that you're here with me. I'm sorry if I tear up. When me and you were younger, you would always make me cheer up. Taking goofy videos and walking through the park. You would jump into my arms every time you heard a bark. Cuddle in your sheets, sang me sound asleep, and sneak out through your kitchen at exactly 1:03. Sundays went to church, and Mondays watched a movie. Soon you'll be alone, sorry that you have to lose me. Too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. It'll get you up and going out of bed.
Don't stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Don't stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. It'll get you up and going out of bed. Don't stay awake for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. It'll get you up and going out of bed.
I might lose my mind, waking when the sun's down, riding all these highs, waiting for the calm down. Walk these streets with me, I'm doing decently, just glad that I can breathe. Yeah, I'm trying to realize it's alright to not be fine on your own. Now I'm shaking, drinking all this coffee. These last few weeks have been exhausting. I'm lost in my imagination, and there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through? Yeah. And there's one thing that I need from you. Can you come through? Ain't got much to do. Too old for my hometown. Went to bed at noon. Couldn't put my phone down. Scrolling patiently. It's all the same to me. Just faces on a screen. Yeah. I'm trying to realize it's alright to not be fine on your own.
Ayan, balik na po tayo mga ma'am and sir. Paki-on na po yung mga camera natin. Yan po sa mga naka-off cam po, pa-on na rin po ng mga camera. Salamat.
Okay, good afternoon once again, guys. So we'll proceed to our second topic, the last topic for this afternoon. So it's about COVID prevention and control in workplaces. So let's watch this video. Ano.
Sir, wala po talagang audio, sir.
Okay. Actually, may audio to, ma'am.
Ay, okay po. Wala po kaming naririnig, sir.
Okay, sorry po. Dali. Tingnan ko pa. Okay, let's proceed, guys. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Is it moving?
Yes po.
Okay, guys. So for this afternoon, we're going to discuss a COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces. So ngayon po, it's good. We have the herd immunity, kontrolado na po ang COVID, but wag kumpiyansa kasi we have a new variant of this Omicron. Kasi ito, tapos na po ang eleksyon. Sabi pa nila, no? Bakit pumasok na naman itong COVID-19 na pagkatapos ng eleksyon? So sabi pa nila na, sana ang control measure natin in order for us to not to have this new variant or this another surge is to extend the election time. But it's only a joke. But according to the status kasi, to the study, na every 6 months, a new variant is developing. Ang good thing ngayon is tumataas ang ating coverage for the vaccination, pero konti pa lang yung nagpapabooster talaga. We should to have this total herd immunity para once matamaan tayo ng COVID-19 strain is mild lang ating mga symptoms. Sino na sa inyo dito nagka-COVID-19? Yun. Konti lang kami. That's good, no? So kayo hindi pa naka-experience. Very good. Continue that record, guys, ha? Yung hindi pa naka-COVID-19 talaga. Pero sino sa inyo dito yung nagtrangkaso nung January? Merong ubo sipon nung January this year. Naakala tapos hindi nagpa-test pero may trangkaso. COVID na yun siya. That is an Omicron. Grabe ang Omicron nung January. No, bakit? The transmissibility of Omicron is very fast. But the effect is very mild lang po siya. Napansin nyo, bakit dito na community, yung kapitbahay sa bahay, masyadong mabilis yung trangkasuhan, ang hawaan. Pero walang testing kasi nangyayari, but that's Omicron already. But right now is there's a new variant na na-discover sila. And then meron pa talaga itong sa monkeypox virus na nagsabay-sabay na naman. But tayo po ng mga safety officer, we should be informed ano ba talaga itong COVID-19 because we are responsible, no, to deal with this biological hazard na our workplace is being endangered or a threat. We should have an internal policy on how to combat this COVID-19 in our respective workplaces. So guys, since we are advocate of this COVID-19, dapat kayo rin ang manguna na dapat natusukan na kayo or nabakunahan, no? I had already my vaccine 1, vaccine 2, my booster last January, and then on Monday will be my second booster. So ika-4 ko na vaccine ngayong January. But even though na active ako masyado sa vaccination, 2 times na rin ako nagka-COVID, no? So buti na lang pag COVID ko nung January after my booster shot, masyadong mild lang yung symptoms. So kaya na aking katawan kasi masyadong OA yung company namin eh. Every week we are having the swab testing. That's why nadidetect talaga ang virus sa aming katawan. So guys, please encourage your people to have this booster shot para once matamaan, ano lang tayo, asymptomatic or sa mild symptoms at all. Kasi ang iba sa atin takot magpabakuna kasi baka may mga side effects, no? Ineffective siya, understudy pa siya, or magiging zombie tayo later on. Okay lang maging zombie kasi yung hindi natusukan, yun ang kakainin po natin. No? Nakatakot po yung tayong hinahabol ng zombie. It's better tayong hahabol ng mga kakainin po natin. Okay? So yung mga hindi pa napatusok dito alamin ko yung address ninyo, unahin ko po kayo kakainin. Okay. What is this COVID-19? Okay. A COVID-19 came from a virus. Okay? A virus called SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 came from a family called a coronavirus. Coronavirus is a large family of virus which may cause illness in animals and also in human, causing respiratory problem. Bakit coronavirus? Kung titingnan nyo po ang isang characteristic or appearance po ng virus na ito, meron po siyang spike protein or itong color red na parang corona po siya. Di ba ang virus kailangan muna is kakapit sa isang healthy cell ng host, papasok sa loob ng cell para po magparami. Due to this spike protein or parang it's corona na color red, mabilis po siyang kumapit po sa other cell ng kanyang host or cell ng kanyang host para po pumasok at magparami. Okay? That's why nabilong po si SARS-CoV-2 sa isang coronavirus ng microorganism. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by this SARS-CoV-2, or the name of the virus causing the COVID-19 is SARS-CoV-2 or severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. This is a new strain of coronavirus that has not been discovered before 2019. The novel coronavirus, novel means kakaiba, sensational, bagong-bago, but dumaan ng 2 years, hindi na siya bago, caused a severe pneumonia na nag-start po sa Wuhan, China, way back December 2019. Nung pumutok po si COVID-19 sa Wuhan, China 2019, masyado mabilis ang pagkalat niya all over the world. Pero tayo sa Pilipinas, 2019 of December, January 2020, parang hindi pa tayo niyan takot sa COVID-19. Continue pa economy natin. And then February, dandan siya pumasok. Pagka March, yun na, nag-lockdown ng buong Pilipinas. March, April, May, doon na nasira ang economy natin. Doon na nauso ang online class. Doon na nauso yung mga bawal ng face-to-face transaction. No? So, 2019 of January, doon nag-start. Pero, bininyagan lang siya ni World Health Organization noong February 2020 na once you have an illness caused by this coronavirus, ang tawag sa sakit is COVID-19 or coronavirus 2019. Kasi 2019 po siya na-discover. As of yesterday, May 27, ang total cases po ng COVID-19 positive sa buong mundo is 528 million. Ang namatay na po sa atin is umabot na ng 6.2 million people. But it's good, nasa 11.3 billion na po ang natusukan ng bakuna. What is the source of this SARS-CoV-2? Saan nanggaling ang COVID-19? animals are the most likely source of this COVID-19, it is possible that COVID-19 was originated from animal and then transfer lang siya into human. And human to human, masyado pong mabilis. How long is the incubation period of COVID-19? If you hear the word incubation period, it is from the time that you are exposed to this virus to the time of the first onset of your symptoms. Kung kailan kayo may exposure sa isang positive, sa panahon rin po, sa unang araw na lumabas sa unang symptoms, that is the incubation period. According to the study, depende daw yan siya sa immune system or immune response. Kasi ang iba, pwede 5 to 6 days, lumalabas na ang symptoms. Kung strong immune system nimo, umaabot ng 10 to 14 days. Pero nagpalabas po ng guideline po si WHO nga the general incubation period of COVID-19 is umaabot ng 14 days. Okay? But if your immune system is weak, minsan 3 days pa nga from the exposure, doon na lumalabas na ang inyong symptoms. This is why people who have been exposed to the virus are advised to remain at home and stay away from other people for 14 days in order to prevent the spread of this virus. But right now, no, guys, safety officer, please be updated from time to time sa mga guidelines po ng COVID-19 because you are the one giving information sa ating mga ka-workmates natin sa workplaces about COVID-19 COVID-19 topics. Okay? So, sa ngayon kasi may mga guidelines sa mga LGU na if you're fully vaccinated, 7 days, or if you are not having the symptoms, you are no need for quarantine. No? Magdidepende po yan sa LGU ngayon. Like in Davao City, all COVID measures are already lifted except lang for the mask. Wala na kaming contact tracing doon, wala na QR code. Basta obligado naka-mask. Once you are positive, you have a close contact, no need for a quarantine or isolation. Just do self-monitoring. Pero once makita kayo sa labas ng building or sa labas ng bahay na walang mask, automatic 500 pesos ang penalty dun sa Davao City. Okay? So they're leaving the virus na hindi yung takot sila ganun, but they go with the flow for the sake of the economy. Kaya naman natin ang ganun. Okay. What are the symptoms if you have this COVID-19? Common fever because this is an infection. Dry cough, tiredness, body malaise, puyat, pagod, masakit ang katawan, no? Body ache, nasal congestion, headache, sore throat, common, no? Yung nawalan ka ng panlasa, pang-amoy, or even diarrhea. These are mild symptoms of COVID-19. Worst to worst, difficulty of breathing. Bumabagsak ang oxygen saturation. Okay? Yun po, kasi titira talaga ating respiratory system. Way back last year, August 2021, nagpositive ako ng COVID-19, Delta variant yun. Dito ko sa bahay, na-isolate kasi punuan na sa lahat ng isolation. That time also, na-ICU ang father ko due to severe critical COVID-19. My mother also accompanied him sa ICU due to COVID-19 also, August last year. My sister in US, na COVID-19 rin, August last year. Sabay-sabay kami lahat. No? Yun ang worst to worst scenario once babalik tayo na naman sa disaster ng COVID-19. What is the transmission of this COVID-19? Droplet precaution. The droplet could reach in 1 meter. People can catch this virus from another people who are infected with the virus. Disease spreads primarily from one person to another through small droplet from nose or mouth, which are expelled when a person with COVID-19 coughs, sneezes, or even speaks. It is therefore important, guys, to maintain a distance of 1 meter away from any person who has a respiratory problem. Who are considered close contact of this COVID-19? If you have interaction with a person with COVID-19 within 15 minutes. Okay? Another thing, had direct physical interaction with a probable or confirmed COVID-19 positive, or had interaction of a person that is COVID-19 positive, you are not wearing PPE or he is not wearing PPE. You are considered a first-degree contact or first-degree exposed to the positive of COVID-19. So, anong gawin ninyo once you are considered as first contact? Okay? After exposure to someone who has a COVID-19, do the following. Call your nearest RHU, your health center, city health or sa mga barangay health center ninyo. Ask for guidelines to be followed. Cooperate with the contact tracing procedures to stop the spread of the virus. If the testing is not possible, stay home and away from others within 14 days because you're observing for the symptoms to come out. The incubation period. While you are in quarantine, do not go to home, do not go to work, to school or any public places, and maintain 1 meter social distancing at all times. Wear proper PPE, especially wearing of face mask, especially na may mga kasamahan kayo sa palibot. And do hand hygiene at all times. Another thing, stay in separate room from other family members. Keep room well ventilated. If you have someone na kasama po sa room, place beds at least 1 meter apart. Monitor yourself for 14 days. And then stay positive kasi minsan, psychological, nadidepress, yun ang mapapawik ng ating immune system. What are the diagnostic procedure in order for us to know that we are COVID positive? Right now, initially, we are doing the antigen test. That is a swab test. To confirm, we have the RT-PCR. That is the gold standard testing for the COVID-19. The RT-PCR is detecting the presence of the SARS-CoV-2. Therefore, if you are from a recovered stage, na COVID-19 kayo, naka-recover, do not do retesting. Because if you will do retesting, possible, the RT-PCR is still positive. The RT-PCR is very sensitive that even the remnants of the virus can be detected. Okay. So yun ha. After recovery, no need for retesting. Anong dapat i-check para malaman na you're not communicable? Okay? You should have complete 3 days straight that no symptoms at all. Therefore, you are not contagious anymore. What is the treatment and prevention of COVID-19? The World Health Organization and DOH do not recommend for self-medication with other medicine, including antibiotics, as a prevention or cure of COVID-19. But right now, due to the advent of medicine, may na-discover na po sila, but it will undergo pa rin po ng series of testing para ma-recommend nila na yan siya is a medication na for COVID-19. Scientists around the world are working to find and develop the treatment of this disease. Okay? But still, we should focus pa rin sa mga other management dealing with the palliative care. Kung mahirapan maghinga, bigyan natin ng oxygen. Okay? Kung may lagnat, bigyan ng paracetamol. Kung may other infection that is viral, bacterial infection, the doctor is prescribing antibiotics, etc. So parang palliative care ang ginagawa nila. Prevention and treatment. The World Health Organization is coordinating effort to develop the vaccine. It's good that we have a vaccine right now, no? And then nakita nila na effective naman din po siya. Most effective way pa rin to protect yourself and others from this disease, frequent and thorough hand hygiene, avoid touching any part of your face, and proper coughing technique, and do social distancing at all times. No? Sa ngayon is wala na. After nung nakita yung rally ng mga Lenny at BBM, no? Walang social distancing. Natakot po ang virus kasi sila mismo mga botante. Okay? Sabi ng virus, ceasefire muna tayo. Huwag muna tayo magka-COVID kasi mag-rally muna tayo. Oh, yun na. So sabi ng virus, ang presidente, Dino Bredo, vice president, yun ang ginagawa ng mga virus. That's why walang pasyente sa hospital kasi andun sila sa rally. Ngayon, walang rally, walang racket, walang 1,000, walang 1,500. Balik na naman tayo sa positive. Nakita nyo, tumataas dahan-dahan ang ating mga cases ngayon. Dapat gawing December na lang itong natin, ang ating eleksyon.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, tanong ko lang, ano ba yung pang-test na ina-identify talaga kung COVID yung virus po?
Yes, okay. We are doing the test day RT-PCR. Okay, the RT-PCR is the gold standard testing for the COVID-19. In the RT-PCR test, through nasal or oral swab testing, no, we are detecting the presence of the SARS-CoV-2. The RT-PCR test is very sensitive that even the remnants of the virus can be detected. Even after you have the 30 days of COVID-19 and you're recovered, there's a big possibility pa rin that you are positive with RT-PCR. That's why we're checking for the CT value, no? May value kasi diyan na I forgot, either 25 or 20, that if the result is above that one, you're not contagious anymore. No? But therefore, if you have the antigen test, swab test pa rin yan siya, to confirm that you are positive, kailangan dumaan ng RT-PCR. No? What is RT-PCR? That is a real-time polymerase chain reaction. Okay. Thank you for that question, sir.
Yes, sir.
How can you protect yourself? Same pa, no? Hugas, iwas, mask, at saka bakuna. How about the prognosis of COVID-19? According to the study, sa lahat po daw na nagka-COVID-19, 80% doon is no need for hospitalization, na kaya lang po sa bahay. But 20% of those people need to be hospitalized, or even yun sila napupunta sa critical care or namamatay. Sino yung nasa 20%? Sila yung mga immunocompromised, elderly, young people with diseases, mga bata, na dapat sila ang ating i-priority bakunahan or dapat priority for protection. Okay? Kasi po, dito po sa gera ng COVID-19, ang ating pong mga depensa, ang ating mga healthy immune system. That's why po maglaklak tayo ng ating mga immune booster vitamins such as mga vitamin C with zinc, no? Vitamin C 500 mg, zinc 10 mg, no? And then kung pwede pati ang D3 ng mga vitamins, yung 40D, you can take that one to boost your immune system. Guys, we have now the new sub-variant of this Omicron. Now, ongoing pa rin ang kanilang pagtitest. May na-detect na po sila, pero not alarming pa talaga. Itong sub-variant ng Omicron is times 2 siya na nakakahawa sa iba. Can you imagine? The Omicron is times 7, ang contagious rate niya, times 7 sa ordinary strain. And then ngayon siya, times 2 siya sa Omicron. Possible it is already 14 times the transmissibility rate. But the impact, no, according to the study, and continuous pang study, is not really serious. Yun ang kagandahan. But still, wag magkumpiyansa, even though kalmado ng lahat, wag magtanggal ng face mask. Kasi anyone pa rin sa palibot natin could be a carrier of SARS-CoV-2. Ang kagandahan, if you have a complete vaccination plus booster, posible magiging weak na ang isang virus once pumasok sa inyong katawan. Okay. Nagpalabas po ng ang DOLE at DTI ng interim guidelines, okay, that in every workplaces, you should have your internal policy in relation to COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces. Ano ang inyong mga pulisiya sa pag-combat ng COVID-19 sa inyong mga puok paggawaan? Okay? So if you don't have that policy, there is an interim guideline that DOLE and DTI will help you to formulate that one. Your internal policy should have these 4 elements, guys. First, increase the physical and mental resilience of your workers. Number 2, reducing the transmission of COVID-19. Number 3, minimize contact rate. And 4, reducing risk of infection from COVID-19. Let's discuss this one by one. Increasing physical and mental resilience. Making your people healthy at all times, because their primary weapon against COVID-19 is their body, their good immune system in their body. Therefore, guys, make a program how to make your people healthy while they're doing job in our establishment. Encourage them to eat nutritious food and well-cooked food. Drink plenty of fluids and avoiding alcoholic drinks. Have adequate rest, at least 8 hours per day. Regular exercise. Join companies and provide free medicine vitamins. Provide referrals to workers needing counseling or presenting with mental health concern. Okay? So tayo po magagawa ng mga programa to have a healthy lifestyle para sa ating mga empleyado. Okay? Second element is reducing transmission of COVID-19. What are the different practices na pwedeng masuggest natin sa ating mga companies? All employees and workers or even the client are mandated to wear face masks at all times upon entering or inside our establishment. Have their temperature checking to check if there is a sign of fever. Fever is a sign of infection. Okay? Accomplish health declaration form and provision of alcohol or sanitation materials such as alcohol, foot bath in your establishment. But right now, alcohol continue pa rin. Nag-check pa rin kayo sa mga temperature sa establishment ninyo? Sa yung city ba? May check yung temperature pa rin? Meron pa? Okay, good. How about
Hindi na,
answering or
sir.
mag-fill out ng health declaration? Meron pa rin ganito? Wala na?
Yes, sir.
Until now?
Wala na, sir.
Wala na.
Since
Okay.
January, tinanggal na sa amin ng
That's good, no? That's good na kasi doon nung andito pa yung ginagawa pa itong health declaration, binabasa niyo ba, safety officer? Pagpasok niyo sa bangko, binabasa niyo ba 'yan? Wala na. Sulat ang pangalan. No, 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 no. Pirma, ibigay kay guard.
Oo, sir.
Parang useless pa rin. Ang ganda ng health declaration for our screening sa health, if you have symptoms, if you have exposure, and also the details here will be used for contact tracing. No, in kaso may nagpa-positive. Dati rin safety officers, ang ganitong mask, pinagbabawal namin sa aming site. Kasi, according to the study, itong mask na may vent, the user is protected. The air being inhaled by the user is being filtered. But the air being expelled by the user, papunta sa labas, no, hindi po siya filtered. So, directly, ang hangin lumalabas. Walang sala. So, I inform our guard, huwag magpapasok ng mga construction worker using this kind of mask. Okay? Kasi dapat ang protection is the user and also yung sa palibot niya. Kailangan protected siya sa kanyang virus. Another, reducing transmission of COVID-19. Disinfect the equipment, okay? Instill physical distancing at all times, no? Because we all know that the social distancing should be implemented at least 1 meter apart. Yes. Okay. Sa Davao kasi wala na kami mga temperature checking, okay? Wala na rin kaming yung mga health declaration. Pero once you are positive, you have kasi general ID, and then you are not allowed to enter establishment once you are positive kasi makikita po nila, nabablock sa scanner. Another thing, clean and disinfect at least once every 2 hours all work areas and frequently handled object. Provide sufficient clean water, soap in all washrooms and toilets, or even provision of alcohol in different locations. Encourage workers to wash hands and provide sanitizers, corridors, or other public places. Again, social distancing 1 meter. Communal eating is not allowed before, but right now parang okay na nyo, sabay-sabay kumakain. Pero but guys, once pumasok ulit ang itong surge natin, please discourage yung kumakain na sabay-sabay sa ating mga establishment. Ensure that physical distancing is still implemented even sa mga conference room, okay? Sa pantry, sa elevator, etc. Minimizing contact rate. Adaptation of alternate work from home schedule. Work from home. Yung mga elderly natin, mga buntis, mga matatanda, no, before, they're not allowed to go to our office. Tama, no? And they're allowed to bring their computers at home, doing work from home activity. But ngayon, napalabas na po ng memo sa government that 100% capacity go back to their offices. Mga teachers will go back to their school or even other establishment. But if the surge will come in again, please prioritize those 20% in your establishment. Yung mga empleyado po ninyo na matatanda, buntis, may sakit, na encourage niyo sila na ipa-work from home. Kasi sila ang very vulnerable to have this virus. Okay. Arrange office tables and maintain physical distancing pa rin sa mga tables. Design workstation layout to allow unidirectional movement in aisle, corridor, or walkways. Limit the number of people in enclosed spaces, especially sa mga elevators natin. Ang iba, naglalagay sila ng mga sticker kung saan lang pwedeng magtayo ang ating mga bisita o mga trabahante. Okay. Encourage highly use of online system for clients needing assistance. Kung pwede, video conferencing lang or they will contact us via phone, email, basta minimize ang face-to-face. Intended only if there will be another, the alert level in your city will increase. But if it is alert level 1, alert level 2, okay, you can go back to your normal life. Pero sa ngayon kasi, kung too much tayo natatakot sa COVID-19, the economy will be affected, right? Lahat apektado, even ato mga bata. Face to face na lang sila. And then the system, the quality of education is very poor sa mga online class ng ating mga kabataan or modular class. The transaction in offices, the business, the economy will be affected. Buti na lang yung administration ngayon is they are against sa mga always lockdown. They should go with the flow. Basta continue ang ating mga precautionary measures such as wearing of face mask at all times. Safety officer, you are the prime responsible for the implementation of COVID-19 policy in your workplaces, ha? Together with your safety marshals. Okay. Malamig na. Another thing, what if you have a suspected COVID-19 positive in your workplace? The worker shall immediately proceed to the designated area. Your OH personnel should attend to that worker with proper PPE and then submit that person to your local RHU or ask assistance by your city Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. Decontaminate the workplace. The workplace shall be decontaminated with appropriate disinfectants. After decontamination of work area, they can resume the activity after 24 hours. And those workers that are considered as close contact to the positive are not allowed to come into their office until no appropriate testing is being conducted. For the building facilities disinfection, frequently handled objects shall be cleaned and sanitized at least every 2 hours. Do or use disinfectants. The building must be locked down for 24 hours prior to disinfection. Windows and disinfection process, all doors and windows should be opened, and after the disinfection, it will be opened again after 24 hours. What are the duties of your employer in relation to this COVID-19 crisis? It is your management to provide the necessary company policy for the prevention and control of COVID-19 in consultation with your workers and also with your OSH committee. Provide resources needed for these practices. Obligado po ang ating management to provide ng mga sabon, alcohol, mga kagamitan laban po sa COVID-19. At saka trabaho rin po ng management to appoint you safety officer na kayo po ang magpa-implement ng kanilang mga protocol for COVID-19. Okay. Another thing, the employer or the management also should enhance health insurance provision for workers, provide shuttle buses or a vehicle sa mga empleyado na nakatira po sa malayo para wala sila masyadong close contact with those possible positive with COVID-19. Enjoin hiring from local community. This policy is done during the pandemic, early stage of pandemic pa. And put a COVID-19 hotline number as part of your emergency contact number in your office. How about the workers? If your employer's responsibility is to provide safe work environment to your people, therefore, the duty of the employees should comply all workplace measurement or all company protocol and procedure. Lahat po dapat na mga pulisiya ng inyong kumpanya laban sa COVID-19, dapat sundin po ito ng ating mga trabahante. Observe proper respiratory etiquette, cough and sneeze into tissues or shirt should be done. Use tissues properly and disinfect their hands at all times. For the people that are vulnerable, yung mga buntis, matanda, may mga sakit, your management are highly encouraged to allow this worker to do work from home because they belong to the 20% na pwedeng makasakit once matamaan ulit ng COVID-19 ang inyong mga opisina. Guys, if you are doing a policy for COVID-19 and you don't know how to start, you can approach the DTI or DOLE and they shall extend assistance to you. We'll give you technical support on how to do your internal policy for this COVID-19 in your establishment. And also, if there will be a COVID-19 cases related to workplaces, you should submit a report to DOLE. Before po, we have a COVID-19 year, monthly reporting to DOLE. Pero nung first quarter of this year, tinanggal na po yan siya ni DOLE. So ang ating mga monthly report na lang ngayon is yung mga incident related to workplaces. But in kaso, meron pong mga COVID cases na nakuha sa trabaho, obligado po tayo mga safety officer to give report that to DOLE. Guys, the Employees Compensation Commission will extend help to our employees once matamaan po sila ng COVID-19 at saka na-approve po na nakuha nila sa kanilang mga trabaho, magbibigay po ng incentive ang ating ECC as part of the Employees Compensation Program. Meron kaming kakilala na COVID-19 at saka na-approve niya na galing sa workplace ang kanyang COVID-19. Nakaklaim po siya ng 15,000 aside dun sa SSS na nakuha po nila. Okay? So there should be a further investigation to prove that that COVID-19 is came from their workplaces. In summary, safety officers, yun. Coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a coronavirus called a SARS-CoV-2 or acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2. The best treatment we have right now is prevention. Wearing a face mask can help prevent and both transmission of infection and reduce the severity of illness if you do contact with COVID-19. The guidelines of COVID-19 in your workplace will do or will reinforce the OSH program and policy of your organization for better implementation of safety and health control measures and prevent approach method natin. Safety officers, we have a greater task to combat all of those potential hazards. And COVID-19 is part of a biological hazard. Therefore, have an important role to help your management how to prevent COVID-19 to enter your establishment or to control if there will be already an infection occurring inside your workplace. Okay? So, if you have your safety and health policy, you should see to it that you have also a COVID-19 prevention control policy to be implemented in your workplaces. So, wag maniwala ha na dahil nag-election walang COVID, andyan lang po si SARS-CoV-2 sa palibot, na anytime may tsansa na weak ang immune system natin, pwede pa rin tayo magka-COVID-19 at babalik pa rin tayo sa number 1. And that's all guys for COVID-19. Do you have any questions, safety officers? May tanong po ba tayo about sa COVID-19 or occupational health? Or about sa safety? Yun po. Wala na. Nag-stuck na ba kayo? Di pa, no? I think that's all for this afternoon, guys. So you have any question, you can contact me anytime. In my contact number I showed you kanina po, or even email me or chat me in my Facebook. That's all, safety officers. If you have any question, just contact RBA or the ACE Review. Thank you very much, safety.
Thank you very much, Sir Ian. Ayan po, before po tayo mag-post, yes, ayan, medyo maaga-aga po tayo ngayon. Mag-group picture po muna tayo with Sir. Ayan po, sa first group po, Sir Jonori, Sir Kyleb, Sir George, Ma'am Melo Jane, Sir Rembel, Sir John Ray, Ma'am Charmy, Sir Jordan, Sir Daniel, Sir Nelson, Ma'am Nicole, Sir Errol, Ma'am Zien Alvia, Sir Junel Maturan, Sir Drexel, Sir Johan Cruz, Sir Malik Junel, Sir Chester, Ma'am Chanel, Sir Ronnie, Sir Jerry Robert, Sir Erwin, and Ma'am Rosana. Ayun po yung sa first group po. Okay po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Waki. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Next group po yung mga hindi po natawag. Ayan po. Smile po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Waki. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Thank you very much po, Sir Ian.
Thank you, ma'am. Salamat po.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you po, sir.
Okay po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Send
you.
ko. Okay po. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Ayan, for our last activity po para sa araw na to, send ko po yung ating post-exam day 2. Sa chat box po, send ko na lang po. Ayan, na-send ko na po. Then, bigyan ko po ulit kayo ng 10 minutes to answer. And kapag po natapos na kayo, pwede na pong mag-leave sa ating Zoom meeting. Then, bukas po ulit, 8 a.m. po ulit, till 5 p.m. Ayan, so mag-assign lang po pala ako ng prayer leader natin bukas. Sir Errol, kayo po ang prayer leader bukas. And for our recap, Ma'am Nicole Allison. Thank you po.
Ma'am, excuse me po.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, remind ko lang kayo, bukas hindi po ako makaka-attend ng webinar natin.
Okay.
Kailan po ang details ng nung makeup class natin?
Sir, i-forward ko na lang po yung concern nyo kay Sir Louie kasi sila po yung naka-handle ng details ninyo. So, bali yung completion po, sila na po magbibigay ng date kung kailan po.
Okay po. Sige po.
Okay po, thank you. Sa mga tapos na po, pwede na po mag-leave. Ayan po. Thank you very much po. Have a nice day po. Have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am.
See you po ulit bukas.
Okay na po. Thank you po.
Okay po, sir. See you po bukas. Salamat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you rin po. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am. See you tomorrow po.
Thank you po. Thank you, ma'am. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you rin po, sir. Salamat po.
Naman binuksan ang ating ito. Sa SSD po 123, 123, pa-PM po agad po. 2 PM, no, I can try.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you din po. See you po bukas. Ingat po.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay po. Thank you po. See you po bukas. Ingat po.